Time. A distorted, albeit distinctly gruff voice, belonging to a shadow-covered individual, asked another similarly garbed person. 3 hours. The answer was nothing more than a quip, the voice muffled and distorted pretty much the same way the first was. Numbers. As if in a contest to show who was the less loquacious, the first individual asked a single-word question again. 5 squads. 17 casualties. He allowed the chase to end. Nonplussed, the other shadow gave its report to its officer. Silence wrapped the little room the two people were in. Part surprise, part uncomfortable, and full embarrassment at the results. The first shadow, seated behind a desk, laced its fingers under its masked visage, resting its chin on their hands. He is wasted. The other shadow, standing, shrugged under its cloak as if signifying it was not their call to agree or not. Permission to talk freely. The standing shadow started minutely. It took a minute to collect itself and its thoughts, humming lightly under its mask. He had been the prime observer of the target for a long while and was intent on giving the commander a clear picture. There was no need to point the good, the report was telling. It did not mean the bad was not present. He is undisciplined. If they did not know the commander never ever snorted, the shadow would have sworn the seated officer just had. He is loud and brash. The commander shrugged and waved a hand, inviting the soldier to continue. The first 2 points were of no consequence. They had all lacked discipline at first, and young boys tended to be loud and brash anyway. The first could be punched in, and the second could be punched out. There was nothing a good thrashing could not achieve. He wears orange. The commander stilled. That was a good point. An excellent point even, one that further proved the boy's sheer talent and ingenuity. One did not escape 20 Chunin-level ninja for 3 hours and cause 13 virtual casualties while wearing bright, neon orange by being a dunce. The commander smiled behind its mask. Exactly. Naruto Uzumaki, a short, blue-eyed, blonde boy who would be unremarkable if it weren't for the whisker-like marks on his cheeks and his orange garment, was known throughout Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, by many names. For the greater part of the scarce non-shinobi population, he was that boy. It was often sworn like an expletive. Some people even signed themselves after saying it, or whispered with extreme distaste. For the smaller part left, it was as if he were not even there. The only 2 people Naruto knew who said his name, his real name, with a touch of affection were the old cook of the ramen stand and his daughter, Tuchi and Ayam Ichiraku. For the shinobi inhabitants, who were making up most of Konoha's population, they either treated him like they would a primed high-yield explosive tag, with a mix of fear, caution, and anger, or conscientiously ignored him. They did not really give him a name, but it was not much better. There was only one person who looked at him and smiled, and even sometimes hugged him, proving that he was indeed not a primed high-yield explosive tag. But this person was the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, leader of Konoha, and as such, the kindly old man rarely had time for Naruto. As for the children his age, or at least those he frequented because of school, whether they were from shinobi clans or from a civilian ascent, they called him dead last and absolutely refused to hang out with him. It hurt. First, because as much as it was technically true he was the dead last of his class, it was certainly not for a lack of trying. But while every other student were given help when they requested it, Naruto was not. The teachers, all Chunin in their own right, were like all the ninja in the village. They ignored him or glared at him, but they certainly never helped him. Second, because he could not understand what he had ever done to them, all that they refused to be his friends. Certainly, there were Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi who occasionally skipped class with him, but Naruto was not sure they were friends. Of the 3 boys, none had ever invited him home, to a birthday party, or to do schoolwork together. And Naruto had never extended the invitation either because he lived in a miserable place he could barely afford, and he certainly did not want anyone to find out he lived in what some would consider a ruin. Choji would not laugh, but Naruto was sure the portly Akimichi would think no less. Shikamaru would have this sideways smirk the pineapple-haired boy had when he was amused, and Kiba would not even pretend and laugh. Showing the boys his place was simply out of the question. Not like they would accept an invitation in the first place. So Naruto Uzumaki, that boy, the dobe, the friendless, was known by many a nickname, and for what reason he did not even know. But his all-time favorite was the one people tended to bellow after him just as he committed a prank. It was a loud, distorted, angry shout that vaguely resembled the word brat. Yes, when people could not afford to ignore him, because he had dyed their underwears pink, sprinkled paillette in their food, swapped their wares, drawn smiley faces on their doors, or anything else he could think of, they called him. They ran after him. They screamed his last name. When Naruto committed a prank, he had the villagers' full attention. The best part was when the ninja started to run after him. Civilians could not keep up, but Ninja totally could. So the boy did his best, so that his pranks had repercussions on Chunin or Jonin. The higher-level ninja would enrage having their combat fatigues turned jade blue, turquoise green, or sakura pink, and would chase him in what Naruto liked to think was a game of tag. No one had ever wanted to play tag with him, so the boy made do. And even if the players were not all consenting, it was all harmless fun in the end. And Naruto liked to run. He was quick for his age, the quickest, and he could run for hours. There was nothing quite like the wind shuffling his blonde, spiky locks like a loving hand and making his azure blue eyes water. There was nothing quite like slaloming through Konoha's back alleys, jumping, somersaulting, and rolling in a mad parkour race. Running at breakneck speed was the only way he felt alive. The only way he felt here. The only way he felt now. Just this very morning, Naruto had realized his masterpiece. The prank of all pranks. The prunkiest of his stunts, ever. He had arisen at 3 in the morning, donned his orange jumpsuit, and darted on top of the Hokage monument where he had patiently hauled various supplies needed for his project over the course of a month. Setting up a complex system of ropes to rappel down the cliff, sculpted to the effigies of the 4 Hokage, past and present. Naruto had then taken a various brush and paint cans and had proceeded to redesign the 4 faces of the village's honored leaders. Dawn had come quickly, but Naruto, garbed in the exact tint of orange needed to blend in with the ochre cliff, had escaped vigilance. 1 hour later, his work finished and the last touch added. The blonde child had climbed up, set his rappelling gear aside, and screamed a very loud, "Good morning, Konoha," at the top of his lungs. The ensuing chase had mobilized 20 or so Chunin and lasted 3 hours as Naruto led them through an obstacle course he had prepared for a month and a half now. It had been absolutely thrilling for the blonde. Eventually, he had allowed Irika Yumino, one Chunin from the academy and the only teacher who paid him attention, to catch him. He had run the entirety of his planned obstacle course anyway. All this merry, in the blonde's honest opinion anyway, game of tag led to Naruto's current situation. The boy was washing the painted, stony faces of the Hokage. The blonde, far from the complete idiot people thought him to be, had fortunately gotten water-diluted paint and was simply throwing buckets of water at his giant doodles while hanging from his rappelling setup. Taken by thoughts of delicious ramen, the fascinating angles of the rock he was bouncing off of, and the shiny rainbow-wise spume of the soapy water, the blonde nearly could not hear his sensei's sigh as the content of another bucket splashed against the rock. Naruto. The blonde looked up, balancing at the end of his rope like some sort of pendulum, a wide smile on his face. The wind was playing with Irika's ponytail, and it was fluttering in random patterns. "Yes, Sensei." "Why would you do it, Naruto?" The bright smile faltered, and the blonde ceased his balancing. He could hear the disappointment in the teacher's voice. Naruto sighed, but Irika spoke before he could answer. "You know how important this monument is, Naruto, so why?" The blonde knew Irika enough to know the Chunin would not be satisfied unless given a straight answer. "It's the only way they look at me," said the blonde in a subdued voice, barely above a murmur, his blue eyes darting away from the Chunin. Irika sighed again, louder this time, rubbing his eyes with his right hand before massaging the large, horizontal scar across his face absent-mindedly. "There are other ways, Naruto." The ninja instructor began in a tired tone. "You could show them how clever and hardworking you are, but all you do is goof around." It sounded like a broken record to Naruto's ears. "But I'm trying, Sensei. I do my best," the blonde exclaimed in protest. He did try. Not all subjects held his interest equally. That would be lying. But Naruto did try to perform adequately in all. Was it his fault? No one, save Irika, would answer his question. Was it his fault he was excluded from class for the slightest offense? Was it his fault he found geography dry and dusty because the old maps definitely were so? Was it his fault he found chemistry tedious? Was it his fault he could not follow the teacher's agonizingly slow lessons because following a dragonfly's wings' incredibly fast motions was much more interesting? If you did your best, you'd get the clone jutsu right. The teacher exclaimed in response, too fast, and winced. Naruto hung from his rope lamely, head down, his features set in a scowl to avoid the tears to show. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm worried. The exam is in 2 days, and you still don't have it. Iruka said, voice wavering slightly from anguish. The teacher sat with a sigh, his legs dangling above the fourth Hokage's forehead. I want you to pass, Naruto, but the Academy 3 are required. The blonde nodded sadly. I know, Sensei, I know, but whatever I do, I can't get it. Once again, the brown-haired Chunin sighed. The why was a mystery, but the blonde could not get the clone jutsu. Of the Academy 3, the clone jutsu was maybe the most complicated, but it was incomprehensible for Naruto to not manage it. The blonde had the substitution jutsu down to a pat. His transformation was a bit shaky but passable. Yet the clone, which was technically demanding but not much more than the transformation, was impossible for Naruto. And while a certain average mark on theoretical materials was required, one Iruka had no doubt the blonde would manage. The Academy 3 were an absolute requirement. The students were training to be ninjas. If they could not do the simplest of ninjutsu, demonstrate correct taijutsu, and show they could escape a jinjutsu, if not weave one, they would not graduate. Once again, Iruka caught himself scratching his old scar. Looking back at the downtrodden Naruto, the teacher managed a weak smile. Look, Naruto, how about you finish this and we grab some ramen, my treat? Offered the Chunin, knowing full well he had just put his wallet at risk. Immediately, the blonde's head shot up, his azure eyes shining as he looked at Iruka with a blinding smile, his previous worry pushed in a corner of his mind. Ramen, the blonde exclaimed before enthusiastically returning to his cleaning work. There is absolutely no way. Hiruzen Sarutobi, reinstated third Hokage of Konoha, said firmly to his cloaked, masked interlocutor, with all the might his 60 years old, war veteran frame could muster. And the so-called professor could muster a lot of might. He will go to waste, insisted the cloaked individual behind the white porcelain of a mask. The complete face protection was in the likeness of a dragon, with 3 red fawn-like markings on its forehead. The mask was the tell of an ANBU member, and the markings identified the figure as the Takushigun Teisho, the general of the special force. He will have a normal team and learn normally dash. Just like he was supposed to have a normal childhood? The masked individual interrupted the Kage, their distorted voice cutting through the old man's answer. I will not listen to your recriminations, said the Hokage, his tone and commanding. I followed the will dash of a dying, delirious man. And you will listen to my recriminations, Hiruzen. You made mistakes, many, not all of the same gravity, but it is time you admit to it and handle the fallout. I offer you a way out of it. There is no reason for him to join. There is no need to put him through this grinder. How much more time will you coddle him? How much more time will you hide the truth from him? We are Ninja Hiruzen, the figure exclaimed, twitching slightly, his raised tone the only mark of his agitation. Or are you too cowardly? Is that it? Will you wait for your successor to break him the new? Killing intent exploded and drowned the office, bending the floor and cracking the large pane of glass behind the old man's desk. Watch your tongue, dragon. You are talking to your Hokage, bit Hiruzen in an ice-cold voice. Then assume this damned hat and the responsibilities that go with it. The answer was equally cold. Do you think you are the only one too old for your job? This mask is just as heavy. An uneasy silence blanketed the room, and the Hokage could only palm his face in weariness. Forgive me, dragon. Hiruzen sighed. Still, I see no reason for the boy to join the corps. What is your plan for him? The classic balance, under Jonin Hitaki. Your officers are definitely out their mind. Have you even looked at the profiling? The Hokage took a breath in. No. Dragon resisted the urge to slap his forehead. The mask was quite resistant. It would hurt needlessly. It is a disaster waiting to happen. He definitely won't fit, and Hitaki's own situation will probably make it worse. No, Hiruzen, it's a sad plan, and it's going to fail. ANBU is not a way to begin your ninja career normally. The figure threw his arms in the air. He will never live normally, Hiruzen. You need to accept that. He did not have a normal childhood, and he certainly won't have a normal ninja career. Now, your decision already made his infancy a living hell. Do you want to do the same with his ninja life? The Hokage released the breath he had been holding, and his shoulders sagged under his white robes. ANBU will warp him. Being a ninja will warp him, Hiruzen. Now you must decide if it will also kill him or not. You will not let this issue go, am I right? Absolutely not, Hiruzen. He has too much potential. He is too much potential. You will not use him, dragon. Oh, by the flame, Hiruzen. I know you love the kid. Hell, he is pretty likable, but that does not change what he contains. We never had to funnel them through ANBU before. Even behind the mask, Hiruzen could feel the deadpan look the figure was giving him. Because the first was already an accomplished ninja, and the second status was actually a secret. Hiruzen, this discussion is over. I am taking the boy. If you still protest, I will make use of very, very tiresome legalese and reveal some secrets to have my way. It will give you paperwork, and I'll still have him. The masked individual stated in a tone that was final. Do we make this the easy or the hard way? Hiruzen paled, whether it was at the threat of secrets being revealed or supplementary paperwork added to the pile. None could tell, and sighed. The easy way, the old man said, distraught. The dragon-masked figure nodded and gave his Hokage an eye roll so powerful the old man could hear it. By the flame, don't treat like he is already dead, Hiruzen. I'll make sure he'll visit you. And if you desire, he'll have a certain talk with you. Naruto was sitting on the swing in the courtyard of the academy. He had failed. For the third time, he had failed the test. He knew he was not at the top of his class, but his marks on the written tests were fine. He had not the best taijutsu. His was a deformation of the floating leaf style, the result of ingrained bad habits no one had corrected. His on-the-fly genjutsu was mediocre, but he could get out of a C-ranked illusion. His shuriken jutsu was actually passable and would be better if not for the ruined knives he used. Hell, he could make his own storage and exploding seals if he had the required chakra paper, and he was pretty sure he was the only one capable of that among his classmates. But the truth of the matter was that, despite his best efforts, he could not make a damned clone. He knew the theory, had practiced for hours on end. Yet when he reached for the fractional amount of necessary chakra, the life energy coursing his pathway system would prove to be indomitable. His chakra simply could not be manipulated in such a minute quantity. Despite the agonizing hours spent on the leaf floating exercise, his control had not been enough. The blonde eyed his joyous classmates, ex-classmates he mentally amended, celebrating with their family, showing off their gleaming headband, none sparing a single glance at him. His keen ears picked the satisfied grunt of many parents, happy that that boy was not becoming a shinobi. Distractedly, Naruto felt tears rolling down his cheeks. His whiskered cheeks. Not for the first time. He wondered if those whisker-like marks were the reason he could not graduate. The boy wiped the tears away. Dwelling on his failure would not accomplish anything. He could not pass this year. He would try against the next. He had sworn he would become Hokage, and he needed to be a ninja first for that. Hopping down the swing, the blonde brandished his right hand in front of him, finger tightened in a fist, and screamed, "I'll do it. I swear I'll become a ninja. Tabeo." Well, that's dedication. Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin and whirled around. In front of him was a white-haired chunin, a bandana on his head. Mizuki-sensei. The man smiled. "Tell me, Naruto, how would you like a shot at the makeup test?" The blonde gave the teacher a puzzled look before the words made it home. Hope, shy and wobbly but hope nonetheless, shone in the azure eyes. Makeup test. Mizuki smiled larger. All according to plan. A shadow darted from rooftop to rooftop, invisible in the dark cover provided by the moonless night. It stopped for a second when it reached the mass of the Hokage Tower. The tower was a round building, painted in red, flanked by two smaller buildings of the same fashion. It was actually shorter than the blue-topped broadcast station that stood next to it like an erect finger. Steadying its breathing, the shadow counted wordlessly. At some signal only they were privy to, the figure sprinted and jumped, latching itself to a gutter running along the wall of the broadcast station. Like some otherworldly cat, the shadow climbed up, using the tiniest holds in between the white bricks that made the wall. With careful grace, the shadow reached the blue roof. It was a pointy wood construct, looking much like a witch's hat, with a strange sphere on top. The shadow kept climbing until it was in the middle of the roof. Slowly, the individual took a length of rope and tied it solidly to one of the protruding beams of the blue roof. Glancing at its target, the flat roof of one of the secondary tower, the shadow smiled widely. "This is completely crazy," whispered the individual, the vibrato of excitement clear for all to hear. Meaning no one, at this hour of the night. The shadow shuddered. It had one try and one try only. A miss was a surefire way to end in the hospital at best. Circling around the pointy roof, the shadow inhaled deeply and started to run down and back toward the Hokage tower. The maths had proven that, in theory, the pendulum movement would allow the shadow to reach one of the secondary tower. The critical part was the speed, but the individual was confident. Running fast was their game. At breakneck speed, wind whistling in its hair, the rope unrolling behind, the shadow ran on an oblique trajectory on the station's wall and suddenly jumped. The rope whizzed as the shadow fell, gravity taking what was her by right. The pendulum movement began as the rope was stretched to the max, the beam it was anchored to whining slightly. The figure was catapulted up by its momentum, and suddenly, the individual felt weightless. It was at this point they cut the harness. Naruto fell like an anvil and with a grunt, impacted the tiled roof of the northern secondary tower none too gently. Breaking the shock the best he could with a roll, the cloaked blonde ended his course in the ornamental bushes that crowned the outer ridge of the tower. "Ow, ow, ow," Naruto muttered, as low as he could, wary of the potential guard. He knew, according to the paper Mizuki had given him, that he should be right between rotation, but still, the goal was to go unnoticed. The blonde took a second to dust himself. His black shirt was in tatter, and his navy blue pants were torn at the knee. He had multiple cuts, the entire right side of his body hurt, and his left ankle was probably sprained, but extraordinarily, he was fine. Naruto checked his various pockets to check everything was still where it was supposed to be and nodded to himself. The rush had been great, the fall thrilling, and the second of weightlessness amazing, but he was not doing that again. Ever. Naruto Uzumaki was a daredevil all right, but that had been suicidal, in retrospect. The best entry possible. Hell, the best entry ever, as the rooftops were rarely patrolled, but still, it had been a close call. From the roof he was on, climbing on the main tower was a piece of cake. The first and second levels of each tower were protected so that it was virtually impossible to climb them, regardless of the technique. The third level was the same, but the problem was nullified by various pipes and large cables running around the circumference of the tower. Naruto had no idea of their purpose, but right now, they made perfect holds to climb from one roof to another. Taking a second to breathe, Naruto entered the tower. The easy part was done. Fortunately, he was used to infiltrating the Hokage tower for his pranks. The blonde knew the best hidey holes. Navigating the corridors and hiding from the patrolling pairs of Chunin, with the occasional Jonin, was boringly easy, and Naruto was quick to make it to his goal. The vault was sealed shut obviously, but as a prankster, the blonde knew how to pick the toughest lock. Naruto fished in his pocket and retrieved one of his best invention, something he was especially proud of. In his right hand, the blonde was holding a scroll that he promptly unrolled in front of the door. Holding his hands in a ram seal, the blonde stepped on the scroll and whispered, "Fuin, sensory mirror wall." The air shimmered around the blonde and shifted. Now, Naruto had exactly 4 minutes to pick one of the most difficult lock, hidden by a Jinjutsu-like barrier Fuinjutsu of his own making. "Let's open you up." 3 minutes and 40 seconds and one absolutely oblivious patrol later, the vault opened. Naruto guessed more than he knew for certain, that he had probably triggered a Fuinjutsu-based alarm, but he could not do much about it. If there was Fuinjutsu somewhere, it was too high level for him to detect it. Losing no time, as it was now more than ever a scarce resource, Naruto stepped inside the fortified chamber and fastened a large and fat scroll on his back before darting out. Folding his left hand in a half-tiger seal, the blonde muttered a katsu. The scroll he had been standing on was reduced to ash just as several firework fuses burned out, launching their payload in the sky and illuminating Konoha. If the entry had required some imagination, the exit was easier. Naruto simply dangled a rope from a window of the second floor and glided down while the patrolling guards were occupied with either his fireworks or the alarm at the vault. Hiruzen Sarutobi was having a peaceful night when he was awakened by a burning sensation. The old ninja woke up immediately. Years of combat did that to a man, but searched a second for the reason of his awakening. His heart grew cold when he realized it was the tattoo signaling a breach of the vault that was heating up. Just as he considered the implication of such a thing happening, fireworks illuminated the sky of Konoha. The old Kage swore under his breath. Naruto skidded to a halt in a clearing. Konoha bore its name because of the dense forests out, and inside its walls, and the blonde was currently enjoying the relative security of a grove, which would hopefully mask him to the soon-to-be pursuing shinobi. He had not run far nor wide. The closer you are to your enemies, the safer you are after all. Naruto was inside Konoha proper, far enough from the tower to not be caught during the first sweep, but close enough that the ninja would look for the intruder outside first before eventually finding him. His position was the logical last option in the search order. The blonde opened the large scroll. He had approximately 1 hour to learn a jutsu, after which Mizuki Sensei would allow him to graduate. The lingering light of the fireworks made it unnecessary for the blonde to use a torchlight, something he had counted on. A torchlight was not very discreet after all. Shadow clone jutsu, muttered Naruto before deflating. A clone technique? When he could not even perform the basic one. No way. Reading further, the blonde lay eyes on techniques either too horrible to be learned or way too complicated. After 5 minutes of exploring the scroll, the blonde sighed. Shadow clonitus. Naruto was sprawled, eagle spread, on the ground, and the boy was panting hard. The clone jutsu required him to rein in a small amount of energy and shape it in his image. The needed quantity was too small for the thundering flow of the blonde's chakra. The shadow clone jutsu was the same, but different. The amount of chakra was not a problem, on the very contrary. The shadow clone needed the caster to mold a huge amount of life energy and project it in the shape of the user. The problem that stumped Naruto right now was the fact that a large part of the chakra was supposed to fill the shape. The goal was to achieve a solid clone made of pure chakra. The blonde had read about solid clone in a book about chakra theory. Usually, ninja would use earth or water as a putty of a sort and mold it with chakra to create what was commonly called an elemental clone. The required amount was substantially higher than for a standard clone, but nowhere near the quantity required for a shadow clone. Naruto suddenly blinked. Maybe he had to think of the problem like he would an elemental clone. Right now, he was trying to picture an empty shell that he had to fill up with chakra, but that was maybe not the way. If he first expulsed as much chakra as possible and then shaped it, like a sculpture of sort, maybe it would work. The blonde broke his musing and nodded resolutely. He had wasted enough time. The hour was coming to a close. Deciding to test his new theory, the boy made a cross-shaped hand sign. Carefully, the blonde proceeded to join his physical and spiritual energies, creating chakra, in a process called merging, and pulsed the chakra through his hands. The specific cross-like shape was supposed to alter the properties of his chakra, much like standard hand signs, in a process called molding. It had something to do with yang chakra, but Naruto was not certain what it was. Focusing, the boy merged as much chakra as he could, modifying it through the hand sign, and storing it back in his hara. It was difficult to merge fresh chakra while keeping the molded, ready-to-use energy on the side, so to speak, but Naruto managed. After a minute, satisfied with the amount he had, Naruto took a deep breath before exhaling. All right, now to get it out, the blonde muttered. Pushing all the molded chakra through his hand one last time, the blonde pulsed it all out from the tenketsu in his palms. With sweat pouring from his brow, Naruto focused on sculpting the sea of chakra that was surrounding him into a replica of himself. Head, limbs, hair, fingers, eyes, torso, clothes. Shadow clone jutsu, roared the blonde, eyes shut in concentration. Only silence answered him. Tentatively, the boy opened one eye, only for the second to shoot open at the sight that greeted him. In front of Naruto was Naruto. With a shaky hand, the blonde poked his doppelganger's cheek and was elated when the clone grinned but did not disappear. Yada, bellowed the blonde while dancing around and with his replica. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it, answered the clone, feeling every last bit of joy the original felt. We did it. We did it, chorused the duo, a grin brighter than the sun splitting both faces. Naruto. The shout was so powerful, the duo of blonde tripped and fell, the clone hitting his head on a small rock jutting out of the ground and dispelling in a cloud of smoke. Distractedly, the original noticed he had a sudden urge to rub the side of his head. The blonde turned toward the origin of the shout to see Iruka, his head several times bigger than normal and slowly reverting to its original size. Hey, Iruka-sensei, the blonde said, rubbing the back of his head. What is happening, Naruto? Why? Iruka trailed off as his eyes took the sight of his pupil. The blonde looked exhausted and as if he had just fought with a pack of wolves. But more urgent was the large, fat, and terribly open scroll near the blonde. Oh no. The teacher's tone immediately alerted Naruto something was wrong, very wrong. Getting back up, the blonde walked carefully toward Iruka. Sensei? What dash? He was silenced by the harshest glare Iruka had ever sent his way. Naruto flinched and recoiled. Do you have any idea what you have done? This is the forbidden scroll, Naruto. What got into you? The teacher hurled with anger and worry. Naruto felt his eyes water. Iruka had never been that angry with him. Sure, the teacher had been exasperated 1 or 2 times, but never to this extent. And all the same, Iruka had never been that worried. What? B but Mizuki-sensei said dash. Mizuki? Iruka questioned suddenly, interrupting Naruto. The blonde nodded, and the puzzle pieces fell into place. It was Mizuki who had rung the alert, saying he had seen Naruto flee with the forbidden scroll. Mizuki, who had no business being anywhere near the Hokage tower tonight. Mizuki, your average chunin, who had somehow seen Naruto when the multiple guards of the tower had not. Mizuki, who, the last time Iruka had seen him, was geared like he was going to war. Iruka sprung and tackled Naruto just as a circle of steel embedded itself where the blonde was standing a second ago. Ah, Iruka. A familiar voice rang into the clearing. You found him before me, A strange, high-pitched grating sound was heard. Sensei, what is happening? Naruto asked, trembling. Iruka steeled himself. Naruto, this is an order. The chunin jumped again, hauling the boy with him as another whistling chakram tore the earth on their last position. You take this scroll and you run to the tower. The chunin whirled and hid behind a tree, the trunk shielding him and his charge from a third circle of death. Are we clear? Naruto could only nod, too lost to do much else. Iruka had his no-nonsense voice and Naruto would be damned before he went against it. I'll distract him. Be quick. As if. Iruka pushed Naruto just in time to duck under a kunai strike. The teacher sneered. Mizuki. The white-haired chunin simply attempted to strike again, his kunai biting through the air toward Iruka's arm, his other hand releasing a brace of shuriken toward Naruto. The brown-haired man angled himself so that the strike caught him on his armor. Chunin flak jackets were actually more than enough to block a sword strike, given the steel was not augmented with some chakra-cutting ability. As it were, the kunai simply bounced off harmlessly and Iruka elbowed Mizuki in the face, breaking his nose. The white-haired ninja swore and jumped back. Naruto had jumped out of the way of his shuriken and had rolled the forbidden scroll shut, ready to spring off and away. Mizuki was loath to admit it, but if the blonde demon started running, he would not catch up. In a split second, the traitorous chunin darted toward the boy, kunai ready to pierce his neck. Naruto. The blade cut through the blonde's raised forearm, and a kick just under the sternum sent him tumbling away, breath ragged. Before Mizuki could follow up, Iruka nearly stabbed him through the calf. Run, Naruto. Why are you defending him? Mizuki growled, in between strikes, one ringing true against the brown-haired man's jaw yet not phasing him. Another one landing a knife through his opponent's left shoulder, but leaving him overextended. He stole the scroll. You set him up. Irika punctuated his answer with a grappling move that ended with Mizuki's right elbow joint dislocated. The white-haired Chunin howled in pain, and Irika elbowed him again, under the chin this time. The traitor stumbled back, and both Chunin broke the fight, panting. The exchange had lasted 30 seconds, at most, but the two men were breathing as if they had just run a marathon. He killed your parents. Mizuki's sudden scream froze Naruto in place. The blonde was ready to bolt, his breath steadier and his arms hugging the scroll like a lifeline, but the traitor's claim had him rooted to the ground. What? Don't listen, Naruto. Run. Do you know why you're treated like you are, demon? Mizuki spat, intent on buying some time. He had not counted on Irika being here, and he had certainly not expected the brown-haired Chunin to be in such good form. Mizuki shoo dash. You're the Kyuubi Naruto. The white-haired man hollered madly. You are a demon. Irika shot like a bolt out of a crossbow, taking the traitor by surprise and landing a solid hit on his head before Mizuki retaliated with a kunai, cutting Irika's leg. I'm what? Whispered the blonde boy, still frozen and incapable of processing what had just been said. Yet it made a twisted sense. How the people in Konoha were afraid of him, angry at him, ignored him. But the demon had been killed by the fourth Hokage. He had learned it in history class. He had killed the demon on the day of Naruto's birth. Mizuki smirked through the haze Irika had put him in. The bastard had hit him hard, but he had won the exchange. The cut on the brown-haired man's leg would slow him. Slow him too much to save the demon. The traitor took another brace of shuriken and hurled the whirling stars of steel toward the blonde abomination. Naruto. The world slowed as Irika saw the shuriken cut through the air toward Naruto. The steel stars were absolutely harmless against an armor-wearing opponent, not much more than a distraction. Against the frozen boy, they would possibly cut an artery and he would bleed out. Irika melded chakra in a heartbeat and flooded his leg muscles with raw life energy before jumping. Naruto watched as the deadly stars sped toward him. He wanted to move, desperately so, but he could not. His body refused to obey him, and his mind was too preoccupied with puzzling the impossible revelation Mizuki had imparted unto him. For a second, he wondered how the situation had degenerated so before closing his eyes. The shuriken gave a muffled sound when they embedded themselves in Irika's flak jacket. But the pain scream that escaped the teacher's throat when his leg muscles either cramped on him or tore covered everything. Irika. Sensei. Run, Naruto. The Chunin bit through the pain. For a second, the blonde contemplated the idea before the consequences of such an act hit him. If he left right here and right now, Mizuki would kill Irika. The thought of such a thing happening filled Naruto with white-hot anger, magmatic fury, earth-shattering scorn. The blonde melded chakra, every last bit, and to hell with it if some of it felt terribly raw. His fingers crossed in front of him to mold the raging maelstrom of life energy flooding his pathway. The blonde roared. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A wave of powerful, scathing chakra expanded outward and smoke filled the clearing. Before Irika's gobsmacked eyes and Mizuki's terrified ones stood 100 or so blonde boys, their face distorted by righteous fury and their knuckles cracking in anticipation. I'll beat you to a pulp, Tabeo, chorused the blonde army. And Naruto made good on that promise, overwhelming the already shaken traitor in a sea of blonde and blue, leaving a twitching, bloody, unconscious mess sprawled on the ground not 20 seconds later. Their office done, the army of clones dispelled, leaving a wobbling Naruto behind, the blonde momentarily suffering from a splitting headache. Naruto. The original blonde whirled toward his teacher, who was eyeing him with a mix of awe, relief, and worry. The boy rubbed his head, the strange pain already forgotten. I went too hard, did I? Irika chuckled weakly. No, not really. The teacher suddenly scowled, the pain of his wrecked legs catching up thought his astonishment. Irika-sensei, are you okay? Asked Naruto worriedly, trying his best to help the Chunin stand. The man grimaced, and the blonde simply propped him up against a tree. I shot my legs, answered the man. A shift in his position made him growl. Ow. 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 I'm definitely upping my training, joked Iruka with a weak smile. Naruto looked down, biting his lower lips. Sensei, what? What happened? What Mizuki said? Iruka ruffled the blonde hair. First thing first, Naruto. I think I have the gist of it, but tell me why you stole the scroll. He ordered in a pained voice. The blonde's eyes watered. I didn't want. And Naruto explained to Iruka how Mizuki had offered him a shot at a makeup test. I'm never going to be a ninja, am I? Naruto concluded, voice strained by held-up tears. Having the entire story, Iruka sighed. Twice. The man then offered a smile to his student. Come here, Naruto, and close your eyes. The blonde obeyed hesitantly. He heard some shuffling sound and felt something be fastened around his forehead. Open your eyes now. Iruka, without his headband, was smiling at him warmly. With hesitant hands, Naruto touched the rectangle of steel bearing the leaf insignia. Warm tears fell and rolled down his cheeks. The blonde jumped at his sensei and squeezed the man in a hug, sobbing his thanks. It was that scene a team of ANBU discovered a minute later. So, to summarize, seated in the Hokage office, Naruto told the old man how his night had gone. Iruka had been carried to the hospital, and it was the blonde's responsibility to explain himself. It took 20 minutes, but Naruto explained the best he could, trying his best to not forget any details. Hiruzen Sarutobi was tired. So very tired. He had but one wish right now, and it was to go to bed. The night had been nightmarish. Someone had infiltrated the tower right under the nose of the guards, picked the lock of the vault, and made off with the forbidden scroll, all without the use of chakra. Then Mizuki Hashiro, a chunin, had pretended to see Naruto, of all people, with the scroll. And Mizuki had revealed to be a traitor, having conned Naruto into believing there was a makeup exam for the one the boy had just failed, and planning to kill the Jinchuriki and disappearing with the scroll. And the situation had miraculously resolved itself thanks to Iruka Yumino discovering Naruto, fighting Mizuki to a standstill, and Naruto beating the traitorous chunin to a pulp thanks to the shadow clone jutsu. The Hokage groaned, half in frustration, half in weariness, entirely in relief. It was a fucking miracle, no less. The old man eyed the blonde boy sitting before him. Naruto had the decency to have his blue eyes lowered in shame. Hiruzen sighed. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage of Konoha, have taken into consideration the recommendation of Chunin Iruka Yumino to grant to Naruto Uzumaki a field promotion to Genin. By my authority, I confirm the recommendation. Do you accept it, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto immediately stood at attention like he had been taught in the academy, feet joined, left hand above the heart, right hand on flat on his right calf, and furiously nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. The old man smiled. Then welcome to the Kogen, Genin Uzumaki. Naruto bowed, doing his best to contain the smile that wanted to blossom on his lips. Now I think we have another matter to discuss. The Hokage's grave tone immediately brought the blonde back on earth. Yes, Hokage-sama, asked the boy hesitantly. Now that you have been exposed to lies, we believe it'd be unwise to not address the question properly. Another voice, gruff and distorted, rang out. Naruto did it best not to jump and turned. Behind him was an ANBU with a dragon mask. Naruto, meet Dragon, ANBU's general. Dragon Naruto. The Hokage said in a tired voice. Is it about what Mizuki said? The masked ANBU nodded. Yes, you have to know the truth about your status. My status? The ANBU Supreme Commander nodded again. Mizuki told you were the QB. It is not true. You are the QB's Jinchuriki. Dragon, the old Kage exclaimed, apparently wishing the cloaked individual had been less blunt. Jin, Churiki. Naruto tried the word. It was unknown to him. The ANBU ignored the Hokage's outburst. We told the population the QB was killed by the Yondaime. It wasn't, for the simple reason no man found a way to kill a bijou yet. The Yondaime trapped the beast inside an infant. There was a pregnant silence for a few seconds before the boy broke it. Me. It was not a question. Naruto wasn't stupid and could put 2 and 2 together to obtain 4. Most of the time at least. You, confirmed the ANBU. But, but I. Then, Naruto frowned, too confused to feel much else. You are the Kyuubi's warden. It's prison, if you will. The boy gulped. So, I'm not a demon. Of course not, my boy, the Hokage exclaimed heatedly. And allow no one to call you that. Naruto felt his eyes prickle and water despite him. But then, why? Why do they treat me like that? The boy asked with a shaky voice. Both the Hokage and the ANBU sighed. The cloaked figure threw a glance at Hiruzen, who nodded. They fear you, Naruto. The Kyuubi caused a lot of pain, which you are a constant reminder of dash. But I did not ask for it. The blonde exclaimed, tears streaking down his whiskered face. It's not my fault. He protested again, voice racked with sobs. The Hokage rose from his seat and hurriedly engulfed the boy in a hug. Hiruzen sighed. Naruto was so very young still. Of course not, Naruto. Of course not. But the pain the Kyuubi caused turned to fear, and fear to hate, and rather than see you as the hero you are, they blamed their sorrow on you. Hiruzen explained. They decided to cling to their hate and blame you, rather than honor the sacrifice of the one they claim they love. The ANBU interjected. Truly, they understand nothing. Naruto broke the hug suddenly and took a step back. His teary face was set in a scowl, one Hiruzen had never seen on the blonde's face. They are such ingrates. The boy hurled in anger. All this time they hated me for something I didn't do. Naruto's tone was heated but mainly held disbelief. And frankly, all assembled in the room could understand why. Then, something struck him. How? How do they even know? Why do they know what? Who? What I am? Demanded the blonde with steel in his voice. It made no sense. Konoha, after the Kyuubi's attack, had been a field of smoking ruins. Naruto had seen the photos. How come the entire population of Konoha, which certainly had better things to do at the time, knew of him? The Yondaime wished for you to be seen as a hero, and I foolishly granted him his last wish. Hiruzen explained quietly, voice strained by anguish. But the people I so trusted betrayed me. They betrayed us, their leaders. They betrayed the will of fire, and I couldn't convince them of their folly. So I made a law when I saw that the survivors would hate you. They were not to speak to anyone to your condition. The voice of the old man wavered and broke for a second. I hoped that'd allow you to live normally. To make friends. Naruto winced, and his scowl came back with a vengeance. Well, that worked well, sneered the blonde, anger thick in his voice. It worked so very well. He muttered again bitterly, before deflating. Why me, though? Why him? The bad luck of the draw? The only baby available? No, that could not be right. Nearly all his classmates were older than him. His brain made and discarded scenarios one after the other. The Kyuubi had not been near the hospital. Yet, according to the old man, Naruto's parents had died in the attack. Were they ninja then? No. Otherwise, the records would have DNA information and he would not bear the Uzumaki namesake. His parents were civilians, logically. Maybe he was born at home. Had his parents died in the first sweep of the tails? But then he should have died too. Why did the fourth choose him, an orphan, to hold the beast? Had his parents offered him? Was he an orphan before the fourth chose him, or after? The thought froze Naruto. The fourth dash. Killed my real parents. Naruto declared, his voice a monotone. What? The Hokage sputtered in abject horror. What gave you this idea? Why me? Why not one of the clan kids? The fourth had an entire generation of clan heir to choose from, but no, he picked a nameless orphan. That raises questions, doesn't it? The blonde spoke quickly, but his voice was still just as emotionless. The reasoning made the Kage's eyes widen. And no, Naruto, of course the fourth dash. Then they abandoned me. They were disgusted by me. Of course not. Then why me? Naruto screamed in rage, anger tainting his chakra and leaking like poison, the floor creaking under the pressure. Who were my parents? Where are they now? Why did they allow the damned Yondaime to use me? I cannot dash. Kushina Uzumaki. The calm, distorted voice rang through the office, assuaging Naruto's mounting fury and silencing the Kage. The blonde turned to the ANBU. What? Dragon, I order you dash. Your mother's not dash. Killing intent erupted and faster than one could blink. The Hokage was holding the ANBU by its throat, lifting the individual above ground, effectively strangling them. "One more word, and I'll have you executed," the Sarutobi threatened. Kushina, Uzumaki. Hiruzen shuddered when he felt a glare being levied on him by the one person he had hoped would never glare at him. "You knew," whispered Naruto. "All this time you knew, and you told me nothing." The blonde continued in a hushed murmur. Hiruzen's dark eyes met Naruto's azure orbs, and the old Kage's heart broke when all he could see was betrayal and disappointment. "Hokage-sama, may I be excused?" the blonde asked, his voice absolutely blank. But Hiruzen balked. "Naruto." "By your leave, Hokage-sama." The old man sighed. "Dismissed, Jinin Uzumaki." Naruto lost no time and bolted out of the office. Hiruzen glared harshly at the ANBU. He was still strangling. "I should execute you." "You are a coward," spat the masked man, his throat held shut by the vice-like grip of the old Kage. Hiruzen opened his hand, and the commander fell in a heap on the ground, wheezing and massaging their throat. "You are dismissed, dragon." The ANBU rose to its feet and nodded stiffly. To solve a problem, one needs to face it. "Out!" the old Hokage roared. Naruto dragged himself through the streets of Konoha, dawn illuminating the village with its first lights. His thoughts were whirling around chaotically in his head. The Hokage had repeatedly told him he did not know who his parents were, and Naruto had come to accept it. Now the blonde discovered the old man he trusted had lied to him. What other truths had his grandfather figure withheld from him? The QB, his parents. What was next? A hidden family member? And the village hated him for something he had no control over. Since little, he had dreamed to gain their acknowledgement, and the Hokage had assured him that if he tried, he would. But now, Naruto was second-guessing himself. He was not giving up, absolutely not, for giving up was not the Naruto Uzumaki way. But was gaining the acknowledgement of a group of ungrateful bigots even worth it? Was it even possible? If all they could see in him was the fox, then being Hokage would change nothing. The blonde climbed the stairs to his tiny flat and entered his 2-rooms apartment. The place was in tatter, and it wasn't even his fault. Mostly. But the sorry state of his place was of no concern to the boy right now. Naruto plopped down his rundown sofa and kept on thinking. He did not hate the villagers, he decided. They were hateful ignorants who had made their choice, and they had made Naruto's life difficult. Quite difficult, actually. But the boy refused to hate them. He would not become a hateful ignorant himself, Naruto decided firmly. He would be better than them. Which did not mean he could not hold them in contempt. He could be beyond reproach, the best of all, the Hokage. He could not tell Konoha what to feel and think about him. Certainly, his pranks had not helped, but it mattered little ultimately. He could not change people. Only people could change themselves. Naruto sighed and looked at his hands. Sometime during his musings, he had loosened his headband. The piece of engraved steel reflected his face. The metal was muted, the veriest small scratch dulling its shininess. There was even a small brown spot. Blood recently dried up. Irika's or Mizuki's. What did he truly want? Did he even have the choice? With the beast trapped within him, Naruto reckoned the answer to that was probably not. So if he did not have the choice, he had to make the best of it. If being a ninja was his path, he'd be the damn best ninja possible, Tabeo. He'd never be helpless again like tonight. He'd never have someone fight for him like tonight. He'd never be found wanting. Naruto's grip tightened around the headband and his face hardened in resolution. He fastened the insignia around his head again. "I'm a ninja now, Tabeo," whispered the boy in a low but confident voice. Naruto woke up, eyes bleary from lack of sleep and stomach protesting in hunger, to the sound of someone insistently knocking on his door. It took a minute for the boy to collect himself and realized he was on his couch. Racking his brain to understand why he was on his living room rather than in his bed, Naruto yawned. A yawn wide enough to unhinge his jaw. It was at this moment he remembered the strange, heavy, never-felt-before wave of exhaustion falling on him like a cloak of lead earlier in the morning. Before he could think about it in more detail, the knocks on his door doubled, and the blonde hopped off of his small sofa and stumbled through his flat, his gait shaky, towards his door. Yes, yes, groaned the blonde while opening the wooden panel. Standing in his doorway was a masked ANBU. Naruto started slightly, stifled another yawn, and shook his head left and right to dissipate the last remnant of sleep. "What can I do for you, ANBU-san?" "You have been summoned by the Hokage, Uzumaki-san. Be at the tower at noon. It is currently 11, for your information." "Hi, ANBU-san," answered Naruto with a bow. The masked individual simply disappeared in a swirl of leaves, his mission accomplished. The blonde yawned again. It was unusual for him to feel this tired, as normally, a few hours of sleep had him energized for a day. Naruto chalked it up to the events of the night and closed his door when what the ANBU had just told him hit him truly. He was summoned by the Hokage. The event of the night flooded his mind. He was a genin now. What did the Hokage want with him? Would Naruto be placed on a team? He had no idea when team placement would happen. Did he actually need to fill paperwork and sign waivers? The blonde frowned. How did he feel about the man he called grandpa anyway? Where were they standing now? Naruto was angry at this surrogate grandfather for hiding the truth for so long. He was a real Uzumaki, whatever it meant, and his mother's name was Kushina. He could only wonder why the old man had hidden the identity of his mother. It wasn't the surname, logically. If Uzumaki had been dangerous in some way, then he would not carry the name. That was assuming the old man actually cared about him. Naruto felt his innards sink at the thought. Had the Hokage's apparent affection been faked? Was the old man like everyone else, wishing for the blonde to disappear, but better at hiding it? Had the elder ninja been callous behind a facade of gentleness? Naruto's frown deepened before he shook his head and shuddered. No, he could not think like that. He was angry at his grandfather for lying, but one lie did not mean everything was veiled in deceit. What did several lies for 12 years mean, though? The Kyuubi, his parents, then what else? It certainly meant the Hokage did not trust him, not even with the name of Naruto's very own mother. And if the Hokage knew his mother, he had to have a reasonable clue as to the identity of his father. The blonde was shaking, a weird mix of emotion he could not identify twisting his guts. There was anger, disappointment, betrayal, and loss. Naruto did not know where he himself stood right now. He knew the world of ninja was lying and killing, in theory at least. It was Konoha's bread and butter after all. Discovering your entire life was shrouded in a layer of lies was not agreeable. At all. The question was, how many layers and how many lies in all? Yes, Naruto was angry with his grandfather. Could he be angry with the Hokage, though? Not really. Now that he was a genin, he would not get away with his usual attitude. And the Hokage was his commanding officer. Their relationship had to be at the very least cordial. The blonde sighed loudly. Yesterday, his life was simple. He was a nobody. The villagers hated him for no reason, and the Hokage was a kind grandpa who Naruto trusted absolutely. Today, his life was more complicated than ever. He was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The villagers were dickish idiots, and the Hokage had lied to him about not knowing who his parents were. The blonde clasped his hands around his temples and groaned as he shook his head left and right. Why me? After a minute of careful consideration and waiting, Naruto had to accept the answer would probably not fall from above and directed his steps toward the shower. Whether he liked the old man or not, he could not say no to a meeting requested by the Hokage. Under the hot running water and now in front of a cup of steaming instant ramen, Naruto had been and was thinking still about this mysterious mother of his. Inhaling some noodle with a noisy slurping sound, the blonde thought hard about the secrecy. Was his mother a criminal, and was it the reason he had been chosen to host the bijou? But had it been the case, Naruto would probably not be named Uzumaki. His name was supposedly honored within Konoha, the flak jackets of Chu, and Jonin bore the red spiral of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe his mother had been an orphan much like him, and was simply bearing the namesake? Naruto had the name of his mother, half the answer to one of his lifelong questions, and yet it brought even more questions. The biggest being, why was it such a secret? The blonde slurped the last of his noodles when an idea hit him. He could send a shadow clone. They were intelligent, tangible clones after all. He could send one or two at the academy library, and they could look up the Uzumaki name. And he could send one to the archives. He had a headband now. He could not be denied access. The boy nodded, satisfied with his plan, and crossed his fingers to mold the necessary chakra. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a triple puff of smoke, 3 replicas appeared. Naruto smiled and designed 2 of them. You 2 dash. Library. Got it, said one before the 2 darted out toward his room to exit a second later with some blank scrolls to take note on. And I'll go to the archives, boss, exclaimed the 3rd clone before doing the same circuit as the 2 other, exiting the flat with what was necessary for his mission. Naruto held a puzzled expression for a second before he realized what the actions of his clones meant. If he created shadow clones with one or several purposes in mind, they knew what to do already. This jutsu was beyond awesome. A wide smile blossomed on Naruto's face. Learning the shadow clone was worth the trouble of the night. Maybe. Almost. Considering Irika's injuries, probably not. As a second thought, Naruto realized he had no idea how much time a shadow clone actually lasted. His smile faltered, but the boy decided it was of little importance, ultimately. With or without shadow clones, he would do his research. The wide smile returning to his face, the blonde exited his flat. He had 10 minutes to reach the Hokage Tower. He was on time. Hiruzen Sarutobi was tired, weary, done with it, but above all he was anxious. Because of his stupid ANBU commander, there was no telling how Naruto would be with him. The Hokage sighed. He had lied, for so long, justifying the secret with increasingly flimsy reasons. He knew the truth would one day be revealed to the boy, but Hiruzen had hoped. Something. Maybe his old masked friend was right. Maybe age had made him cowardly. Hiruzen sighed again. No, not age. Age was an excuse. A part of him had always been like this. He could lead and fight a war, slaughter countless souls. But when it came to people he was attached to, he could not face his mistakes. Tsunade, Orochimaru, his sons, and now Naruto. A growing list of people he had been too afraid to face, for various reasons. He just hoped Naruto was only angry with him. He could not take it if the boy decided to hate him. Hiruzen leveled a glare at the dragon-masked shadow standing in the corner of his office. All because some rowdy subordinate had seen fit to talk. Despite the mask, the Hokage could feel the commander was answering with a glare of his own. The 2 old men locked eyes for a minute in a staring contest, heavily in favor of the cloaked man, as glaring at a blank mask was incredibly jarring. The Hokage averted his gaze first and sighed. I would like to apologize for earlier. The old man breathed out like someone had ripped a tooth out of his mouth. I was tired, worried, and not thinking clearly, completed the masked commander. There is not much to forgive. I will not retract my words, though, if that is what you are counting on. The boy will hate me now. Hiruzen almost whined. If that is the extent of your trust in him, then he would be right to do so. Dragon answered in a scathing monotone. The Hokage winced and palmed his face. You are right, of course. Silence fell on the 2 ninja. Dragon was perfectly still, while the Hokage was fidgeting with increasing intensity. What will you tell him? The ANBU asked suddenly, stopping Hiruzen's flailing. What? The boy will need answers, Hiruzen, chided the ANBU in a vaguely impatient tone. The only questions are, what answers, and who will give them? His father's name is a secret that is non-negotiable. I know the logic behind that, and it is erroneous by now. It will do much more harm when the truth eventually comes out. I said non-negotiable. The Hokage boomed, his fist impacting his desk, killing intent flaring. Are your eyes still seeing straight, Hiruzen? Roared the ANBU in response, his own intent crashing against the Hokage's. You're pushing the dirt under the carpet, hoping it won't explode in your face. In all of our face. He will hate me. Do you think so little of him? And are you willing to risk his loyalty for personal feelings? The Hokage deflated. Did I not sacrifice enough? He pleaded. And maybe Naruto didn't. Maybe I didn't. If the hat hangs too heavy, you know what to do, Hiruzen. If you won't face the responsibilities of being Hokage, then stop. The Hokage chuckled humorlessly. And who will replace me, Tsunade, the wrecked drunk? Jiraiya, the man-child? Kakashi, lost in his grief? Tell me, Dragon, who is strong enough to wear this hat? Hiruzen spat. The ANBU sighed. He refrained himself from telling the Hokage how 2 of the 3 problems were products of his continued refusal to face them and straighten them, and sighed again. If the mask wasn't in the way, the shadow would have rubbed their eyelids. The figure closed their eyes and blinked when an idea hit. "Groom him," said the ANBU slowly. Hiruzen focused his eyes on the mask. "I'm sorry. Groom Naruto." The Hokage's left eyebrow rose, but it was the extent of his surprise. "I thought you wanted him." "Shadow clones," answered the commander, as if it was the answer for everything. Silence fell on the office again as Hiruzen contemplated the idea. Shadow clones did seem like they were the answer. Maybe not to everything, but certainly to this. The old Kage sighed and slumped. It did not solve his more immediate problem. I can't tell him. If he comes to hate me, fire, I couldn't take it." The Hokage whispered, miserable. The ANBU stood silent for a minute. "Have you forgotten Tobirama-sensei lessons, Hiruzen?" The operator asked gently. "Is your flame of your will extinguished? Lost? We are shinobi, Hiruzen, we endure." "But Naruto is a shinobi too now. Who are you to say he cannot endure with you?" The ANBU interrupted. "Tobirama-sensei trusted us with the future, Hiruzen. It's time we do the same with the young generation." The old Kage's shoulders sagged and a long sigh escaped him just as a weight seemed to be lifted from him. "Are you sure you do not want the hat?" the Hokage asked, half-jokingly. "We both know why it is impossible, old friend." The Hokage nodded. "Indeed we do." Silence fell again, comfortable this time. "So what will you tell him?" the ANBU asked, his monotone back. The Hokage rubbed his eyes. "About his mother, everything I can. I do not know how he will take to the news of his father. As well as we could reasonably hope he does." "Meaning bad?" "Yes, probably. But it's only fair." A knock on the door interrupted the two. Hiruzen sighed but nodded minutely, and another ANBU appeared from the shadow to open the armored panel of fake wood. The Hokage's secretary, a petite brunette woman, was standing in the frame. "You summoned Naruto Uzumaki, Hokage-sama?" "Indeed, Miki, thank you." The woman nodded once and allowed a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, whiskered boy to enter the office. The armored door was closed immediately. "You asked for me, Hokage-sama," Naruto said in his best monotone. Hiruzen felt his heart tighten at the address. Yesterday, the boy would have gone with a sonorous, "What's up, Gigi?" and Hiruzen would have smiled at the blonde's brightness. Today, the usual sunny disposition of the boy was subdued, hidden by a veil of clouds. A veil of deceit. "Much like I veiled the truths of his life," thought Hiruzen sadly. "Yes, Naruto, I did," answered the Kage eventually. "You are here to discuss your ninja career. Sit down, please." Naruto nodded and took the offered seat and had to rein in a jump when an ANBU, the same dragon-masked one as yesterday, as far as he could tell, spoke. "Hello, Uzumaki-san." The risk of cardiac arrest averted, and after some choice curse words about sneaky cloaked freaks muttered under his breath, Naruto chose to answer. "Hello, Yimbiyu-sama." "Dragon, Uzumaki-san." Naruto nodded. "Hi, Dragon-sama." "Dragon here is a proposal for you, Naruto. I want to be clear that you are in no way forced to accept." "Am I clear?" asked Hiruzen. It was the deal the Hokage and Dragon had agreed on, which pretty much amounted to following the normal rule of ANBU. Potential recruits were scouted by the Corps, but only those who volunteered could be considered for enrollment. Naruto nodded. "Clear, Hokage-sama." The boy eyed the ANBU with undisguised curiosity. He had no idea why he was here, but if the ANBU commander themselves was here, it promised to be interesting. Naruto Uzumaki, born October 10th, year 1253 of Fire Country calendar. Made genin yesterday by field promotion. Failed the classic graduation process 3 times. The masked shadow enumerated. Naruto felt his hopes take a dive at the last part and lowered his head in shame. It wasn't his fault the damned clone jutsu was impossible for him. Frequently pranked the villagers with harmless stunts and outrun the ensuing chase party of Chunin easily, often leading them into traps of his own making. The boy had honestly no idea if he was supposed to be proud or ashamed, so settled for rubbing the back of his head. Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. Investigations reveal that despite this situation being known by most of the teaching body, it was not properly addressed. The massive chakra reserves and abysmal control resulting from being a Jinchuriki were never worked on by any teachers. As such, and very obviously, the ninjutsu part of Uzumaki's exam was failed. Naruto perked up at that. So being a Jinchuriki gave him big chakra reserve and shot his control. And the teachers knew and did nothing? Did Iruka also know? The boy felt indignant, but decided to listen further. Individual is brash and lacks discipline. He also displays a lack of focus during certain activities, frequently acts up during his classes, and dress in orange, which, for a ninja in training, is beyond weird. The last two behavior can be attributed to Uzumaki's craving for attention. Naruto felt heat coloring his cheeks. His hand fell lamely on his thigh, and the boy looked down. The assessment was truthful, but it was not agreeable to hear. Yeah, all subjects did not hold his attention equally. It was so for everyone. Yes, he knew he was supposed to have the attention span of a toddler. Mean teachers had repeated that to him numerous times. Yes, being a clown was not glorious, but at least his classmates laughed, even if it was at him. Yes, it was tiring to be ignored and disregarded, and orange was a color no one could unsee. Naruto scowled to avoid crying. These are the general observations of one of my agent, who was tasked with observing you for 2 years. How do you feel about this report, Uzumaki-san? Dragon asked, surprisingly gentle. Naruto looked up at the mask and gulped. Averting his eyes from the blank armor of porcelain, the boy bit through his own constricted throat. It's true, Naruto said feebly. If I told you, you could benefit from the attention of several unbiased instructors, ready to help you learn and punch discipline into you. Would you be interested? The blonde's eyes shot up and anchored themselves on the blank mask, trying intently to see through the porcelain. If I told you I could find you a team who would trust you with their life, would you be interested? Naruto's jaw went slack and hope shone in his blue eyes. If I told you, you could be away from the villagers, hidden from their view, would you be interested? The boy started to nod enthusiastically before disbelief slowly etched its way in his blue orbs. After a second, they went down. Yeah, but I doubt any of that is possible. A fair sentiment. That is why I would like to offer you a trial run. A trial run? A trial run in ANBU. Naruto's brain had to restart after a total freeze. A trial run in ANBU. The man had just offered Naruto to join ANBU, the best of the best, the elite among the elite, those tasked with missions no one knew about. The Leaf's shadows, the silent Kanai, the answer to Konoha's enemies. The men and women with cool masks and the shadowy cloak. The blonde boy had to rein in the urge to bounce around the office. Dragon had just told him he lacked discipline, and Naruto had a hunch his exuberance would be seen as such. The boy breathed deeply to calm himself and directed his haywire thoughts at the offer. Dedicated teachers, a group to belong to, and hidden from the village. The boy realized it was pretty much what he dreamed of. It was too good to be true, actually, and his enthusiasm nosedived. It was so good it couldn't possibly be true. Something would not work out. Something was lying in wait to screw him. What? Naruto eventually asked, at a loss of what to think. The ANBU shifted. Just yesterday, began the operator in a neutral voice. You infiltrated the Hokage tower without using chakra, in a way no one even thought about, demonstrated creative abilities in Fuinjutsu, stole the forbidden scroll from the vault by picking one of the most secure lock in Konoha, escaped pursuit by remotely detonating firework to throw off your pursuers, learned a high-level jutsu in an hour or so. And it is only thanks to the traitor we knew of your identity. The ANBU took a deep gulp of air, his breathing short from the enumeration. And you ask why? Uzumaki-san, despite what some might say, that's what I call talent, and it has the excellent taste to be backed up by hard work. Naruto blushed at what he was quite certain was praise. Presented like that, his little escapade last night did sound pretty awesome. The blonde scratched the back of his scalp. You mean it? The blonde smiled, illuminating the room. I knew I was awesome. Yes, you are so awesome you were manipulated by a traitor to steal one of Konoha's most dangerous asset, and you did not even stop to think about it. The commander deadpanned. Naruto deflated. Presented like that, his little escapade last night did sound pretty stupid and terrible. The boy fidgeted awkwardly. First lesson, Uzumaki-san, whether you accept or not. A ninja must be humble. The blonde nodded. Hi, Dragon-sama. He answered in a subdued voice. Good. Now, Uzumaki-san, what will you decide? Naruto looked down at his feet, his hands resting on his lap. He wasn't sure. Confusing and contradictory trains of thoughts were whirling around in his mind. What about being Hokage? Could an ANBU don the hat? And if he went into the shadows, how would the villagers ever come to see him? The blonde shook his head and hardened his features. No, he had already decided the reasons for his dream were meaningless. And behind a mask and a cloak, he would get the respect he wanted. It would not be for him per se, but for the function he would represent. He knew that. But maybe that was the lot of all ninja. Celebrity, of any kind, was not shinobi business after all, and it was incidental if it happened. And he was a ninja now. He had also decided to become a fine one, the finest shinobi he possibly could be. If celebrity and fame ever found him, then perfect, and maybe then the villagers would change, but chasing after it made little sense. ANBU seemed like a good place. Invested instructors rather than neglectful teachers, comrades rather than strangers, acceptance rather than scorn. But what about Sakura-chan? One insidious, traitorous part of his brain whispered. What about showing up to the team? It continued. What about showing them all how awesome you truly are? ANBU are the shadows, and you won't get to do that if you join. Naruto, who had been frozen silent for 2 minutes, now flailed suddenly, startling the two older ninjas slightly, and palmed his face with both his hand before dragging them down. Cheeks and lower eyelids stretched downward. Naruto sighed. Why was it so complicated to make such a simple decision? The question was simple, yes or no. At a loss, the blonde decided to use an old trick of his he used for complex fuinjutsu problems. Reformulate the question to baser, simpler elements. Did he want to have a mask, wear a coat, and be an all-around awesome ninja? Hell yes. Naruto nodded. Good. Was anything else of consequence? Absolutely not. The blonde smiled. His resolve finally made. Naruto looked back up at the Hokage first, then at Dragon second. I accept, said the boy, his voice firm and his gaze set. Hiruzen sighed imperceptibly at his surrogate grandson's decision. Whatever happened next was outside of his control. Naruto would either make the cut or break. The Hokage had nary a doubt the blonde would make it, but worrying about the younglings is the prerogative of the elders. Dragon was content to simply nod once to signify he had heard the boy and cleared his voice. Remove your headband, Uzumaki-san. Blue eyes wavered with confusion. What? Simply remove your headband, Naruto. The old Kage said. Naruto mutely obeyed. Good. Naruto, Uzumaki, began Dragon solemnly. This is your very last opportunity to refuse this headband and the service as a shinobi of the leaf and walk away. Do you wish to do so? That was an easy answer to give. No, Dragon-sama. Naruto Uzumaki, do you swear to give your sweat, your blood, and your life if necessary to defend Konoha and its interests? Dragon began, his distorted baritone suddenly rolling in thunderous, powerful waves, rooting the boy in his chair. Do you swear to honor the will of fire, live by its precepts, and die in its defense? Do you swear to show bravery in adversity, resolve in duty, steadfastness in death? The Hokage continued. His voice was calmer but distinctly clear for Naruto to hear, and just as powerful. Do you swear allegiance to the Hokage, obedience to your officer, but above all, do you swear loyalty towards your comrades? Dragon thundered behind his mask, staring the blonde boy down. Naruto hesitated the fraction of a second before he jumped out of his chair, his blood boiling. I swear it, Tabeo. A second later, the blonde sputtered, his face donning a crimson shade, as he realized his verbal tic had kicked in with a vengeance. The Hokage chuckled, and even Dragon snorted. Maybe. With mirth in his voice, the ANBU commander spoke again. Then fasten your hitayite, Naruto Uzumaki, and may it be a reminder of your oath to Konoha. Naruto nodded furiously before he donned the headband, his hands fumbling a bit from the adrenaline. Once it was secure around his forehead, the blonde looked up. I'm a ninja now, Naruto said with a smile, his voice filled with peaceful, assured confidence. It was not boastful promise, nor was it a questioning statement. After the oath he had just taken, there was no doubt Naruto was a shinobi. Indeed, confirmed Dragon. Silence fell for a few seconds in the office before the man fished a piece of paper from the depth of his cloak. Now, if you're still interested about ANBU, sign that please. The commander deadpanned. A sweat drop formed on Naruto's brow. Paperwork and waivers, he had called it. The waiver had promptly disappeared after Naruto had signed it. It was basically a contract stipulating that for the next 7 years, the blonde was to serve and only death or crippling injury would free him. Renewable. It also classified his enrollment as an A-rank secret, one even Naruto himself could not divulge without his officer's authorization. Dragon had informed him they would masquerade his absence from the regular rooster by assigning him a fake desk job. More importantly, being an ANBU meant 2 things. First, his salary was more money in a month than he had ever received. Second, he had official authority over any genin. Dragon was quick to kill his joy with the threat of very severe punishment were he to abuse his rank. Suddenly, the Hokage waved and Naruto saw 4 shadows materialize in a queue. The first opening the door, the 4 ANBU spilling outside the office and the door closing. The blonde turned toward the Hokage as the old man coughed in his hand. Yesterday, Dragon revealed a piece of sensitive information. Naruto stiffened and nodded. The boy knew the old man was talking about his mother. Choosing to stay silent, Naruto simply waited. He was tired of asking only to receive no answer. If the Hokage had to tell him something, he would tell him. The boy leveled a stare at the old man he called Grandpa and frowned. Hiruzen fidgeted. He had hoped to never see this gaze again, as horrible as it sounded. But of course, Naruto had inherited from his father much more than his look. The Hokage internally shuddered as 2 piercing, all-seeing blue eyes looked at his soul, ready to spot the lies and the deceit. It was the same look Hiruzen's successor, and unfortunately, predecessor, had when he was ready to call pretty much anyone on their bullshit. Taking a deep breath, the Kage steeled himself. Your mother, Hiruzen began, failing to find the words. Your mother was an amazing woman. The Hokage exhaled his relief when a small smile blossomed on Naruto's tightly locked lips. She was a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, now extinct. She came here to be the 2nd Jinchuriki of the QB. Second? I'm the 3rd. Naruto interrupted in surprise. Hiruzen nodded. Yes, it's quite a long story. I personally have the time, Hokage-sama, answered Naruto dryly. No way the old man was going to weasel his way out of this. The Hokage sighed. Very well. When Madara Uchiha turned against the leaf, he found a way to control the QB. Shodame faced the traitor and his beast, and contained both thanks to his Mokutan. But the Bijou was unstoppable ultimately, and Mito Uzumaki sealed the rampaging fox inside her. Hiruzen stopped as he saw Naruto silently mouth Mito Uzumaki, as if tasting the flavor of the name of a member of his clan, a long-deceased member of his ruined clan. When Mito-sama's old age caught up to her, she requested a girl be sent to her to host the beast that her death would free. It was your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The smile on Naruto's face disappeared and was replaced by a worried scowl. Her status of Jinchuriki was a secret, and she had a perfectly normal life if not for a few bullies who quickly learned their place, continued the Kage, a faraway look in his eyes and a small smile tugging at his lips. Your mother was quite a hot-blooded girl. You have her temper and her wits, Naruto. The smile returned to the power of 10, lightening the office like a 1,000-watt light bulb. Yes, she was quite spirited dash. What did she look like, Gigi? Naruto asked excitedly, his mind too absorbed by the fact he had a mother to fuel the anger and the possible distrust he was supposed to feel at the Hokage. Hiruzen allowed himself a relieved smile. Maybe Dragon was right, after all. He needed to trust Naruto. She had red hair, a sign of the Uzumaki clan, and her eyes were a very peculiar mix of blue and purple. She really was a beautiful woman and a deadly kunoichi. She gained a fearsome reputation by fighting against Kumo, who named her Habanero. Somehow, the smile Naruto sported grew larger and wider, splitting his face in half and shutting his eyes. The boy basked in the knowledge had not only a mother, but an awesome mother. A thought erased the smile, and the light it brought dimmed. Did? Did she love me? The boy asked shyly, his conclusion from the previous discussion still at the forefront of his mind. And when the Hokage spoke, Naruto knew, at this instant, that his grandfather wasn't lying. "Oh, Naruto, she adored you. You weren't even there, and you were already her world," whispered Hiruzen. Tears purled at the edge of Naruto's eyes, and the boy blinked to chase them, but they kept coming. The blonde cared mildly. His mind was too preoccupied with the feeling that was tearing and rending his heart in two. It hurt as nothing had ever hurt him, and yet there was a pleasant warmth to it. His breath turned ragged, and his throat refused to allow air to pass. His mother loved him. Cries of anguish, fear, but above all relief, escaped the blonde like water a broken dam. He had so feared she hated him. His mother loved him. Sobs racked his body as he relived the nightmares of a faceless woman leaving him to the wolves. His mother. He had entertained the thought that he had been born from nothing, the spawn of a demon, the just victim of the village's hate. He had not noticed but when his last tears were spilled, Naruto found himself in the arms of the Hokage. The old man had engulfed him in a hug like he had done so many times so long ago when Naruto had been smaller and younger and crying for the exact same reasons. "Why didn't you tell me?" whispered the boy, too exhausted to muster any anger. The robes of his grandfather were warm and comfortable, and Naruto decided he deserved the hug more than the Hokage deserved his anger. The boy felt the old man wince at his question. "I never asked much, Gigi, so why didn't you tell me?" Naruto insisted, disentangling himself from the long sleeves and wiping his nose and watery eyes on his own jumpsuit. Hiruzen sighed. He knew his excuse was flimsy at best, but he had only that. "Your mother made a lot of enemies. The QB rampage on the day of your birth was not an accident, Naruto, it was an attack." The Hokage rubbed his eyes before raising his hand, silencing Naruto's question. "We don't know who or what, but the reality is that Konoha was in shambles. Our forces had taken the biggest hit since the war, and I did not trust my own ANBU to keep anything secret." Naruto's eyes widened, and the flames of his anger were rekindled. "So outing me as the Jinchuriki was fine, but telling me about my mother was not," exclaimed the blonde in disbelief and mounting fury. Someone had attacked his mother, rather obviously to free the beast, and they had done that despite her status being a secret, but outing him was okay. "Makes perfect sense," thought Naruto angrily. I had to be sure you'd keep it a secret. You were too young, and then you became a blabbermouth," defended Hiruzen feebly. The blonde stared at the old man in mute anger. His mouth opened and closed, several times, as if words could not express what he truly wanted to say. Naruto's arms flailed randomly for a second. He was at a loss. Do I look that retarded to you?" Naruto asked eventually, his head the picture perfect of incredulity. "And no, of course in dash." "Then why didn't you tell me?" roared the blonde. "Your mother had enemies. Keep it a secret, cause it's dangerous. Got it?" Naruto parroted in an admittedly good imitation of the Hokage, if it weren't for the barely contained anger in his tone. Was that too complicated, Tabeo? Hiruzen could only hang his head in shame. Naruto was definitely angry at him, and he was rightfully so. The Hokage could order the blonde, now one of his ninja, to shut up. He could say he did not have to justify his decisions. He could throw a tantrum unbefitting of his age. But all that would finish to alienate the boy, and for reasons both personal and political, he could absolutely not afford that. Dragon was right. Hiruzen had to face his mistakes and assume them, as disagreeable as it was. The Hokage looked up to see Naruto in a posture eerily reminiscent of his mother. His arms were crossed on his chest, and his weight was on his left foot, while the right one was impatiently tapping the floor. But it was the piercing blue eyes that made Hiruzen felt like a child who was being scolded. "So?" Hiruzen sagged in his chair. "I have no excuse." "URG, of course you don't, Tabeo," Naruto said, throwing his hands in the air and pacing around his chair, intent on digging a trench on the wooden floor. "I am sorry," muttered the Kage. "So very sorry. I don't know how to apologize, but if there is a way, I'd like to." Naruto stopped pacing, stared hard at the defeated old man sitting in a heap in his chair, threw his arms in the air again, and exclaimed, "URG, of course you are," before resuming his pacing. The blonde kept at it for 5 full minutes, arms flailing wildly and randomly and muttering what was probably curse words under his breath. Hiruzen could swear smoke was coming out of the boy's ears. 1 or 2 times, the boy allowed himself to furiously kick the bookshelf, hard enough to make it tremble. When angry, magmatic chakra started to roll off the boy in waves in a dark, stormy aura. Hiruzen started to sweat, wondering if was going to have to put the boy under. Abruptly, Naruto stopped and faced the older man. "How do I even know what you said is the truth?" The blonde asked with disdain in his voice. "You lied to me for 12 years. What's stopping you now?" Hiruzen thought his last hour had come when his heart stopped at the accusation. It was Dragon who came to his rescue. "I can attest on my honor, Uzumaki-san, that Hiruzen told you the truth," offered the ANBU. Naruto whirled around. "On your honor as a trained spy, thief, and assassin?" the boy asked, one eyebrow raised. "Fair point, but you're a shinobi now, and I believe you've heard of honor among thieves?" The boy glared at the impassive mask of the ANBU for a minute, doing his best to make the man sweat. "I'm quite sure we'll find a picture," Dragon added eventually. Naruto thought. Lying now would be probably too much trouble for the 2 old men. And if they were lying, it was an incredibly complex lie that would soon crumble under its own weight. "TCH, fine," spat the whiskered blonde before he resumed his digging work. Again, the stormy aura spilled forth, and for 5 more minutes, Naruto paced and paced, muttering under his breath. Suddenly, the boy stopped, whirled around, and pointed an accusing finger at the Hokage, the maelstrom-like intent all but a fleeting memory. "I'm angry, Gigi. You're the Hokage, and I can't have a beef with the Hokage, but I want you to know I'm mad at my grandpa," the blonde exclaimed, waving his finger like he was conducting some invisible orchestra. Naruto then sighed and plopped back down on his chair and scowled at his commander-in-chief and surrogate grandfather. "You owe me so much ramen." Hiruzen had to stifle a laugh and thanked fire the boy took his ability to hold a grudge from his mother. Intense, scathing, damage-inducing, but short, and always ready to forgive, given enough time and ramen. The world did not deserve the Uzumaki. Now all that was required of him was to find a small fortune paying for noodles. "And a jutsu," added Naruto, tearing the Hokage from his thoughts. "Lots and lots of ramens, and a jutsu." The blonde closed his eyes and breathed deeply before exhaling the longest sigh of his life. "I'm tired and I don't really want to get mad again," began the blonde carefully. "Will I be mad if I ask about my dad?" Hiruzen started, considered lying, made and discarded plans, threw a discreet glance at Dragon, who simply shrugged, bastard, and sighed. "You'll be terribly mad," the Hokage simply said, internally cringing. He simply hoped ramen and a jutsu would be enough to appease his anger for this. Naruto yet again threw his arms in the air in exasperation. "URG, of course I'll be." The blonde stood and shook his head. "Well, not today then. I need to blow steam off first. I'll go destroy a punching post, Gigi, and you'll pay for it. Training ground 3. The blonde whirled again, this time facing the door, and marched forth, intent on making good on his promise, before a hand fell on his shoulder. The boy looked at Dragon. "When you are done blowing off steam, gather your belongings and be ready to move out. Tomorrow morning you get a new flat and you begin a new life." The reality of his enrollment in ANBU came crashing down on Naruto, momentarily stifling the flames of his anger. The boy nodded once, and Dragon released the vice-like grip on Naruto's shoulder. The blonde lost no time and stormed out of the office. Dragon looked at the small room. The boy had apparently not noticed, but he had leaked chakra. Lots and lots of chakra. His short, spiky locks had gathered to form 2 large appendages reminiscent of a rabbit's ears, much like the ears of the Kyuubi. But it had not stopped with just that. The tempest of chakra had wreaked actual havoc in the office. Books were strewn haphazardly on the floor, the floorboards where the boy had walked were scorched, and the chair he kept sitting on was ready to be dumped. Hiruzen sighed. "We flirted with catastrophe here." Dragon shrugged. "You did." The ANBU coughed and covered the curse his oldest friend fired at him. "So, Was that so difficult? The Hokage massaged his eyes. Less than I feared, more than I wanted. We rarely get what we want, Hiruzen. Only dash. What we deserve. I know, Dragon, I know. I just wish I had never sown that kind of seed in the first place. We all do at least once, Hiruzen, whether by design or not. Naruto had run quickly to his destination and was now facing a wooden post. First, his grandfather had lied to him about not knowing who his parents were. Then, he had a very feeble explanation for hiding the truth for the first few years of Naruto's life. And then he had simply no excuse for the past few years. Or rather, he had a very hurtful excuse that amounted to, I did not trust you. I thought you were too stupid to be trusted with a secret. The boy punched the wooden post with a vengeance, and bark flew everywhere. His skin split open and bled, but it was of no consequence for the blonde boy. He healed far too fast for it to be a problem after all. Naruto was not angry because of that. No, or at least only partially. Naruto was angry because when his grandfather had admitted to not actually having any valid explanation to support the need for the lie, had admitted he simply did not want to face the lie he had created. And that was not acceptable. Naruto had been told to ignore the scorn, to smile at the anger, to laugh at the fear, to make do with the neglect, to endure the hate. Naruto had done all that, and then some, but when it had been the Hokage's turn to face his lie, Naruto's grandfather had turned tail and fled. The courage Hiruzen expected from Naruto, he did not even possess it himself. The boy kicked at the training post, sidestepped, threw a punch, withdrew only to step in again with an elbow strike. Pieces of bark and blood were flying everywhere, but Naruto did not care. The pain was keeping part of his mind busy and allowed the blonde to work through his anger. Naruto was angry, but above all, he was disappointed. Was that all the Hokage, the guardian of the leaf, amounted to? An old man who would sooner dig deeper and plant his head in the ground than admit to his mistakes and face the anger of a scorned 12 years old? The boy sighed and halted his self-destructing venting. The training post showed deep, barkless, fist impacts. The blonde's hands were bleeding despite the calluses. Was it worth it to stay angry? What for? Being angry was unpleasant, exhausting, and accomplished nothing ultimately. Being angry at something was akin to dwelling on it. Naruto shook his head. Naruto Uzumaki did not dwell on things. It was not his way. But doubt would stay at the forefront of his mind. He had no idea of the extent of the web of lies the Hokage had weaved around him. So Naruto would not trust so blindly again. And it would go for anyone. At least there was a lesson in all this debacle. A man could be old, wise, and a war veteran. At the end of the day, he was still a man. They weren't more trustworthy, they weren't above making mistakes, and they weren't necessarily brave. When Naruto left the training ground and went back to his rundown flat, his knuckles long healed, 2 cardboard boxes were waiting for him outside his door. One was labeled Keep and had a folded piece of paper inside. The other was marked Throw. Obviously, for his relocation, Naruto deduced quickly. The blonde took the piece of paper and read the message. Keep only what you absolutely want to keep. Discard the rest, especially whatever is orange. Dragon. Naruto sighed. It was not like orange was his favorite color or anything, and he did not pride himself as a fashion connoisseur, but people dissing the orange so gratuitously was unacceptable. Maybe he still had some of this superb orange dye with glitter. The blonde smirked. That would do perfectly, and Dragon would come to love orange. Or learn to live with it at least. His smirk turned to a mischievous grin and Naruto rubbed his hands. He had a plan forming already. ANBU or not, he was going to have his fun. Satisfied with his decision, the blonde turned to unlock his door to find it open. Immediately, his brow rose along with his guard. A very untalented thief was out. Naruto had nothing worth stealing. An unannounced visitor would have waited outside for him. The blonde entered his hallway carefully, all senses in high alert, until he heard a slurping sound he was awfully familiar with. The boy sprinted toward his small kitchen living room. Hey, whoever you are, you don't touch my ramens. Seated around his table were 3 Naruto replicas slurping on Naruto's emergency cup ramens. Low boss, one exclaimed in between 2 mouthfuls. What do you 3 think you're doing? Roared Naruto in response. The three startled shadow clones all turned to the original. Eating ramens. Naruto facepalmed. You're clones. You don't need to eat. How'd you know that? And ramen is good, retorted one clone, and his tone brooked no argument. Yeah, boss. And look how long we lasted. We're due some ramens. Naruto sputtered and flailed his arms around before he sighed. What did one answer to that? The original blonde was rubbing the back of his head when one fact hit him. How are you even inside? Well, we have the keys, of course, answered one clone in a deadpan tone. Naruto frowned. Boy, I'm not kidding. If you broke the lock dash. Nah, boss, we have the keys, insisted one, fishing for something inside his pocket and dangling in front of him what was indeed keys. We're copies, remember? Yeah, you're copies of me. Wait a second, exclaimed the original boy, his eyes wide in amazement. Naruto darted to the practice target hanging on his wall and wrenched a kunai out. Taking the knife in a reverse grip, the boy crossed his fingers and molded some chakra. Shadow clone jutsu. In a now familiar poof of smoke, a fifth Naruto holding a kunai in the same position as the original appeared. Wide-eyed, the boy took the kunai from his clone's hand, letting the reel fall to the floor, and nicked the tip of his index finger with the knife replica. Holy flame! Naruto turned to his three ramen-eating replicas. This jutsu is amazing, Tabeo. The blonde whispered excitedly. The three clones respectively nodded, shrugged, and slurped noodles. Suddenly, Naruto flipped the cloned kunai and hurled it toward his target. The knife bit in the wooden plank like any normal knife before poofing out in smoke, leaving a very real cut behind. Jaw slack, he turned again towards his clones. So, I don't copy only myself, but what I carry. The four clones made a show of thinking for a few seconds. Well, isn't that obvious, boss? I mean, we appear with clothes, supplied the most recently created clone. Yeah, well, that's because I pictured you all wearing some. I didn't want to beat Mizuki team naked, retorted the original. All four clones rubbed the back of their head, chuckling in an eerie chorus. That would have been very, very embarrassing. The original blonde watched as his forehead chuckled in a synchronized manner. If it had been anyone else but him, he would have definitely been weirded out. Naruto shook his head. He had to test the limit of the copy. He had to test the ability to copy itself. In fact, what if he could duplicate only a kunai, for example? That'd be priceless on a mission if supplies were to run low. Or just simply to make sure supplies would never ever run low in the first place. The boy nodded. He needed to reopen his manual on jutsu theory, the only theory book he would ever willingly open, with the one on sealing, and find some more advanced material. The Academy handbook was desperately thin. That would be the then, it was time for the now. Naruto ignored the fact his fourth clone was fixing himself a cup of instant ramen, the bastard, and turned to the three he had sent on a mission. The Hokage had revealed some stuff, but the boy was ready to bet there was more. So what did you find? About Mom. The clones looked at each other, and eventually one rose from his chair. You sent me to the archives, said the clone before falling silent. Naruto waited, but the clone was not speaking. And nothing, boss. Nothing in what's accessible to a genin anyway. And before you ask, there are no other Uzumaki files in the public archives. The blonde muffled a curse and sighed. The old man had told him his mother had many enemies and had been a Jinchuriki before him, but what could necessitate burying her identification file? People in Konoha, civilians and ninjas alike, were registered and had a file recording various information deemed important. Their birth, or the date of their move-in, their graduation from the academy if it happened, their wedding and their death were among the things that were noted. One could access the files, provided they had a valid reason. Looking for a family member was an acceptable request. But some files were considered too important to be publicly accessible and required signed permission from the Hokage Tower after a case study. The blonde facepalmed. He hadn't thought his mother was that much of a secret. Sliding his hand down his face, Naruto rested, cupped his chin, and thought. The boy jerked his head up suddenly. You didn't think about looking for our own file, did you? With a bit of luck, if Naruto had reached this conclusion, his clone had done the same. To his dismay, the clone shook his head. He hadn't. I did, but there is nothing either. He had. Naruto sighed as his dismay increased just as the reason for it changed. He couldn't even access his own file, which, as far as he knew, was illegal. Fire Country had laws. Tabeo. Except if his file was deemed an S-ranked secret. A state secret, one confirmed by the daimyo himself. The kind of secret only the Hokage or the daimyo could give access to. Naruto groaned. His life was a pile of secrets, and until yesterday, he hadn't been aware of it. Or his file and his mother's were lost during the Kyuubi attack, but Naruto doubted that, for some reason. His mother's, that would have been believable, but his? Simply impossible, as the file, if it existed, would have been created simply after the attack. And it would have been too easy, and his life apparently didn't do easy. The boy wondered for a second if Dragon was in trouble for revealing the name of his mother. Considering the ANBU was still alive today, he was probably fine. Naruto was grateful for the tidbit of knowledge and did not want the guy, whoever was under the mask, to be punished for it. Maybe Naruto would not dye Dragon's stuff in glittering orange, after all. The boy focused on his two other clones. And the library? One of the clones shrugged. Not much on the Uzumaki clan. For all intent and purpose, it doesn't exist anymore. They ruled over a place called Yuzushiogakure, a small village, no idea where it is. They were known for their red hair and their fuinjutsu. The crest on Konoha's flak jackets is theirs. Red hair, muttered Naruto. It matches with what the old man told me. The boy rubbed his eyelids when another thought hit him. Why don't we have red hair? The boy asked his clones. Had the old man lied to him again? 'Cause our dad was blonde and we got it from him? The boy mulled over his clone's answer. Possible. Ugh, so much secrecy. I don't even know if they are worth uncovering, sighed the blonde, mildly annoyed. Was it worth it? Good question after all. His parents were dead if the old Kage were to be believed. His mother almost certainly was, at least. So what good did knowing about them do? The boy had no idea if he had any kind of legacy to uphold. Probably, given the number of secrets, it was buried under, but was it a legacy he would want to uphold anyway? Being Kumo's boogeyman did sound cool, but Naruto wasn't sure it was supposed to be a goal in life. As I sighed thought, Naruto wondered for a second if his mom had left him some money behind, but dismissed it. If the Hokage had taken 12 years to begrudgingly given him her name, it would take another 12 years before Naruto would see the money, if there was any. So what good did knowing do? Not much. And there were many things the boy wasn't sure he wanted to know. Not knowing was hurtful, but knowing for sure would not necessarily help. Not if the truth was horrible. After all, Naruto still had no idea if his parents had sacrificed him willingly or not to be a Jinchuriki. His grandfather's outcry at the idea that the fourth had killed them kind of disproved the theory, but the other was possible. His mother supposedly loved him. Was he the Jinchuriki only because he was the son of one? Maybe the clan heirs were not a viable alternative? What did holding a bijou even mean and entail anyway? Naruto sighed. Was there a choice to begin with? And why, by the flame, had his status been revealed? If the Kyuubi rampage was a premeditated attack, why was the Hokage thinking about when he revealed Naruto was a Jinchuriki? That was just asking for someone else to attack again, in a time of grief and uncertainty at that. Naruto's eyes widened. Was he a bait? Did he even contain the beast? Or he did, and his parents simply had been people whose faith in the village had been complete and blind. Much like the fourth's and his grandfather's had been before the villagers revealed they were assholes, treating one innocent little child who bore a demon inside him like the plague, even if said child had no say in the matter. Naruto grabbed the original kunai he had let fall on his floor and hurled it at his target practice. The knife split the wood and buried itself in the wall behind. The blonde was breathing raggedly. He did not want to be angry, but it did not mean he was not. To think he had longed for their acknowledgement. To think he still longed for it, in some way or another. The blonde sat back down on his sofa and exhaled before he breathed in deeply, holding the air inside his lungs, puffing his cheeks. Losing himself in conjectures was useless and didn't help, especially considering the current state of his temper. But what if? Arg. Curiosity is definitely the worst of humanity's flaw, screamed the blonde suddenly, startling the youngest clone. The three oldest only nodded, apparently not surprised, features set in a picture of seriousness. Yup, we came to the same conclusion, offered one. Yeah, yeah. Finish your ramen and dispel, Naruto answered, waving his hand at them. And me, asked the youngest, in between noodles. Especially you. The four clones nodded in unison, and they hurriedly finished their ramens before dispelling. Naruto felt his left eye twitch, and a weird pain throbbed behind his skull for a second. The blonde took a moment to consider the sudden headache. He had noticed the same thing happening after dispelling the little army of clones he had created to tenderize Mizuki. The pain had been head-splitting then and lasted for maybe a minute or two. He wasn't sure. He had ignored it because he was more worried about Irika's wounds. Just now, the pain had been mild and it had already disappeared. Dispelling shadow clones somehow caused a headache, with intensity and duration related to the number of clones. Naruto nodded and took a mental note of it. He had to test it, or ask about it even. With a bit of chance, he wasn't the only one who knew the jutsu. Or he was because it was kind of supposed to be a forbidden technique. Naruto frowned. He had to ask his grandfather. He was loath to ask anything from the old man right now, but if someone knew about the shadow clone, it was the professor. He'd still ask his future ANBU colleagues first. Naruto shook his head and rose from his couch, asking himself questions he did not have the answers to in an exercise of pointlessness could wait. Right now, he had 2 boxes to fill. The sorting was quick. Naruto's possessions could be summarized to a pair of green goggles, a toad-shaped purse, his personal notebook about Fuinjutsu, and a collection of orange jumpsuits plus various other shirt and shorts he rarely wore nowadays. Most of the clothes were too small for him anyway. With a heart-wrenching sigh, the blonde dumped his jumpsuits in the biggest box of the 2, the one labeled Throw. The boy cried fake tears for a minute in remembrance of his trusty, comfortable, warm during winter, cool during summer, all-around awesome orange garments. He then proceeded to try and see which shirts and pants were still fitting. ANBU or not, he'd probably need some clothes for civilian life. After maybe 10 minutes, Naruto was done with playing fashionista and was wearing a fresh green, short-sleeved shirt and a pair of cream-colored pants. The blonde observed himself in his bathroom mirror for a few seconds. Maybe the orange jumpsuit did do him a disservice, after all. With some civilian clothes neatly folded and away in the keep box with his goggles, his trusty nightcap, and his Fuinjutsu notebook, the boy that gathered the rest. His soap, towels, pajamas, his academy manuals, with which had no idea what to do, and everything he had accumulated over the years, and it did not account to much, found its way in the throw box. Honestly, if ANBU was providing him with what he needed, there was no reason to keep bargain price stuff. Especially his towels. They were terrible, old, rough, and itchy. He really didn't like them. Naruto sighed at the sight of his empty flat. It was, hopefully at least, his last night he'd ever spent here. New job, new me. The boy chuckled tentatively. It felt dry on his tongue and bitter in his mouth. He had not been happy in this rundown apartment, but it was his apartment still. He had lived here for nearly as long as he cared to remember, because he did not care to remember what came before. Living here was unpleasant, but it was also freedom. A lonely kind of freedom, the kind of freedom which was absolute, without limit, and paid in full. No one to tell him when to go to bed. No one to tell him to do his homework. No one to tell how to eat properly. No one to explain his own body to him. No one to answer his questions. Naruto had to make do, somehow. Hopefully, the next place would have a little less freedom if it meant it was a little less lonely. The boy shook his head and wiped from his eyes the tears he refused to shed. He had no time for such depressing thoughts. Dwelling on them would not do him any good and would not change anything anyway. Naruto balled his fists and stretched his face in a smile. He was joining ANBU. He was going to become an awesome ninja. He was going to be okay. You called for me, Taisho. The individual who had just spoken was cloaked and masked, like all his peer. The mask he was wearing was in the shape of a tiger. The eye holes were underlined in red. It had 2 claw-like whiskers on each side, a crescent around the left eye and a flame under the right one, all in the same red color. Various other markings, of different colors, were also visible. Whoever was hiding behind the mask was a member of the 3rd company, the Bunteichu of an ANBU squad, a ninjutsu and close combat specialist, and a veteran of many campaigns. I did, Tiger, answered Dragon from behind his desk. Sit, the shadow added, designating a chair. Wordlessly, the operative obeyed and settled in front of his commander. Your squad has been lacking a member for a while now, Tiger. The soldier nodded. There was no need for an answer, apart from what politeness dictated, so the ninja went for a terse indeed. I do believe I have a potential recruit for you. The silent operative stood still for a second before he nodded again and inched forward slightly. Normally, recruits were introduced to their potential squad leader by the company's Zentasha. For the commander of all ANBU to introduce the recruit directly was highly unusual. Not unheard of, though. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, said Dragon. You might have heard of him. The commander added with mirth in his voice. Tiger nodded. Everyone and their mother knew Naruto Uzumaki. The ANBUs were never tasked with catching the brat. It did not mean they did not know or hear of his exploits. Some of his traps were actually frequently discussed by the members of the Recluse, as they apparently were downward vicious. Tiger had never interacted with the boy, obviously, and he personally had no opinion on him. You know what he is, of course. The operative nodded once again. Everyone and their aunts, but not their children, knew Naruto Uzumaki was the Jinchuriki, which was strange, as Jinchuriki were supposed to be trump cards and final weapons in wartime. Tiger shrugged internally. It had been revealed long ago, and it was not his place to question the decision of the higher-ups. Tiger and his squad had had their fair share of the keeping individual Uzumaki safe kind of missions. If I may, Commander? Asked the operative in a distorted monotone. Go ahead. What prompted his scouting? The facts: he has quite the potential. He was the one responsible for the break-in and the momentaneous disappearance of the Forbidden Scroll. Tiger rose his brow discreetly, not that anyone would notice given his mask, and kept himself from whistling. The boy was behind the breaking. It was impressive, but not enough. The kid was barely genin. Not to mention, he had kind of stolen the Forbidden Scroll. He is no traitor, I can assure you, Dragon said as if reading the mind of his soldier. In fact, he even helped uncover and apprehend one. All right, for a not even genin, that was definitely interesting. And he learned the shadow clone jutsu in less than an hour. I'm sorry, asked Tiger slowly, his tone measured but with an undercut of skepticism. It seemed his earring was failing him. You heard me well, Tiger. He learned the shadow clones in an hour. He used self-developed Fuin Jutsu-based Jinjutsu to conceal himself during his break-in, got in the most insane way possible without using a shred of his chakra, and helped us catch a traitor. That alone is worthy of interest. But I've had the boy monitored for a while now, and I can vouch for his potential. Dragon explained. The commander joined his fingers in front of him and rested his elbows on his desk. You do not lead 20 Chunin on a 3 hours chase and virtually kill 17 of them by luck alone, Tiger. Virtual kill? That is how we count the victims of those who fall in his traps during his pranks. Considering some Chunin trigger multiple traps, it's not even an accurate measure. If those traps weren't harmless, we would have a shortage of shinobi. The Chunin could trigger the traps knowing full well they don't risk anything, remarked the operative. No, those traps, while not lethal, are nasty and they damage pride, clothes, and credibility. If the Chunin could avoid them, they would. Could it mean some of our Chunin are in dire need of remedial lessons? That's not it either. We have observed and recorded the boy's process for setting traps, and it's creative and vicious. He does not create a funnel that would easily be avoidable, no. He prepares a metaphorical minefield for his pursuers. And his traps are very elaborate. My observer reported the boy setting up traps within traps within traps. He sometimes willingly triggers the first layer, lulling his opponent into thinking that's all there is, and they fall for the second layer. And once they are out, the third layer activates. Tiger stayed silent for a second at the report. He does sound promising, allowed the operative. But it takes more to be ANBU. He is a hard worker, willing to learn, and extremely dedicated when interested. He just needs a guiding hand and someone to enforce discipline and control. And you would have that someone be me. You and your team, yes. For more reasons than one, Dragon said, his tone surprisingly gentle despite the distortion effect. A team isn't complete without its fourth member. I'm at your command, Dragon Taisho, but my teammates will probably voice a complaint. It will be duly noted and ignored. Naruto Uzumaki will be treated like any recruit, and if the boy does not make the cut, he will be outed. Very well, Taisho. When do we meet him? I will bring him to you tomorrow at the beginning of the first rotation. Hi. By your leave. Dismissed. The operator rose without a sound and exited the small office, leaving his commanding officer to his thoughts. Naruto was walking around aimlessly in Konoha. Above him, the sky was bright blue with nary a cloud to shield the people from a brightly shining sun. The streets were full of people doing people stuff. What that was exactly, Naruto had no idea. What did the people out in the streets do? Didn't they have a job to be at? Chunin on patrol and older teams of genin doing chores. The blonde understood, but the civilians? Graduation took place in April, a week or so after the beginning of spring, just so newly minted genin team could learn the meaning of hard work. Under the rising temperatures of Fire Country's warm spring and suffocating summer, by doing D-ranked missions. The boy knew that because Iruka had told him once, in front of a bowl of ramen, that it was the hazing process reserved to genin. Also, it was explained during one of the academy class, the one on missions, or so Naruto remembered. Apparently, D-ranked missions did serve a multitude of purposes, but the blue-eyed boy had stopped listening after Iruka had said, painting fences. The blonde had to admit, he was kinda glad he was joining the ANBU. It meant no D-ranked missions in hot and humid weather. At least Naruto hoped it did. The boy did not know what to do. It was 3 in the afternoon, maybe 4, and Naruto had no idea how he was supposed to keep himself busy. He had to admit that excitement was slowly rising within him, and alongside it, so was anxiety. Was he going to make the cut? TCH, of course he was. Tabeo. Whatever test they would throw at him, he would pass, with flying color to boot. Just like you flunked the academy exam 3 times, whispered all too sweetly a traitorous part of his mind. Naruto shook his head. No way he was going to flunk anything. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he was awesome. The words of dragon rung in his head. A ninja needs humility. The boy's head sunk before it shot up, just as quick, and he grinned. Naruto Uzumaki was relatively awesome then, and there was no way the ANBU test would be as stupid as the academy one anyway. It will be many times harder, asserted the annoying little voice in his head. Naruto sighed before he pumped his fist. Who was to say there was a test in the first place? They were interested in him because he had talent and hard work. Surely whatever he would be put through would take that into account. It would simply make no sense otherwise. Reassured, and with a spring in his gait, Naruto resumed his walk, which was still very much aimless. It was at this moment his stomach growled, very loudly. Naruto looked down and grinned sheepishly, his right hand rubbing the back of his scalp. He had had one measly cup of instant ramen before meeting with the Hokage and dragon, and said meeting had been exhausting. Added to that was the fact Naruto had gone to punch a training post for an hour, and the blonde was understandingly famished. It was time to pay a visit to his favorite place in Konoha. Here I come, Ichiraku. The blonde sped through the labyrinth formed by Konoha's streets, and ended up 20 minutes later in front of a little, unassuming noodle bar. Ichiraku's ramen was inscribed in large red kanji on the flaps that half covered the entrance. There was a big paper lantern outside, greeting the nightly visitors with its warm light, lettered with the kanjis for one and comfort. Ichiraku. Naruto lifted one flap and greeted his 2 favorite persons in the world. Hey Tsuchiyaji, hey Ayamne. A man in his 50s with a fleeting smile, his eyes almost closed, and exuding bonhomie, turned to greet the enthusiastic blonde. Hello, Naruto. It's been a time. A time, meaning Naruto hadn't visited for something like a week. The boy rubbed his scalp. Yeah, had to work for my exam, Tsuchiyaji. Oh yeah, that's right. How'd it go? Asked the kindly chef. Naruto hesitated a second before he remembered everything was a secret and settled for a short but efficient answer that would not have his first and only ramen provider executed. I passed, exclaimed the blonde, pointing at his headband. The cook smiled warmly and gave the boy a salute, tipping him his cook hat. Well then, Mr. Ninja, how do we celebrate that? Asked the man with utmost seriousness. With one miso ramen large with extra pork, Tabeo, answered the blonde with a blinding smile. One miso large extra pork comin'. Dad, is Naruto here? came a distinctly feminine voice from somewhere behind the open kitchen. Hi, hi. A young brunette with her hair kept back by a white kerchief appeared, garbed in a white kimono and blue apron and holding some cooking gear. Much like her father, she had a constant fleeting smile, but contrary to him, her chocolate brown eyes were open wide. Hello, Naruto. She greeted with a large smile once she saw the blonde. How is my little brother doing today? Naruto pointed once again at his headband. Ninja. I am pumped her fist. Hell yeah, give me 5, the young woman said, her open palm in front of the blonde. Naruto lost no time and promptly slapped Iam's open hand with his. High 5, said the boy with the same enthusiasm as his surrogate sister. Now, children, careful, interrupted Tucci. We wouldn't want any accident to happen now, would we? Naruto and Iam chuckled, the blonde rubbing the back of his head. Tucci was referencing an older day when Naruto and Iam, both hyper for flame knew why, had wreaked havoc in the little restaurant. It was a day dating back to when Iam had not won her blue apron yet. Now, 1 miso ramen large with extra pork for you, Naruto, said the cook as he slid a smoking bowl of edible goodness toward the blonde. Enjoy. Naruto nodded and inhaled the steam rising from the dish. The first time he had ever tasted ramen, he was a lost little boy trying to find his way in Konoha under heavy rain. He had fled from the orphanage this day. He did not remember why, and the light and the warmth spilling generously from the little bar had exerted over his young self the same fascination a flame did over a moth. The kindly old man had offered him a bowl of miso ramen after the kind older sister had helped him shower and change. He had not gone back to the orphanage. Instead, the Hokage had given him his flat. Since then, Naruto was a regular of Ichiraku's. Shaking his head to dispel the age-old memories. Everything had happened so long ago. Naruto broke his chopsticks and adjusted them in his right hand. Itadakamasu, the blonde exclaimed loudly before vacuuming the content of the bowl. So Naruto, you have to tell me how it went, said Iam excitedly over whatever it was she was doing in her kitchen. Magic, probably. Naruto slurped on the noodles and chewed on them carefully. As good as they were slippery and could easily end up in the wrong canal. His mouthful gulped down. The blonde looked up at his sister in spirit. Well, nothing much. We got a boring written test, began Naruto. It all began as I jumped from the communication tower to the Hokage tower. Then some shuriken throwing, pretty easy. The blonde continued. Then I made my way to the vault, escaping the vigilance of the patrolling Chunin. Then what was it again? Oh yeah, stupid Jinjutsu escape test, said the boy, scratching his chin. I picked a damn hard lock to pick in 4 minutes under the cover as self-made Fuinjutsu. To think Fuinjutsu didn't even give me extra credits, TCH. Then we all had to demonstrate our taijutsu. Naruto kept on going. I then escaped with a very important scroll and fled to a little clearing where I learned 1 jutsu from the scroll. And to finish, the Academy 3, except this time I did not flunk the clone, finished Naruto brightly. To finish, I beat a traitor with my new jutsu and gave the scroll back. I probably saved Irika Sensei, and I learned I'm a Jinchuriki. The unofficial version definitely sounds more awesome, though nothing would have happened if I had used my brain in the first place. That's so cool, Iam exclaimed, interrupting the boy's train of thoughts. Naruto smiled, thinking about dropping ramen and going ninja, Nasan? The older girl laughed before she pumped her fist, stars shining in her eyes. No, silly, there is nothing that'd distract me from the holiness that is ramen. Amen, provided Naruto, chuckling. Tsh, insolent, threatened the girl, giving Naruto a mock glare before her smile returned. Anyway, no, I'm not going ninja, but that won't stop me from finding ninja cool. And that's a mighty good thing. Who else would pick up the torch when I retire? Tucci joked from the side. It was 1 hour and 5 more bowls later that Naruto exited the little restaurant, his stomach full to the brim, a wide smile on his lips, happy to have talked with the man he considered an uncle and the girl he saw as a cousin, even if he had to lie to their face. The blonde smile faltered. Naruto's eyes hardened. Well, he was a ninja now. He had accepted the Hittite and fastened it around his head. He had claimed for so long he'd be a shinobi, and now that he was one, he had to act the part. and the businesses of a shinobi lay essentially with cheating and killing. He just really had not expected he'd lie so quickly to people he considered family at that. His life was complicated, and he had chosen a complicated path. Or the path had been chosen for him. Naruto wasn't sure, and honestly, it did not change much in the grand scheme of things. Now, if only he could find himself a bright, preferably neon-colored, orange board with a clear goal marked on it, that would be ideal. The previous one, with Hokage painted all over, had gone out just last night, and now Naruto threaded a path without much light to guide him. The boy sighed and rolled his eyes. Now he was philosophizing in the middle of the street with heavy use of metaphors. If he did not know Tucci had absolutely forbidden her to do so, the blonde would swear Ayam had slipped some sake in his ramen. Again. Or maybe the noodles made him sentimental. Ugh, how do I kill time again? Muttered the blonde. He had no time to set up a prank, and he did not want to stuff his brain with more Fuinjutsu nor risk some accident while experimenting with jutsu theory. It had been a long time since the blonde had, well, time, and time unoccupied made him dwell on questions that frankly weirded him out. Who are you? What do you want to do? Why do you want to do it? What in the flame were those questions? Tabeo? And just as he was going to enter ANBU at that, Naruto groaned. He really had to find something to do to distract his mind. A smile found its way back on his face as he spotted a small silhouette he knew well. 3 shadows were sitting around a small table. One was on the edge of a chair, and the 2 others were resting on a couch. A small bowl of cashew nuts was at the center of the table. "You called for us, Sarge?" One of the shadows sitting on the sofa asked. Her voice was distinctly female, young but not juvenile, not girly but without the rounder notes of maturity. "A teenager." "I did. The boss found us a recruit to break," answered the one on the chair. The voice was manly, deep but frozen in a monotone. Again, the first shadow whined. "They keep sending them and they don't fit. We work well enough with 3. "It might be the case, but a team is comprised of 4 ninjas," chided the first shadow gently, her voice warm and womanly. "PFF, I know that." The first shadow answered again. "Doesn't change the facts. He will be submitted to the same process as any recruit. If he doesn't fit, he takes the boot." The man interrupted with a note of impatience. "Do not get your bra in a twist," he added with his voice back to his monotone. There were a chuckle and a laugh. "It's supposed to be panties," corrected the woman, in a tone that told she hoped to be helpful. "Yeah, Sarge, it's panties, panties," laughed the teenage girl. "I don't wear a bra anyway," she declared with mirth. "I see. I will try to remember it." The man spoke in the same toneless voice, completely ignoring the girl's claim, which made her pout. Anyway, the boss was clear. This is non-negotiable, so prepare to give a newbie some hell. The 2 women shuddered. Their squad leader had most of the time a level of control on his body language and voice that bordered on psychotic, allowing only what he wanted to allow, and only when torture and training were mentioned did it slip outside of his grip. Also gardening, but that was neither here nor there. "All right, Buntaichu, when do we receive him?" the older woman asked. "Tomorrow at first rotation." "So soon?" The younger girl choked on cashew nuts. "Do we know who he is?" The man took a deep breath. That was where he knew the gears would truly grind to a halt. He mentally prepared himself and covered his eardrums in a layer of protective chakra. "Naruto Uzumaki." The apparent silence took the man by surprise, and he ceased to modulate his chakra just in time to hear the teenager's cry of protest. "What? The squid is barely a ninja." The man winced slightly at the volume of the shout but said nothing, knowing his young teammate would express herself for a minute before he could speak. So the squad leader waited for the young girl to end her string of expletives. "The fuck?" punctuated the teenager eventually, her breath coming short. "I should wash your mouth with soap, young lady," commented the woman. "PFF, whatever cat, you're not my mom." The man rasped his knuckled on the table. "Attention, please," he asked in his unchanging monotone. "Hi. This squad is under my command, and as long as it's under my command, we will obey orders. The boss gave us the responsibility to haze the boy. We will haze the boy. And if we gain a teammate, all the best." TCH as if. Don't dismiss the child before even seeing him, chided the woman. That isn't fair to him. Everybody has a fair chance to join Dash. But he is just out of school cat. He was in the same class as my idiot brother, and he was second to last, if not dead last. A severe bias toward Uzumaki has been identified in his teachers, explained the man evenly before his voice took a more forceful edge. And anyway, boss scouted him himself, so end of the argument. PFF, fine. He won't make it anyway. We shall see. The spiky black hair gathered in a wild ponytail jutting out of the weird gray cap, the ever-growing blue scarf, and the yellow t-shirt with the leaf emblem on it belonged without a doubt to Konoha Sarutobi, anti-penultimate youngest heir to the Sarutobi clan, son of Taiga Sarutobi, grandson of Hiruzen Sarutobi, honored son of the leaf. As someone close, or at least in theory, to the third Hokage, Naruto was familiar with the Sarutobi. They were nice people if a bit distant, but much less than the rest of Konoha. They weren't all as spontaneous as the Ichiraku, but they regularly had a kind word for him. They were probably the reason Naruto even tried. The blonde had played more than once with Konohamaru, much like Ichiro. Konohamaru's older cousin had played with Naruto. The blonde knew the honored son of the leaf well. Naruto chuckled silently as he neared the little 8 years old. The boy absolutely detested when people called him honored son of the leaf. The blonde skulked and closed in on his target. The young Sarutobi was being sneaky, meaning he was up to something. Naruto let his right hand fall on the younger boy's shoulder. Hey, Ko. The answer was immediate and did not disappoint. The boy jumped, whirled, and screamed at the top of his lungs. Naruto laughed. Boss, don't do that. The young Sarutobi eventually exclaimed furiously, his dark blue eyes glaring at the taller blonde. Sorry, but that was too tempting. And you need to keep awareness of your surroundings. Naruto answered in a learned tone. So, what are you up to? The boy suddenly grinned a grin that should not have been seen on the face of an 8 years old and giggled. Naruto sighed. He knew this face well. It was kind of a Sarutobi family trait. Who's the victim this time? The blonde boy asked, vaguely amused. Kurinayoba. She made all the books disappear. Naruto gave the younger boy a sideways smile. He knew full well what books Konohamaru was talking about. They were small, orange, perverted, and generally disgusted Kurenai Sarutobi, Konohamaru's aunt. And what are you going to do? Naruto asked, mildly curious. The boy rummaged in the folds of his scarf. Naruto could swear this thing was unnatural, and brandished a pair of silk panties and an assorted bra. The blonde fought a slight blush at the sight of the rather risque lingerie. She's with her friends at the Dango place. I'ma run around with it on my head, the little boy exclaimed mischievously. You're so gonna die, deadpan Naruto. Tisich, she'll need to catch me, assured the brown-haired boy. She's a jonin, Ko. Even I don't outrun them. Naruto retorted. Well, most of them I don't. The blonde added as a second thought. Anyway, she'll catch you, and I don't even want to imagine what she'll do to you. Konohamaru's smile faltered, and the boy shuddered. Shuffling with his feet, the young Sarutobi looked down as if shameful. I didn't really think this through, did I? Naruto shook his head at the obvious conclusion. No, you didn't. So how to make it better? Asked the blonde in a tone that was eerily reminiscent of one a teacher would use during a lecture. Konohamaru replaced the lingerie in his scarf and took his chin in his hands. After a few seconds, the boy looked up at Naruto, his dark blue eyes asking silently for help. All right, remember Ko, simplify the question. What's the goal? To embarrass Aunt Kurenai, exclaimed the Sarutobi. How? By showing her perverted lingerie around. What happens if she catches you? Konohamaru shuddered. She'll place me in one of her jinjutsu. Can you escape by running? No. Then what's the question? Konohamaru pondered a few moments before answering. How do I keep her from moving? The boy hesitantly said. Naruto nodded with a bright smile. Good. Maybe I'll manage to do something with you. Now, what do you propose? A trap. Naruto nodded again, thoughtfully this time. A possibility, but again, she is a jonin. You'd need a damn strong trap to surprise her and keep her immobilized. Then, I don't know. Konohamaru slumped in defeat. The taller blonde boy grinned. Normally you'd be a bit young, but there is another tactic. The brown-haired child looked up hopefully. Another tactic, boss? A mischievous glint shone into azure blue eyes, an unsaid promise of fun and embarrassment. Have you ever heard the term shock and awe? The younger boy shook his head frantically, his mind already sold on the idea, whatever it was. Shock and awe sounded absolutely awesome. Remember my special henge? The Sarutobi nodded with stars in his eyes. Naruto had a special henge thanks to which he had stolen their grandfather's hat numerous times. Let's alter it a little, shall we? 1 hour later, and the two boys were observing a certain dango shop from the low roof of a building across the street. Roof they had access thanks to Konohamaru's scarf. Unnatural, really, and were now camping on. When are they meeting again? Asked Naruto to his companion. Or was the boy his underling? Konohamaru did call him boss after all. They should be here any time now. Hey, there they are, the Sarutobi answered in a shout whisper. And indeed, 3 women were settling down at the dango shop's terrace. One had long, flowing dark hair, peculiar red eyes, and a dress that frankly, Naruto could not explain. It was Kurenai, their target. Another, older by a few years, had spiky brown hair, fawn-like markings on her cheeks, and was garbed in combat fatigues. A large dog, Naruto was certain it was more a wolf than a dog, trailed behind her. Her name was Tsum Inuzuka, and her presence meant they were probably discovered already. The last woman was a purplet as old as the first, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her clothes could be qualified of open. She was Anko Mitarashi, the snake mistress. Naruto cursed silently. The Inuzuka and Mitarashi were trackers, meaning they would recognize their scent. The blonde balanced the pros and the cons of continuing with the prank and decided he needed the rush. All right, we let them settle down and relax. That'll bring their guard down. You have the rest of the plan. Yes, boss. Remember, when you feel it, you relax. Yeah, I know. It's important, Otherwise, it doesn't work and you are caught. A few minutes later, the 3 women were munching on a variety of dangos and drinking, sake for 2 of them, juice for the red-eyed woman. Suddenly, 2 nondescript boys approached their table. Before any of the ladies could say anything, 2 voices chorused in perfect synchronization. Sexy jutsu. A light puff of smoke later, and before the flabbergasted women stood 2 very tall, quite muscular, and very naked men. One was a blonde, the other a brunette, and if one word was to be used to describe them, it would be hunk. They had chiseled muscles glistening under a perfectly tanned skin. Their hair were wild, but in a very controlled kind of way. One was biting his lower lips in a suggestive manner, while the other had a hand in his hair, flexing his biceps. Both were wearing a very risque set of lingerie, red, laced, with small pearl and everything. A small trickle of blood rolled from Anko's nose as the woman eyed the 2 pieces of eye candy, a stupid grin on her face. Some just exploded in uncontrolled, loud laughter. And Kurenai, poor Kurenai, had recognized her newest set of lingerie, one she hadn't even shown her husband yet, and was inventing a new shade of crimson while trying, and failing, to not look at the 2 Adonis. Hello, ladies. A trickle of blood escaped Kurenai's nose, much to her horror, and it was at this moment she jumped. With blinding speed, she jumped on the 2 impudent boys. She was a married woman by the flame, prepared to slaughter them. They were already running at top speed. The Jonin gave chase, leaving behind one daydreaming Anko Mitarashi and one Tsum Inuzuka trying not to die from laughter. Naruto and Konohamaru, under the disguise of their sexy jutsu, were running as fast as they could. Naruto nudged the Sarutobi and winked. The other boy nodded and slowed down. Kurenai had quickly caught up to the 2. They weren't fast enough to outrun a Jonin. She was preparing herself to give them a beating they would remember in their next reincarnation when the boys willingly stopped. The Jonin smiled wickedly. They had given up. Good. Era Yui-san, how are you? One boy, the blonde, dared to ask. Kurenai cracked her knuckles. You're in for a world of pain. She fumed. But what for, Yui-san? Didn't you pay us to put this show? Asked the brunette cheekily. Kurenai simply punched him hard, and the boy disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? Bye, Kurenai-san. waved the blonde boy before he, too, went up in smoke. Wide-eyed, Kurenai whirled around once, twice, and then a third time to try and discover where the boys had gone. She was facing their last position, right in front of her, when she noticed a piece of paper floating in the wind. The woman snatched the note and opened it. Gotcha. Kurenai felt the red of anger color her cheeks. She had no proof, of course, but somehow this looked, smelled, and breathed like her nephew and his surrogate brother. Konohamaru Sarutobi. The Jonin roared. On the other side of Konoha, two boys, one blonde and the other a brunette, were panting heavily. Before they both started laughing hard, falling on their bottom. Ah, did you see her face? Ah, yeah. And when you said, when you said hello, ladies, It took 10 minutes before the fit of laughter the two boys were subjected to calmed. Panting, Naruto and Konohamaru looked at each other, wide smiles splitting their face. That was an awesome prank, boss. Thanks for the help. Naruto smiled. You're welcome, Ko. Hey, boss, by the way, how did you do those bunch-ins? They were extra cool, and I didn't even know you could swap with a person. Naruto weighed the pros and cons of telling his younger brother that the substitution was actually a gamble brought forth by Jutsu theory. He knew it was theoretically possible. He had never practiced it. He had bet on the fact that a shadow clone being pure chakra, it would compensate for the complicated mass exchange. He had been proven right. He would need to look into it, of course. I'm awesome like that, Naruto eventually chose to say. Ko was his little brother. The blonde had to maintain a certain level of awe after all. You sure are, boss, said Konohamaru with stars in his eyes. Right, answered the blonde, eyeing the sky. The sun was setting. All right, Ko, that was fun, but you should run to Moegi and Udon. You need your alibi. You got it, boss, the Sarutobi said, rising from his sprawled position. Dusting himself a bit, Konohamaru threw a look at his big brother. When do you visit? Naruto pointed at his forehead. Well, I'm a ninja now, so dash. What the hell? How did I not notice that? Exclaimed Konohamaru furiously. I'm sorry, bro. Well done. Naruto waved him off. That's okay, Ko. You were focused on the prank, which is good. A constant focus is half the success of a prank. Anyway, gonna be a bit busy, but I'll find the time for sure. The younger boy smiled brightly. That's so cool, bro. So cool. I can't wait to enter the academy in autumn. Naruto returned the smile. Work hard, and you'll get your headband in no time. Maybe even quicker than me, thought the blonde. Hee, I'll do my best, boss. I don't doubt it. Now, Shu, go find the rest of your core. Sure, Konohamaru nodded with enthusiasm. CYA, boss. The young Sarutobi whirled and readied himself to depart when Naruto's call stopped him. Oko. The brunette boy turned back. Yeah, boss. Thanks for the prank. I kinda needed it, Naruto said gently with a fond smile. Konohamaru blinked twice and shrugged. He had never seen his boss like that. Sure thing, bro, anytime. The Sarutobi hesitated. Anything else? Naruto's small smile turned into a grin. Nah, you're free to go. The younger boy nodded and sprinted off, leaving Naruto to his devices. It took a minute for the blonde to stand up. The prank, the rush of the chase, and the laughter had cleared his mind from all the stupid questions. They would come back, obviously. Naruto knew that, but right now he felt lighter. Slowly, the blonde walked back to his flat. It was only 6:30, but the sun was already very low. It was still only the beginning of April after all, and while the days were steadily getting longer, the night was still quickly there. Naruto loved Konoha in the evening. The streets were full of people who would glare at him, were he to dare walk among them, but he enjoyed it nonetheless. From the roofs, more often than not. The evening was when people would end their working day and get out to enjoy the pleasant warmth of the breeze. Dressed in their finer garments, people discussed with their neighbors while the kids played happily. Masters of various craft gathered in bars to drink fancy wines while their apprentices did much the same, but with simpler, cheaper beer. The air was filled with spicy fragrances of slowly cooking food that would be ready in 1 hour or so, waiting to be eaten, and for the more carefree citizens, stands sold food to go. The paper lanterns hanging above the streets were set alight and bathed all in a cozy light. Each evening, Konoha was a festival. A festival Naruto had never been welcomed to take part in, of course, but even from the roof, it was a sight to behold. It was probably for the Konoha evenings that Naruto had not fled to some unknown part of the world, where people would look at him normally. He knew that were he to depart, he would miss the evenings because he was certain no other place in the world could compare. Probably. And Naruto was not petty, at least he liked to think he wasn't. The laughter of the children, the warm greetings of the neighbors, the food waiting and simmering in a big pot. Even if he hadn't really enjoyed all that, and to a certain extent he had, thanks to the Sarutobi and the Ichiraku, it did not mean no one was allowed to enjoy it. Konoha owed him big time, but it did not mean they were forbidden to live and be happy. Naruto would gladly fight if it meant protecting the evenings in Konoha, or something like that. Munching on a skewer of something, Naruto reached his apartment. When he opened his door, the boxes were magically gone and a note was pinned to his dining table. His heartbeat rose slowly as he took the note, mounting excitement making it go awry. Tomorrow at 4 in the morning. Dragon. Naruto tightened his fist, breathed in deeply, and took a hearty bite of his brochette, finishing it. Yash. Tomorrow was a new day, and tomorrow was a new life. Naruto had not slept well. The rush of adrenaline and the satisfaction of a prank well done had dissipated sooner than later, and the happiness of having hung out with Konohamaru had disappeared someplace else. Naruto had no idea where exactly. The blonde had tossed and turned in his bed, sleep eluding him. He had not been that nervous since 3 years ago when he had first attempted the graduation exam of the academy. Maybe it had to do with the fact he had not been wearing his trusty nightcap, as it was in the keep box which had been taken. He had been relieved when his alarm clock had rung 4:45. The hyper-blonde boy had jumped out of his bed, heart beating faster than a hummingbird would flap its wings, and had taken a very long shower, using every last dredge of hot water he could. The nervousness had receded but hadn't left him. The blonde boy dressed in the same clothes he had worn the day before, a green, short-sleeved shirt and beige shorts. He wondered for a second what to do with his pajamas, but ultimately shrugged. They were only pajamas after all. The last 3 minutes he had to wait nearly drove him crazy, and Naruto exhaled a relieved sigh when someone knocked on his door. The blonde promptly scrambled to his hallway and opened the wooden panel. In the frame stood a single eagle-masked ANBU. "Follow me, Uzumaki-san. Close the door and leave the keys on it. All will be taken care of," drawled the cloaked figure, its voice distinctly male despite the distortion effect. Naruto nodded briefly, threw one last glance at a place he honestly did not know what to think about, and exited the apartment before closing the door. Feelings mixed and churned in an unholy mess in his stomach. The blonde was torn between the hope of never seeing this flat ever again and a weird nostalgia. He hadn't had only unpleasant experiences living here. It was terribly lonely most of the time, yes, but it was here Naruto had planned his best pranks, studied perverted magazines with Ichiro Sarutobi, eaten tons of cupped ramen with Konohamaru, and done hundreds of other things. It was here he had toiled like mad on jutsu theory and fuinjutsu, creating some of his best traps and supplementary pranking materials. It was here he had metaphorically demolished his wrist after perfecting his calligraphy for hours on end. "Bye," whispered the blonde before he turned his back resolutely. "Ready?" "Hi, ANBU-san." "Good, follow." Naruto in tow, the ANBU led the blonde through Konoha. The boy took a deep breath in as he followed the cloaked man. Dawn was not exactly here yet, the eastern dark night sky slowly changing to a lighter blue. The air was crisp and the streets were silent. The only signs of activity were teams of chunin and older genin patrolling the quiet city, jumping stealthily and silently from roof to roof. The only reason Naruto even knew they were here was the fact they were the only things moving, the speedy jumps and motions catching his attention. The blonde relished in the feeling of peace. He was rarely up and out at this hour, primarily because no one in their right mind would wake up this early in the morning. He was a ninja now, though, and he would probably get his fair share of nightly patrol and sleep-deprived night. For a second, a buried part of the blonde's mind considered removing his headband and fleeing back to his rundown apartment. Sleep was a sacred thing after all. The fleeting thought was gone before Naruto could realize he had even had it. The ANBU and Naruto navigated the labyrinthine layout of Konoha in the direction of the Hokage monument. The hidden village was built in the large, forested valley of the Naka River, a valley that was delimited by rocky plateaus of ochre color. Konoha was backed against one of those plateaus, and the cliff sported the sculpted faces of all four Hokage. Hopefully, many more hieratic visages would be carved from the rock and add to the splendor of what civilians and ninjas alike called the Hokage monument. The two lone figure kept walking for 15 minutes at the same fast pace, and they found themselves before the cliff in front of a narrow staircase that slithered all the way up the plateau. Naruto was familiar with the stairs, having used the many steps several times in his 12 years of life, be it for a prank or simply to daydream on the fourth's head. The ANBU began to ascend the stairs, and Naruto followed. The blonde knew where one Kazerne of the Corps was located. He had executed one of his best prank there. The ANBU in clown masks were hilarious and weirdly threatening, but they were not going there, which was logical if the test had anything to do with demonstrating Tai and ninjutsu. They would need some kind of training ground. They were midway through the climb when the ANBU took a turn and started following a small trail that went along the cliff toward one of the little shacks built directly on the rocky side of the plateau. Naruto felt excitement bubble within his chest and replace his anxiety. He had never been to one of those shacks. They were always closed. As in, there was no outside door to access whatever was inside. The two stopped in front of the shack, built under the chin of the Nidame's head. The ANBU sped through hand signs too fast for Naruto to see, and in front of the amazed blonde's eyes, a seal shone for a second before a door appeared in the wall. A few ninjutsu to seal the entrance so completely, uninvited people could not even see it. Naruto grinned as his mind tried to visualize how such a seal could work before the eagle-masked man called him. Enter Uzumaki-san. Naruto started and silently berated himself for being distracted at such a moment. The blonde took a deep breath. His momentary Fuinjutsu-induced trance had calmed his nerves a little, so the boy entered the cabin before anxiety or panic could surge back again. The inside of the cabin was small, empty, and overall disappointing. The blonde whirled around when the door behind him closed. The only source of light was the meager light of a shy dawn filtering through two little windows. In other words, it was as dark as the darkest night. The blonde waited a few moments for either someone to come or his eyes to adapt. His vision started to get clearer and clearer, using the barest light to make out basically nothing. The cabin was an empty rectangle, with two tiny windows offering a view over Konoha, and the back wall plunged into darkness. Naruto gulped, and his mind started to work out strange forms in the shadows. His ears were keenly aware of the heavy, muffled silence that reigned king, and his own breathing sounded like a forge's bellow. There wasn't even one insect singing, only deafening quiet. The blonde wondered if he was the victim of one very elaborate and completely unfair prank. He had not deserved that. "Anyone here?" Naruto asked suddenly, his voice dying quickly in the darkness. Doing his best to ignore his rising nerves, the boy turned around and away from the back wall, and his eyes searched the windows. Tiptoeing to get a better view, the blonde did his best to look at Konoha. Sprawled before him was the still sleeping city, some rare lights popping up here and there. Probably bakers in such profession that required to wake early. His hands blindly searching the wall for purchase eventually felt a protrusion. Something was jutting out of the wall, a small bowl-like shape made of rock. Inside the bowl was a solid but rather fragile substance Naruto knew but could not identify. Tentatively, the blonde broke some matter off the unknown object and smelled it. It had a vague honey scent. Warily, the boy put a tiny amount of matter on his tongue. It had an awfully soggy feel to it, but tasted very vaguely like sugar and flour. Seeing as he wasn't dead yet, the boy took another taste of the stuff. It was familiar and was definitely linked to honey, but he could remember what it was. That's when the light went on. It was a candle, obviously. Naruto smiled. He wasn't proficient at it, but the academy did teach its students a very easy, low-power fire jutsu. Naruto had had difficulty learning it, much to his chagrin, as most students had taken to it easily, but could do it without problems nowadays. The blonde mixed his energies into chakra and molded some into a tiger seal. Moving the altered power to his throat, the blonde took a large gulp of air, not actually breathing it completely, and blew. The chakra mixed with the oxygen and a tongue of fire, narrow and focused, escaped Naruto's mouth and crashed on the candle, its wick easily catching fire. The little flame shuddered and flickered, but it illuminated a text Naruto could not have seen without it. It was carved on the edge of the niche supporting the candle. "The shadow is where we serve," read the blonde aloud. Slowly, Naruto turned around and faced the back wall again. It was still plunged into darkness. The blonde gulped. Suddenly, the fact no one in Konoha would ever recognize his service became a very concrete, tangible reality. Naruto turned again and watched the village again. If he took the step toward whatever was behind the back wall, he would never gain their recognition. He would toil, sweat, bleed, and maybe die without ever getting the appreciation he deserved. Dragon's promises rang in his head. Dedicated instructors. A team that would be family. A mask to hide from the glares. Who cared if the glares ever changed anyway? PFF, not him. Tebeo? Naruto had already concluded he could not force it in the end. Rather than chasing after something that was ultimately out of his control, wasn't it more intelligent to choose a path where conscious efforts would doubtlessly yield recognition? Taking a deep breath, Naruto whirled around and faced the back of the little cabin, his heart going haywire. The pale light of the candle wasn't enough to pierce the all-engulfing darkness. The blonde took a step, then a second, his resolution spiking and his heartbeat calming down. His mind was made. The boy disappeared into the strangely welcoming shadows. His hands raised in front of him in order to detect possible obstacles. The blonde eventually felt the cold touch of rock. Naruto tentatively pushed his palm against the stone wall when something pulsed and the boy stumbled forward, falling through the wall as if it were not even here to begin with. "I commend your determination, young man," greeted the distinctly gruff, distorted voice of Dragon. "By choosing the darkness, you made your first step toward ANBU." The blonde nodded with enthusiasm, an enthusiasm that died at the cloaked shadow's next words. "Now welcome to hell, Uzumaki." "You called for me, Hokage-sama?" Irika Yumino asked, standing at attention before the desk of his leader. Irika did know the Hokage's day started early, but he had no idea it was before 5 in the morning kind of early. It was frankly not a time for a man, ninja or not, to be up. The Chunin had been dragged off his bed by 2 ANBUs who had stated his presence was required at the tower immediately. "Yes, indeed, Yumino-san. Take a seat, please," the Hokage answered with a good-natured smile. The Chunin complied and took the offered seat. The brown-haired man looked up at the wizened old man. The face of Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrinkled, especially around his eyes. His small, acute, all-seeing, cunning gray eyes which shone with a rare kind of intelligence. The Hokage had a small beard covering his chin that masked a scar. Who had given the scar varied in accordance with the old man's mood. It was this damned Inoki with his Jin-tan. In the rare instance the Hokage was actually angry and various other no-names when all was good. "What may I do for you, Hokage-sama?" the younger man asked eventually, curious as to the reason he was summoned. He was nervous as well. This early in the morning was not a time for normal affairs. The old man took his trusted pipe and stuffed it with a generous amount of tobacco with practiced motions. Taking his time, Hiruzen took a whiff of the scented dried leaves before placing the end of the pipe in between his lips. A snap of his fingers later, and the tobacco had magically caught on fire. The Hokage took a long drag off of his smoking device and exhaled smoke. Smacking his tongue in satisfaction, the man looked at the Chunin. "How was your recovery, Yumino-san?" The man started a little, and his eyes widened slightly, but he answered nonetheless. It was weird for a Kage to inquire about the health of one single soldier, especially when the best hospital in the entire Fire Country was undoubtedly the Senju General Hospices, but the Sandaime was like that. Irika had no illusion about it. The kindly old man facade was a charade and a well-practiced one, yet maybe a little part of it was genuine. "I'm fine, Hokage-sama. Thank you." The Irionin were very diligent. "At the end of the week, everything will be good as new." The old man nodded. "Good, good. Now, Yumino-san, I did not call you only to inquire about your health, even it is quite important. I wanted to discuss the potential teams built by the sorting officers. Irika nodded. This was not unusual, if slightly surprising. The files the Academy provided on the graduated genin were enough more often than not. What do you wish to know, Hokage-sama? Well, as Naruto is not a member of the regular Rooster Dash. Irika nodded. He had been informed that, while the blonde had been promoted according to his recommendation, the boy was to serve for a year in the tower as punishment for his stupid stunt. One did not steal the forbidden scroll without feeling some repercussion after all. I was wondering what were your thoughts on the teams? Permission to talk honestly, Hokage-sama? Granted. I fear the sorting these last few years has been done with over-specialization in mind, which could prove fatal. There is one shining example of a team that was recently built with one primary goal in mind without neglecting other aspects of shinobi mission. I believe you're talking about Team Guy. Yes, Hokage-sama. While Niji's taijutsu is fearsome, his eyes make him quite the tracker. Lee is a pure taijutsu beast that has even Niji beat in this department, even if he doesn't realize himself. And Tintin acts as long-range support and learns some powerful genjutsu. Combined with her two teammates' taijutsu, it is an excellent capture combo. Overall, Team Guy has shown better results than other two specialized teams created up to 2 years before. And you believe we should keep exploring this avenue? It was not a question, and Irika simply nodded. Then how would you suggest we do that? While the Ino Shikacho trio is a tradition and useful for capturing targets in open combat, we cannot deny that it is a formation that suffered heavy losses through the years, mainly from ambush. I won't ever be the one saying the Nara aren't bright, but even they can fall into traps, and even their intellect cannot save them from that. An Akimichi should be paired with either a Yamanaka or a Nara, but not both. We, of course, reached the same conclusion long ago. The formation is a matter of clan pride and honor. Irika nodded. Of course, Hokage-sama, but Naidame-sama once said dash. That honor has a place and time, and it is never the battlefield, interrupted the Hokage with a smile. The Chunin smiled. Of course, the Sandaime would know the adages of his very own sensei. I do not have much hope that the formation could be modified, yet it would open interesting alternatives. The brown-haired teacher offered. Such as? The Chunin scratched his chin lightly. First, I'd say Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga. Solid as a tracking team. It would also be a fearsome close combat formation and could capture people without a problem. Between the hypnotic capacity of Sasuke's potential Sharingan and Hinata's near-perfect control and her disabling strikes, they'd have the choice. The teacher took a deep breath. I would then place Ino Yamanaka with Aburame Shino and someone proficient with Tai and ninjutsu. Maybe someone from another graduating class. Shino is a fearsome tactician and can already use many Kakai-assisted ninjutsu, while Ino knows of the Yamanaka clan's mind-related abilities. He explained, it was also crucial for Ino to be nowhere near the Uchiha, for both their security. And who would you partner the Nara and Akimichi heirs? With each other, of course, as well as Sakura Haruno. She is part of the top 3 kunoichis of this year and has a bright mind to her and a wide range of knowledge. Good chakra control, the memory of an elephant, and a certain willingness to learn, informed the Chunin immediately. When she does not fawn over her crush, he added silently. The Hokage nodded and smirked. I can guess, by the look in your eyes, that you also took into account the psychology of your charges. The old man said in an appreciating tone. The Chunin blushed very lightly at the praise. Flame he hadn't been in the field too long if a simple compliment could make him go red, and rubbed his scar distractedly. Ah, well, yes. Let's say we weren't able to break some of them out of their peculiar habits. The Hokage nodded and puffed at his pipe. Now let's say that if Naruto had not graduated in such exceptional circumstances, my officers recommended teaming him with young Sasuke and Sakura. The old man let his question be unsaid. The white face of Irika was telling enough. You do not think it would have been a good idea? The Chunin hesitated. Permission to speak bluntly, Hokage-sama. The Hokage raised an eyebrow but did not react other than that. Permission to speak bluntly was certainly not a standard demand. Smiling lightly, the old man granted it. Speak. It would have been a fucking disaster, Hokage-sama, in complete contradiction to everything I included in their files. Sorry for the curse. Hiruzen waved it off. How so? Irika winced. He would reveal personal things about children. To the Hokage, yes, but still. All was in the children's file anyway. Sasuke has a superiority complex. While he would accept a clan heir doing well, and after some time, even equaling him in certain areas, he would not tolerate anyone of a lower station to do so. I know Naruto has a lot of potential, Hokage-sama. I know of his experiments with Fuinjutsu and jutsu crafting. Even if the use he gives them is debatable, the sheer amount of both work and talent necessary to reach such results is undeniable. He could be Sasuke's equal, probably even surpass him, with proper guidance and once someone figures out why he has a chakra control problem. The Chunin explained. The Hokage nodded and silently gestured for the teacher to keep talking. Sakura does not lack potential either, but she needs to remember why she enrolled in the academy in the first place. She is ridiculously infatuated with the Uchiha. Anyone can see that, and I noted it in her file. If she is paired with Sasuke, she won't ever think for herself, following her crush rather than her brain, and it will be the cause of a very early retirement. Or even death, thought the Chunin without saying it. The Hokage nodded once again and sucked on his pipe, making the tobacco sizzle. Interesting. You said you made those remarks in their file, Yumino-san? Hi, Hokage-sama. I actually added this kind of recommendation in many files, as mandated. The older man hummed, smoke escaping from his nostrils and surrounding his face. It had seemed parts of these files have been lost between the academy and the tower. Irika's eyes widened at the implication. If someone had tampered with the data he had provided to the officers in charge of creating the new team, it was treason. The teachers at the academy did not make the teams themselves. Officers of the Jonin Bureau did, knowing which Jonin was available and what were the needs in terms of operational teams. Yet, the files provided by the teachers were heavily relied on, specifically to avoid teaming together people who would only be at each other's throat. In-depth psychological profiling had been implemented after the Sannin team had nearly fallen apart when they were 10 due to their constant bickering. Their legendary teamwork had actually come years after, when they all had matured into their late teens, early 20s. Teamwork was central to Konoha's philosophy, yes. It did not change the fact that what grown-up adults could do, moody preteens could not. The mind was malleable in strange ways. You could teach someone to kill and they wouldn't bat an eye, but ask them to reconcile with their mother-in-law, and it's mission impossible. If someone had tampered with the files, he could see why the sorting officers would gather Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in one assault team. A lot of power plus somewhat of a blank slate to mold according to needs. But given the personalities involved, such a team would never exist before all three had matured. You do not know anything about that, do you, Yumino-san? The Chunin stood up and saluted. I swear I do not, Hokage-sama. However, if I'm under dash. Sit down, Yumino-san, sit down, calmed the old Kage. You have already been cleared. The inquiry is running since a day already. Could it have been Mizuki's doing? Irika wondered aloud. After all, no one knew who the traitor was working for and what had been his plan. Yet, because Irika did not doubt the terrifying head of TNI, was currently very occupied with the white-haired ex-teacher. We do not know yet, but it is a possibility. Tell me, Yumino-san, how did you perform at infiltration back in your field days? The old Sarutobi asked, puffing on his pipe. Irika rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. I was only mediocre, I fear, Hokage-sama. The man nodded. Infiltration is not for everyone. I was terrible at it. So mediocre will do, Yumino-san, said the man with a small smile, making the Chunin blush again at the de facto compliment. I'd like you to ask your colleague a few discreet questions about possible tampering. I'll want a report every 2 weeks. Hi, Hokage-sama. Then you are free to go. The Chunin rose and saluted before he hesitantly lowered the hand on his heart. Hokage-sama? Yes, Yumino-san. If I may, why have I been cleared? In fact, you weren't, but the clear picture you gave me of your class without a second thought was enough proof. You were monitored by a Yamanaka the second you entered this room, and your body language did not shift. The Kage answered, piercing the teacher with his cunning gray eyes. Irika paled, gulped, and saluted again. You did not teach an old monkey new tricks. By your leave, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe silently, mulling over what the Chunin had just told him. When Dragon had come to request Naruto, the Hokage had not reacted immediately at the "your officers are out of their mind" jab from the cloaked ANBU. It had taken a few hours before Hiruzen had summoned Dragon to have the man tell him why he had said that exactly. From his extensive surveillance and observation of Naruto, the ANBU had gathered without too much problem the same information as the teachers concerning the relationship between Naruto and his fellow students. Of course, only the blonde had been Dragon's focus, so the ANBU general could not tell much more about other students, but he had basically torn the proposed Team 7 apart, stating that it was completely ridiculous and that 5 minutes with a Yamanaka would prove it. Hiruzen had ordered the files delivered to the Jonin Bureau be handed to him, and much to his and Dragon's horror, the profiling was miles from what it should apparently have been. And Iriki Yumino had just confirmed it. An investigation was needed. Sabotaging team formation was a terrible offense, as it needlessly endangered the genin by placing them in an unfavorable, unbalanced environment. Now the question was, whose doing was it? Teachers were screened extensively before being given a position. It was basically thought impossible to place a plan as a teacher because the background check TNI ran was thorough. If your great-grandfather had been somewhat shifty toward Konoha, you did not become a teacher. The Hokage sighed. In their world, obviously, nothing was impossible. Things could be made to be highly unlikely at best. Still, Hiruzen trusted the work of counter-spying because ultimately, it was way easier to corrupt someone than to plant a sleeping agent. Sleeping agents were expensive to train, could waste away for years, could be uncovered, could turn on their home village in favor of the one they were infiltrating, and so on and so on. But give a man more money than he could dream of, and some would doubtlessly betray their nation. Konoha did pay its teachers rather awesomely, and the background check also made sure there was no possible way of blackmailing anyone, but bribes were still a possibility. Hiruzen crossed his fingers, hoped the traitor was Mizuki, and signaled for an ANBU to appear. Go and have a Biki here as soon as possible. The ANBU nodded and saluted once before departing. Hiruzen could hope as much as he could, but he knew better than that. The Hokage had lied to Irika when he had told the Chunin things were already being checked, and he hoped it would not be too late to begin now. Naruto looked around him for a second. He was in a barely lit semicircular room with 3 corridors starting from it, before his eyes fell on the cloaked, dragon-masked figure. The blonde could feel a weird pressure settled on his shoulder, and his heart once again started to beat too fast as his mouth dried up. For the first time, the shadow was making the boy extremely uncomfortable, and Naruto distractedly wiped the palm of his hand on his shirt, trying his best to get his renewed nervousness under control. The figure's presence was simply frightening. Dragon-sama saluted the blonde after an audible gulp. Naruto knew his usual attitude toward discipline would not be tolerated here. Or rather, his little finger was telling him testing the limits would be an awful idea and would end in an awful result. As I said, you made your first step toward ANBU. The shadow declared evenly in his distorted, genderless monotone. The figure fished for something within his cloak and held a round, featureless mask a second later in front of Naruto. The blonde observed the mask for a second and wondered why it was completely blank save for a kanji on its forehead. Naruto paled vaguely when he read it. Endure. The second step, if you so wish to take it, is to don this mask. But I warn you, the moment you wear it, you will be absolutely forbidden to remove it without my express order or in the secrecy of your cell. No one but me may see you without it. If anyone else does, you will be immediately removed from here. Do I make myself clear? Dragon explained, his voice taking a cutting edge. Naruto nodded, but the ANBU barked, startling the boy. Do I make myself clear? Hi, Dragon-sama. The cloaked shadow nodded. Good. Once you don this mask, you will officially be considered as a recruit in training. Do you accept it, Uzumaki? The blonde looked intently at the white, blank mask and gulped. It was a mask made so he would disappear behind. Naruto's thoughts swirled once again in a maelstrom of confusion, much to the blonde's annoyance. Was all-around awesomeness worth what the mask would do to him? Yes, he had already made his mind. He was too far into back up, but it would ensure that he would never be allowed to show Sasuke up, never be able to win Sakura's affection. When the mask would come off, he would probably never be the same. Naruto's blue eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth. He had pursued all that for years, and nothing had come from it. At least here, he had been promised teachings and camaraderie. He wanted that, and why did he care if he had to disappear in the shadows to obtain it? If those walking under the sun would not acknowledge him, maybe those lurking in the dark would possess better eyes and do so. It was only fair there was a price to be paid. Naruto undid his headband, grabbed the face mask, and fit the straps around his head resolutely, tired to argue with himself. Welcome to ANBU, recruit. I am General Dragon. The blonde did not start at the dismissal of his real name. He accepted it silently and nodded. He had just accepted to disappear after all. Naruto saluted as he was taught. At your orders, General. Dragon observed the salute silently. It was sloppy and unpracticed, but one could not expect much more from an orphan genin straight out of the academy. It would be drilled, like many other things. ANBU is a family that thrives in the night, so that Konoha may see another day. We deal with threat a conventional force may not deal with. Much like a family, ANBU supports its members. But there is one difference with a traditional family, said Dragon in his monotone. Can you guess what this difference is, recruit? The blonde thought for a second before answering. I have to prove myself, General. Dragon nodded. Excellent thinking, recruit. ANBU is a family whose members deserve to be part of. They won their place. It is up to you to do the same. The cloaked shadow snapped his fingers, and suddenly, 3 new shadows joined the figure. Recruit, this is Team Row. They will oversee your training and test you. They will be the harshest taskmasters you will ever encounter, but they will be absolutely fair, that I can guarantee you. If they can accept you, then ANBU can as well. The general explained while motioning towards the 3 ANBU who had just appeared. Before I allow you to go, recruit, here is a riddle that was given to us by our founder, one each recruit must solve. Dragon continued, staring intently at the masked Naruto, who felt himself sweat. Love or power? Reflect on this riddle, recruit. Now go. All 3 ANBU saluted, and Naruto did a second later. Hi, General. They all chorused. Dragon nodded once and departed in the rightmost corridor, leaving 3 seasoned ANBU and 1 little masked newbie for them to break. Naruto shuddered. He could feel all 3 shadows smiling behind their masks, and they all were giving off more or less wicked vibes. Let us begin, said a distinctly male, monotonous voice as the tallest of the 3 ANBU approached Naruto. What's your name? The boy was ready to answer with a Naruto Uzumaki Tabeo, but the orders of Dragon rang in his head and stopped him. Not only had the man made clear Naruto was not to remove his mask, but the moment he had put his mask on, the ANBU general had ceased to call the blonde Uzumaki and had immediately switched to recruit. His identity was part of the mask. Naruto gulped. As long as he was wearing this mask, he was recruit. I apologize. Naruto searched quickly for a sign that would give him the rank of the ANBU, but he could find none of the classical one taught at the academy. Officer San, but I'm not supposed to reveal my identity, said the boy, bowing. The ANBU nodded. You catch on quick, said the man while keeping his voice neutral. Good. I've been told you know the Shadow Clone's jutsu. Some curiosity bled into the man's voice, but it wasn't much. Yes, I know it, Officer San. Do you know of the secret behind the technique? Naruto shook his head. He did not know of any secret. The ANBU was obviously not referencing to the fact the Shadow Clones were solid clones. Is Officer San thinking about how it duplicates weapon as well? The ANBU said nothing for a second before he talked again. No. Did you notice anything peculiar when you used Shadow Clones? The blonde searched again. If the cloaked man was not referring to the ability to duplicate weapons, then he was obviously thinking of. I get a headache when they dispel. The man nodded. That is because of the memory transfer process. Before Naruto could ask anything, the man continued. When a shadow clone dispels, all remaining chakra alongside with what the clone has experienced returns to the user to be assimilated. Naruto's eyes widened behind his mask as his brain worked out the implications of what the man had just said. You want me to train in many things at the same time? The blonde asked, forgetting the officer San in his mounting excitement. Yes, we will begin slowly with no more than 4 clones at a time. The experience feedback can be extremely dangerous for the brain, hence the headaches. Meditation should make the process smoother and easier and allow for more clones to be used, but we will work on that. Naruto nodded eagerly, crossed his fingers in the special seal, and pushed chakra through it to mold the energy. Shadow Clones Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, 4 blank-masked blonde boys appeared around the original, making the man nod. 2 will go with cat here, 1 with dog, and the real you and the last clone will personally go with me. I'm Tiger, and I'm sergeant of Team Row and its leader. Hi, sir, chorused all 5 Naruto before they broke off to stand beside the ANBU they had been assigned to. Without further ado, DOD led their clone to the left, cat to the right, and Naruto and his copy stood behind the tiger-masked man. The ANBU turned towards the 2 boys and spoke. Whatever happens, do not use your chakra. Soon, Naruto's breath shortened and his legs started to burn slightly. The corridor was unending, curving slightly to the right and relatively sharply upward, making it like climbing a hill. Now, the blonde was no pushover in terms of stamina and speed, and the ANBU leading him was not going fast, but somehow, Naruto was getting tired. For someone used to lead Chunin by the nose through Konoha in a mad chase, it was unacceptable. The boy gritted his teeth and kept the pace. Time passed, and Naruto started to sweat. It felt like he was carrying some sort of weights on his shoulders. His breath was ragged at this point, and his legs seriously hurt. He had definitely walked for hours. And frankly, his perception of time was shot, so the blonde did not dismiss the thought as impossible. The corridor did not seem like it wanted to end, and the climb was becoming harder and harder. The blonde had been tempted to use his chakra to alleviate the effort, but Tiger had expressly forbidden him to do so. The boy frowned, gritted his teeth, and walked on. It was a test, and he would pass it, Databeo. After what felt like hours, his copy had dispelled. Naruto was utterly exhausted but Tiger, and he had finally reached a door. Tiger opened the panel and motioned for the blonde to follow. Slowly, Naruto and Tiger exited the hellishly long corridor and stepped outside, to the surprise the boy. He had felt the climb, of course, but had not expected to end up completely out of the mountain in the middle of trees. Naruto took a deep breath and felt the strange weight leaving his shoulder. He then whistled lowly. He had entered, so to speak, the Hokage monument at a third of its height, and he was now outside after walking up a ramp, probably somewhere on the plateau overlooking Konoha. Given the size of the cliff, it had been quite the distance. You just climbed up what we call the warmer here in ANBU, said Tiger suddenly, startling Naruto. It's approximately 14 miles long, and it took us 3 hours and a half to climb it at the pace I imposed. The reason it was hard was not only because of the slope, but because a Fuinjutsu makes it so. You will run it each morning to build up endurance. Your end goal is to travel it in less than an hour. The blonde reined in his sputtering indignation at the thought of running a 14 miles, Fuinjutsu-tampered climb in an hour. ANBU were supposed to be the best after all, and there was always chakra. Just like today, you won't actively use any chakra, of course, completed Tiger at this exact moment. Naruto's brain froze. Chakra was always being subconsciously melded and pumped through the coils of a person. Chakra was the life force that coursed through all living things, and as such, it was always present. Ninjas simply learned to actively draw on it to use it. One such use was to enhance muscles momentarily for a boost of speed and strength. Running the endless corridor in an hour without actively pumping chakra in his legs seemed impossible. Naruto's brain started up again as he reached this conclusion, and his tongue rebelled. What? But that's bullshit. Something hit Naruto faster than he could blink, and the masked blonde found himself on the ground, his chest burning from a heavy strike. You will rein your emotions in. I will tolerate no outbursts such as this while you train. Those will be reserved for your downtime. Am I clear? The ANBU asked with his unnerving monotone. Naruto frowned behind his mask, but nodded as he took a deep breath in. Hi, Sergeant. Good. I said running the warmer in an hour was an end goal, not something you are supposed to do by tomorrow. ANBU requires determination. If you do not possess it, recruit, leave now. Naruto's fist clenched and the blonde frowned again. If there was something Naruto Uzumaki was excellent at, it was being determined. Tabeo. The masked boy nodded. Understood, Sergeant. Good, now get up. Naruto obeyed and fell in behind his instructor, who closed the door, made some hand signs that made it disappear in the rock it was carved into, and motioned Naruto to start walking again. The distance they covered was short this time, and they entered a training ground. It had a very small pond on one side, where two ANBU were furiously fighting under the gaze of a third one, human-shaped targets that seemed to move randomly that a lone operator was pelting with shuriken, and 6 armored and articulated dummies, 2 of which were being pummeled by 2 others ANBU. There was a rather big cabin on the right side of the training ground. This is Training Ground 3. Its use is reserved to the 3rd company. You may only use this training ground. ANBU has other facilities for special training, but for all-purpose exercises, everything will happen here. They understood, was left unsaid. Naruto nodded. When a recruit is admitted in ANBU, their training is done again from the ground. Most are experienced ninjas, however, which certainly advantage them. You will be held in the same regard as any recruit apart from special training to even out your own lack of field experience. Naruto nodded and breathed out silently. He would not have it any other way. Now, recruit, can you tell me what is the most important thing for a soldier to possess? The boy started at the sudden question. Replaying the question Tiger had just asked, Naruto's eyes widened silently. The man had not asked about ninjas, but about soldiers. The response he was waiting for was not something specific to ninja then. It wasn't strength, as the answer was too obvious and too generic. Physical strength wasn't much of an answer either, as various techniques could overcome it, which outed speed of the equation. Techniques? The boy asked, unsure. In ANBU, we do not answer the question of a superior officer by another question. We either give a reason or we admit to our ignorance, answered Tiger in his monotone. Naruto gulped. Technique. With the appropriate technique, you can face any threat. The blonde proposed before grimacing as the ANBU shook his head. Incorrect. The most important thing for a soldier is his endurance. Tiger started to say, his right hand held up in a V sign. He needs to be able to endure slow, long-term assignments as well as intense, short-term ones. The physical and mental efforts required are different in each situation. A good soldier can alternate between long, slow efforts and short, intense ones several times and still keep going. For that, he needs endurance. Do you understand? Naruto nodded slowly. I think so, Sergeant. No, you don't, corrected the man instantly, making Naruto bristle a little at what the blonde thought was an insult. Once you experience it with your body, you will though. The boy unclenched his teeth. Tiger was probably right. It was one thing to conceive something intellectually and another to live through it. Naruto stared at the ANBU with defiance, despite the fact the man could probably not see it. I'm ready, Sergeant. No one truly is, answered Tiger immediately before crouching. From one of his belt pouch, the agent took a scroll. You know how to open a storage tag? Naruto nodded. Good. Inside are some clothes for you to wear during physical training. Create one clone again, then go behind the cabin and change. Hi. Naruto created another clone, took the scroll, and scampered off to change. Tiger turned to the clone, who nervously gulped. As the original work on the physical aspect of things, you will meditate. The goal is to relax and follow the flow of chakra through your coils. Do not attempt to control it, just go with the flow. The ANBU explained with his usual monotone before his voice took a strange edge. If you fall asleep, I will make you hurt much, but not enough that you dispel. Is that understood? The clone gulped again and nodded frenetically. Good. Begin. The clone immediately sat in a lotus position and closed his eyes. Naruto returned soon after. His face still hidden behind the mask. The blonde was now wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of pants that were wrapped under gray puttees. The shirt and pants were made of this strange blue, minutely green-colored cloth that was used for the standard combat fatigues of Konoha ninjas. The original blonde watched the seated form of his clone curiously before he eyed his instructor. What is he doing? He is learning to meditate. The ANBU answered. Do you know what an 8 count is? Naruto became whiter than the porcelain of his mask, but acquiesced. "Hi, Sergeant. 8 counts, now, until I say stops. I'll count." Naruto stood ramrod straight for a second before he folded his knees and crouched to get his hands firmly on the ground. He then kicked his legs backward in a single motion to find himself in a push-up position. The boy lowered his body before pushing back up. He kicked each of his feet on each side, kicked them back in line before kicking them under his torso back to a crouch. The blonde then rose to stand straight. "Your push-up is not a push-up. Lower your body to the ground. Keep your back straight, your bottom squeezed tight, and your elbows in," Tiger said. Again. Naruto did the count again, only to hear the ANBU scold his form again. "Your back is not straight." Again. The blonde sighed. It was going to be a very, very long day. 2 Naruto clones followed Kat in a short corridor that opened on a longer, open perpendicular hallway with 3 levels, a steel staircase to access it, and many doors. "Those are the cells where recruits like yourself sleep," explained the ANBU with a womanly voice. "Until you are either accepted or dismissed, you'll sleep here. Your cell is the number 224, second floor. Your stuff has been brought there." The 2 clones nodded and followed the ANBU when she walked without a word toward one end of the large, prison-like hallway. There was a door marked refectory. "Here, breakfast will be served each day at the first rotation. For in the morning, lunch will be at noon and dinner at 7. The 2 replicas balked under their masks. Naruto did not really need a lot of sleep, but they sure hoped for the sake of their boss that he would be allowed to go to bed early. The ANBU suddenly whirled around and walked across the hallway in the opposite direction. The clones followed obediently to another door, this one marked library. The operative unlocked the door. "Here is the library. You," said Kat, designing one of the 2 clones with a finger. "Go in there and learn by heart what the markings on an ANBU mask mean. They are a code and indicate the rank of an operative. It is also an S-ranked secret. If the original somehow reveals it, he will die." The clone blanched, nodded, and disappeared behind the door. Kat looked down on the other clone. "You follow me." "Hi," muttered the masked copy. The ANBU took the steel, spiraling staircase to climb to the second-floor gangway. She immediately went for a door that was exactly above where the original corridor ended. Opening the panel, this one marked Dojo, the female ANBU led the clone down yet another hallway with doors leading to Dojo one either sides. Kat stopped in front of a completely nondescript door and opened it, revealing a square room with a wooden floor. The clone gulped when he noticed dark splatter marks on the wooden lattice. "You will train your swordsmanship here with me. You are not to use a dojo alone. I will come and fetch you," the ANBU explained before stepping in. The clone followed promptly, and Kat closed the door, kneeled to spread open a scroll she had fished from a pouch, and unsealed its content. It was a straight, singled-edged sword with a relatively short blade, a little bit under 70 centimeters in length. The edge of the blade was a light gray with almost indiscernible wave patterns in the steel, while the top was a darker shade in color. This is a chikudo, as taijutsu is often insufficient to wound an opponent if it is not heavily chakra enhanced. All ninja, and particularly ANBU, are required to learn kenjutsu. "I will teach you," Kat said, presenting clone Naruto with the handle of the sword. The clone took it with precaution, knowing a nick would be enough to dispel it. "We will drill Kihan and Kata at first, but let's work on your grip before we begin." Clone Naruto followed Dog, who had been silent, down the left hallway. It was relatively short, and there had been closed doors on the wall, but the ANBU had ignored them. Eventually, they reached one that seemed to satisfy the dog-masked figure who stopped. "K-Squid," began the operator, her voice young and feminine. "You're supposed to be good, time to prove it. In ANBU we do plenty of stuff. I'll teach you tracking, poison, and field medicine. For all that, you'll need your chakra control up to snuff first," the ANBU explained, making the clone bristle slightly behind his mask. Yes, his chakra control was bad. Yes, he was willing to learn and get better. No, it was unnecessary to rub it in his face. Dog royally ignored him and opened a door. The clone eyed the most bizarre room any version of Naruto, original or not, had ever imagined. The chamber was a cube, but the ground had been carved out to form half a sphere, its curved surface covered with smooth, black tiles made of flame new what. Dog walked in the room and beckoned for the clone to follow. The blonde replica immediately fell on his butt. The floor was extremely slippery. The masked boy slid down the large bowl and ended in front of the ANBU, who was sniggering mockingly. Fresh out the academy, TCH. The clone bristled again and fought against the tiles to right himself and stand up, carefully measuring each of his movement to avoid falling again. Double challenge for you. You need to pour chakra through the sole of your feet to stick to the ground. Too much and you fall. Too little and you'll fall. The tiles are damn slippery also, which makes it harder, explained the ANBU before throwing a two-fingers salute to the clone. Good luck, noob. Dog completed before climbing up the slope of the sphere and sitting on the edge. Clone Naruto turned slowly to face the ANBU and stuck out his tongue at her behind his mask. Your entire body language just tells me you did something. I'll punch the original for it, said the ANBU out of the blue. Now get to it, noob. The replica grimaced and decided to get to work. Tentatively, he reached for his chakra and channeled as little as he could to his feet. He immediately bounced off the smooth tiles and impacted the curved wall before sliding down. The clone sighed. That was going to be a long day. Naruto woke up with a start as his alarm rang 20-4. The blonde reined in the temptation to smash the black little box that was aggressively blaring in his ears. It took a minute for Naruto to recognize the gray walls surrounding him. He was in cell number 224, his new home for the time coming. The blonde rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and stretched. His muscles were sore. His, Naruto Uzumaki's muscles, were sore. It was not normal. He did not feel particularly sick, nor different, but his muscles were sore. It had never happened to him before. It seemed like his personal definition of training into the ground did not match ANBU's own vision. Naruto had trained, in his opinion, quite a bit and quite hard during his days in the academy. It had been done without much guidance, but the blonde had followed the advice of Irika and the instructions of scrolls. He had run, punched, kicked, done push-ups, sit-ups, and other whatever-ups. He had drilled taijutsu katas. He had been doing it all wrong, apparently, and his new teachers had all given the boy a new perspective on the meaning of hard work. Tiger, especially, had enjoyed picking apart all the blonde thought he knew. And Naruto was certain his sergeant knew how to write pain with the kanji for training. The boy only hoped gains would come soon, but he had little doubt. Naruto rubbed his eyes again and sighed as he looked again at his room. He did not know what he had expected, but it certainly had not been a tiny prison-like cell in the middle of an underground bunker. After what Dragon had told him, Naruto had waited for something. He did not know what exactly, but it was not this. Life was decidedly intent on pummeling him with lemons, and it was getting old. He knew his existence was ruled by unfairness personified, and that she was laughing at him somewhere, but he had hoped there were limits. Naruto tightened his fists. Dragon had promised him a place in a family if he only could win it. The blue-eyed boy could bitch a whine about how it did not work like that for other, normal people, but it would not achieve anything. Dragon had promised, and his very first promise turned out to be true. His instructors were nothing but dedicated to training him. The boy suddenly shuddered. His teachers were all different, and some took more apparent pleasure in seeing him suffer than the rest, but they were committed. The boy could not say anything to that. With enough determination, Naruto would make lemonade. He had no doubt. And Naruto Uzumaki had the determination to spare. The blue-eyed boy hopped off his bed and directed his feet toward his bathroom. Each cell was basically a square room with a rather comfortable bed and a table, with one bathroom with shower, toilet, and sink adjacent to it. It was really minimal comfort, but comfort nonetheless. Naruto relieved himself and stepped under the shower. The hot water relaxed his muscles, and it truly was heavenly. The blonde was really surprised he was hurting even if only a bit. It was not something he had ever experienced. Naruto shook his head and hurriedly finished his shower quickly. He had been warned that the supply of water was limited. He had to be efficient. ANBU agent could not enjoy a long shower on their working days. It did not work like that. The shower was more to finish waking up than to clean himself. He had scrubbed himself sparkling last evening after the training. Naruto clothed himself in another set of the training outfit he had been provided with, donned his mask, and eventually exited his cell, leaving it open. He had nothing to steal and had been assured that stealing did not happen anyway. It meant out immediately if someone was caught, plus a black mark on the person's file. Inability to ever make jonin and retrogradation if the thief was one already. They did not deserve their rank if they were caught stealing or left enough evidence to be tracked down anyway. The blond boy entered the refectory to see a few people, the vast majority wearing animal-themed masks, the rest wearing one like Naruto's. The boy walked up the counter where breakfast was served. "Hello," Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. ANBU or not, there was no reason to be grumpy in the morning after all. The boy had not talked loudly. It was barely 4 in the morning after all, but loud enough to attract attention all the same. "Hello," answered a buffalo-masked operator from behind the counter in a monotone. "Cell number 224. The agent noted something in a register before turning back to the masked blonde. "Here is your breakfast," the buffalo-masked operator said, giving Naruto him a tray with a very green-looking shake of something in a glass, a bowl of something, and an apple. "Good day to you," Naruto said. Yes, good day." The ANBU waved slightly. Naruto frowned, but said nothing. Maybe this particular operator was grumpy at 4 in the morning. Or maybe it was because Naruto was merely a recruit. The boy shrugged. It would come soon enough. The boy sat at one of the long tables and looked at his tray. Given the meals of the day before, he would definitely not become fat. Naruto had not expected ramen, but ANBU lifestyle seemed very cost-efficient. Very soon, the boy was faced with the first challenge of his day, eating with a mask on. Naruto drew a bit of his chakra and molded it through the monkey hand sign. Chakra shaped itself around his face in a partial transformation, and the blonde could lift his mask from above his mouth without being seen. Tentatively, Naruto plunged his spoon in his bowl and shoved it in his mouth. He identified yogurt, dried nuts and fruits, cereals, and something else. A note of something sweet, no more than a touch, tickled his tongue. Naruto's eyes widened under his mask. It was chocolate. The porridge was sweetened slightly with chocolate. The boy nearly choked from the surprise. ANBU was rich if it could afford that. Naruto had tasted chocolate only on rare occasion. It came from far away in the south and was expensive, way too much for little old him. Naruto immediately withdrew his previous mental statement about cost efficiency. Breakfast with chocolate was definitely a luxury. The blonde ate with gusto, drank the weird green potion that he frankly could not identify if his life depended on it, but tasted quite good, and devoured his apple. Naruto was done in a matter of minutes and put the tray back to the counter, receiving a nod from the operator behind. Naruto took his canteen from his belt and gave it to the operator. "Can I ask you to fill that?" The man grunted but nodded and came back a second later with Naruto's canteen now full of water. "Thanks, Buffalo-san, good day." Naruto bowed and waved cheerfully as he departed, mentally readying himself for what was coming for him. Yeah, good day," came the response a bit too late. Naruto exited the refectory and created one clone who immediately went for the library. He had worked on the rank marking of ANBU mask yesterday, but had not memorized everything to the standard of cat, so had to go again today. It was tedious and only very mildly interesting, but Naruto had no choice. Cat had promised him lots and lots of pain if he wasn't able to recognize an ANBU mask instantly at the end of the week. Today was already Monday, so Naruto had time, but given the vibes the agents were giving, he was definitely not procrastinating. The real Naruto hurried down the hallway toward the start of the warmer, where he met Tiger, Cat, and Dog waiting for him. The blonde bowed. "Hello, Sensei. I hope I'm not late." "You aren't. We monitored you, and you were efficient enough for a recruit. We need to get some out of bed sometimes, so you did better than some," answered Tiger. "How does your body feel?" The blonde scratched the back of his head. My muscles are a little sore." "Only a little?" Tiger asked, a strange edge in his voice. Yeah. It's weird because I've never been sore before," answered the blonde without thinking too much. Naruto immediately regretted saying that as he felt the waves of pure, unaltered malice and anticipation coming from Tiger. The blonde gulped. "Training is going to be so good," the male operative muttered while chuckling like a corroded door hinge. His usual monotone turned into a psychotic whispering. "Nah, Sarge, can I have the real him today?" Dog asked, the same vibes of utter viciousness radiating from her frame. No, he is mine, cackled Tiger again, this time rubbing his hands. Quiet, you two. He is not a toy you get to break. We're not T&I. Cat intervened. That was my second vow, answered Dog distractedly. Naruto recoiled and shuddered as he felt large tears roll off his eyes, tears that somehow spilled from the eye holes in his mask. Someone save me, the blonde whimpered. All right, enough. Naruto, one clone with Cat, one with Dog, and the real you with me. Don't try to switch with a shadow clone. They don't make it up the warmer. Go. Naruto nodded, whipped his crocodile tears, and crossed his fingers to cast his jutsu. Shadow Clone's Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 2 copies appeared and ran to the ANBU they were attributed to. We need to work on silent casting. You're way too loud, Blondie, remarked Dog, who was cleaning her ear with her pinky. I'll handle that, but not today, answered Tiger before Naruto could express himself. Now let's go. Cat and Dog disappeared with their clone in tow, and only Tiger and the real Naruto stayed. I'm going to run the warmer like I do normally. If you try and follow me, you'll probably fail and exhaust yourself, but it's your decision. Your first goal is to run. You don't walk, you run. Your second goal is to never stop. Your third goal is to make it in 3 hours. See you at 7:15. The ANBU said in his normal, unflappable monotone before taking off at a speed Naruto could not hope to match. The blonde sighed, took a deep breath, and stretched a little. 5 minutes later, he felt ready enough to attack the warmer. Naruto engaged himself on the ramp, immediately feeling the intangible weight settle on his shoulders. As he started running, he realized his body was seemingly heavier than normal. Naruto wasn't sure what exactly the Fuin Jutsu manipulated to make him feel so, but it had to be one fine piece of sealing art. Falling into a comfortable pace, the boy thought back to the day before. Training had been hard but satisfying. The weirdest thing had been processing the transfer of memories given by his clones. He had been sitting in a lotus position, assimilating the meditating clone's experience with the process and trying to emulate it. Naruto had realized 2 things. First, the experience transfer was not seamless. It felt like dredging old, jumbled memories at the forefront of his mind. Naruto would readily admit he wasn't an unsurpassable genius, but he wasn't an idiot either. Trying to remember how to do something you did not really do yourself was confusing. The blonde hoped the process would smoothen over time. Second, meditating was incredible. Naruto had immensely enjoyed losing himself in the raging flow of his own chakra. It was an exhilarating ride, as internal and mystic as it was, and it was fast. Naruto loved going fast. It was weird at first to simply relax and let his chakra carry him rather than forcefully direct it, but when the boy had realized the fun that could be had in simply riding the flow, he had let go without too much trouble. Tiger had complimented him on getting it so quickly, but had chalked up a good part of Naruto's success to his lack of proper chakra control. The blonde did not have too much of an ingrained reflex of absolutely controlling his life energy, so it made meditating easier. In turn, knowing his own chakra flow would help Naruto develop his control better. Then, around noon, the clones learning chakra control with Dog and Kenjutsu with Cat had eventually dispelled, feeding Naruto's mind with conflicting memories of trying to stick on a slippery slope while swinging a wooden training sword. His arms had spasmed as they automatically wanted to repeat to swinging motion again. It had been one freaky second. The blonde rapidly lost all precise notion of time. He wasn't too worried about making it in 3 hours. He was running after all, quicker than Tiger, and he had been walking the day before. For maybe 1 hour, the boy jogged up the warmer at a steady pace. Suddenly, the pressure he felt on him considerably lessened, and he accelerated. This was the respite he needed to complete the run under the 3 hours mark. The blonde passed a few shinobi as he ran faster. For a while, Naruto could not be more precise. The pressure was gone, and his body stopped weighing more than normal. It allowed the boy to reach the next segment of the course easily, where gravity once again seemingly doubled. The course alternated between sections where gravity was normal and the air flowing and sections where gravity was definitely doubled and the air felt like jelly. They were random in length and began and ended without any warning. Approximately 2 hours in, and Naruto was once again breathing hard and feeling his legs burn. The shinobi he had passed had caught up to him and passed him, showing no sign of exhaustion. Naruto understood he was missing something here, but he did not know what. The blonde mentally shrugged as he wrestled with his breathing to bring it under his control. It was only the first time he was properly running the warmer. He would figure it out eventually. Eventually, an exhausted Naruto reached the exit door. He had not even the beginning of a clue on how long he had run. Tiger was waiting for him, arms crossed on his chest. 3 hours and 10 minutes. Recruit. You fail. Breath ragged and legs burning. Naruto did not even have the energy to feel contrite. Hands on his knees. The blonde nearly collapsed when Tiger hauled him by his shirt. A soldier never sits, the ANBU drawled in his monotone. They stay up and stand straight. It's better to recuperate anyway. The masked blonde nodded and tried his best to calm his heart and regulate his breathing. What is the most important thing for a soldier to have, recruit? Naruto panted but looked up at his sergeant. Endurance. The answer had been given to him just yesterday. Why? A soldier must be able to alternate between slow, long situations and short, intense ones. Correct. Now recruit, how does a soldier achieve that? Naruto started and opened his mouth to answer, training, before he considered the question carefully. He had taught Konoha how to prank by deconstructing one lone, complex problem into many simpler ones. It was something Naruto prided himself in because it allowed for the careful planning of the best pranks. Yet when Tiger had given the boy his spiel on endurance and whatnot, the blonde had assumed it was all about training. Apparently not. The obvious answer was training, of course, but it was an answer any run-of-the-mill ninja would give. Naruto was an ANBU now, and the animal-masked shinobis were supposed to be anything but run-of-the-mill. So, training, thought Naruto. The boy turned the answer in his head. It was general and absolutely not helpful. The boy needed to look deeper into it. What was underneath the run-up the warmer? What was its secret? Sergeant, can I ask you a question? You are in training, of course, you can, answered Tiger immediately. Naruto felt himself grin behind his mask. There is something I don't get about running, Sergeant, the blonde said before he realized how stupid that sounded. Tiger absolutely did not chuckle at the masked blonde's claim. So you are telling me you don't know how to run? Naruto's cheeks reddened behind the blank porcelain, and he rubbed his head in embarrassment. There is a trick to running the warmer, Sergeant, the blonde mumbled, pouting. Tiger's not a chuckle stopped, and the ANBU nodded. It is a good observation, and there is a trick, yes, but I won't give it to you yet. What? But why? Naruto barely had time to raise his arms to block the punch that threw him on his back. What did I say about outburst? Get up. The blonde grumbled silently about slave drivers and crazy instructors, stood back on his feet, and took a big gulp of fresh air, massaging his right forearm to numb the pain. I won't give the trick to you because it is for you to figure out. If you want to join ANBU, you need to be able to take a problem apart and solve it. Naruto kept rubbing his arm for a second, the pain vanishing slowly, and thought of his instructor's words for a second. The blonde grinned. But if you face a problem you can't answer, it makes sense to seek help. Tiger nodded. Good. You're starting to learn. I still won't give you the answer, but I'm not your only resource, the ANBU said in his unflappable monotone. Also, do not forget that sometimes you'll have to solve a problem alone because support is too far away to help, finished the man. Naruto nodded. It was true. ANBU did run the very rare solo missions of Konoha. Everything else was done in team. The blonde suddenly impacted his open left palm with his right fist. Tomorrow, he would simply run with another recruit. Maybe they had cracked the code already and Naruto could possibly deduce it by observing them. There was also the library. Maybe there was something about running in there. Naruto shook his head. About endurance training, actually. The goal was to train his endurance to a new level. The blonde was supposed to be a stamina tank, yet somehow the warmer was affecting him like none other of his run did. He had to think about it. Or he could ask cat and dog, but if Tiger was not answering, they probably wouldn't either. All right, it's been 5 minutes. Let's go, beckoned the masked man. Naruto nodded and followed the ANBU to the training ground of the third company. Other ANBU were already doing things that ANBU did, training themselves to the ground in a very extreme manner. It was 7 in the morning, and the blonde could already see blood flowing. He shuddered a little. Create a clone for meditation training. Tiger ordered the boy, who obeyed immediately. A second later, a clone was sitting in a lotus position on the ground, regulating its breathing. The man beckoned Naruto over a training dummy. It was a wooden construct in the vague shape of a human with 4 arms. There was a pump and a complex hydraulic mechanism inside that allowed for the dummy to flail widely and randomly at a potential user if they were in range. The arms were weighted with lead, ensuring that any hit was painful. The day before, Tiger had made him do 8 counts until Naruto was literally drenched in sweat, alternating with jogs around the training ground and short pauses. They had worked 1 hour on his kihans. Apparently, katas were useful for mental strength, but not much for combat application, to ascertain Naruto's basic technical level before going back to physical exercises. Today, we'll begin training your taijutsu for real. The blonde deflated very slightly. He would have preferred ninjutsu. Ninjutsu was cool. Ninjutsu would go so well with his mask and his, yet-to-come, cloak. It took a second to remember he was in ANBU, and that ninjutsu certainly would never be flashy. Naruto knew as well that his taijutsu was subpar. Not terrible by any mean, but it needed training. The blonde was abruptly hit by an idea. Maybe he would be taught some super taijutsu style? Naruto started to nod excitedly, but said nothing, not trusting his voice not to burst out, and not wanting a vicious punch from his instructor. First, we will establish something clearly. What you learned in the academy was not a martial art, Tiger declared in his monotone. Before Naruto could question the man, the ANBU simply continued. What you were taught was a combat sport. You practiced punching, kicking, blocking, and moving in a safe environment. You had rules, and you sparred with a partner. The boy nodded. He could accept that, for the simple fact that it was true. You're in ANBU here, so we'll have none of that shit, said Tiger, his voice containing a sudden edge. Naruto started slightly at the curse word but stayed silent, rooted by the rare intensity and seriousness coloring Tiger's tone. The man coughed in his hand before continuing. You'll train your kihans against a punching bag that'll actually punch you back, and you'll see that our kumites are the real deal. We bleed, we break bones, and we sweat, and the only rules are the referee's words. The blonde gulped at the prospect of having to break bones before his mind unhelpfully supplied to him. He was the one who would have his bones broken for a while if he were to spare against Tiger. No, not to spar, to fight. Naruto gulped again. Now, there are many styles of taijutsu, but they can be classified in 2 big families. Some are called external and rely on breaking the opponent, while the others are internal and rely on using the opponent's strength against them. Foolish men go around and pretend they have the best style of all. They are all liars. The best style to exist is the ANBU style. Do you know why? Naruto shook his head no, still muted by Tiger's scary tone. Because it was invented by our founder, and it's a style called whatever works to kill the bastard in front of me. A small part of Naruto's supplied unhelpfully that it was a very long, impractical name, and for 1 second the blonde nearly exploded in laughter. It passed quickly when he was blasted with a wave of something that froze him. His breath caught in his throat, and the words seemingly disappeared around him. The only things left were the yellow, animalistic eyes of a predator staring him down. The eyes of the tiger. For a second, Naruto thought he was going to die, and his life flashed in front of his eyes. The rewind did not progress far as a powerful punch socked him on the side of his mask, hard enough to make his head spin just as his legs gave out under him, taken by a swipe. The attack shook his fear-induced trance. What the hell? Naruto had to roll out of the way of a kick that still grazed his sides painfully. Before he could get up, Tiger grasped him by the shoulder and socked him again in the chin this time, nearly knocking him out, before the ANBU lifted Naruto by the front of his shirt. In a flash, the ANBU twirled a kunai in his free hand and plunged it in Naruto's upper left leg. The man watched as Naruto tethered on the edge of consciousness for an instant before the pain of the stab suddenly flared and was registered by his brain. Arg! The grip of Tiger tightened on Naruto's shirt, and the ANBU approached his head from the blondes to whisper in his ear. Whatever works. No hesitation. The enemy is distracted by the ridiculous name of your taijutsu style. Pulverize him. He is downed. Pulverize him again to make sure he is fine dust. He is? Then stab him to make sure the dust is dead. Tiger all but menacingly growled into Naruto's ears, causing the blonde to subconsciously gather his limbs in a fetal position. Got that, recruit? The blonde gulped audibly and nodded frantically. The ANBU removed the kunai from Naruto's leg, wrenching a small grunt of pain from the blonde, and signed a few mudras until both the man's hands glowed green. The cut, despite being relatively deep, was already sealing itself. You're a Jinchuriki in addition to being an Uzumaki. The cut will not stay open long, explained Tiger, his clinical monotone back in place. Naruto was going to ask how his instructor knew before he remembered the man was his instructor. Of course, he knew of Naruto's abilities. Which was funny really because Naruto himself, while being aware he healed unnaturally quick, had not known until 5 seconds ago that it was due in both parts to his heritage and the demon in his guts. A minute later, and his leg was good as new. Thanks, Sergeant. Naruto thought safer to thank the man properly. The ANBU was the one responsible for his injuries in the first place, but it only meant he could inflict them again and leave Naruto to bleed by himself. The blonde did not really know if he was supposed to be angry at the lesson. The way it was delivered was brutal, sure, but it was effective. If Naruto got one thing from today, it would be that anything goes. It was a painful lesson, but the blonde had always learned better when it had some form of impact on his body. He had learned the explosive tag very quickly, for example. Tiger looked at his charge and cleared his throat. Now the first step to fighting deadly is knowing how to move. Whether you want to stand your ground and punch your opponent into oblivion or dodge, you need to be solid on your legs and capable of switching quickly between rooting yourself to the ground and dancing around. Naruto accepted the explanation. He was no taijutsu specialist. If the man wanted him to learn how to move, he'd learn how to move. He'd have loved to learn some ninjutsu, of course, but he did not want to run the risk of getting stabbed again. Ninjutsu would come in due time and taijutsu would do. How do I train that, Sergeant? Tiger fished something from under his cloak. It was just as unnatural as Konohamaru's scarf, and threw it at the blonde. It looked awfully like a jumping rope. Naruto sputtered, looking at the object in his hand. He was not going to rope jump like some little girls did in the park, right? That'd be too embarrassing. Jump, ordered the ANBU, deadly serious. Oh flame, he was. For a second, the blonde considered throwing the rope back to the man and asking for ninjutsu training instead, but started jumping when he saw the gleam of a kunai. Right, whatever works. Naruto clone followed Cat back into the same dojo. Another version of him had been the day before. This clone jutsu was useful, but incredibly confusing sometimes. Once again, the woman agent unsealed a wooden sword that had the same shape as a chakra. Using a real blade was just asking for the clone to dispel itself by accident. Cat presented the clone with the wooden sword. The same as yesterday, said the ANBU simply. Naruto clone nodded and took the training sword. Today, he would once again learn how to step correctly. Apparently, using a sword was more about moving right than waving your sword arm around. If one could move quickly enough, they could surprise their opponent. Naruto clone was only holding the fake chakra to get used to having a weight in his hand. Cat had shown the previous him an easy strike to associate basic displacement with sword movement, but the ANBU had told him that as long as Naruto could not move to her liking, he would not learn anything more advanced. She had ended her presentation with a very convincing demonstration where she had struck a training dummy with the exact same strike, moving fast while doing so, very fast. The boy took a simple stance. His right foot shifted slightly in front of him, his sword held vertically in front of him, the tip inched forward. The chakra was mainly a one-handed sword with a blade shorter than a katana's. Apparently, they were used within Fire Country for various reasons, the first being that a katana was just a little bit too long and encumbering to fight efficiently in the country's dense forests. The chakra's shorter blade limited the risk of it being caught by stray branches. To minimize the risk, the style Naruto was being taught the basics of emphasized thrusting rather than slashing. It was a style that was quite useful in narrow places in general, like say, the hallways of a noble's palace in ANBU had to assassinate, for example. The katana was mainly the weapon of the samurais from Iron Country, a place that did not have the same forest Fire Country had and way more of the iron or necessary to forge all kind of blades. Naruto clone pushed with his left foot and stepped in, trying to synchronize the extension of his arm and his thrust with the fall of his right foot. The impact was supposed to increase the strength behind the entire strike. The blonde replica breathed out deeply and returned to his previous position. It was a bit more than 4 in the morning, and he would do it until dispel. Naruto clone, second iteration, followed Dog back to a room that was already the blonde's worst nightmare. The exercise seemed innocent enough at first. How difficult could climbing a round slope be? Even without one's hands, even if the slope was slippery, it had to be a piece of cake, right? Wrong, very wrong, of course. The rocks tilling the floor were so perfectly smooth, the blonde's sandals could find no purchase. Dog had obviously told him the day before that chakra was the key to success, but Naruto had yet to figure it out what exactly he was supposed to do. The point of the exercise was to use his feet only and not his hands, but then what? It was difficult enough to even send the chakra to his feet, but how was he supposed to manipulate it once it was there? Of course, the blonde had tried yesterday to climb simply by pushing formless chakra out of his feet. It had not worked. The only result he had obtained was that, if he pulsed too much chakra in one go, he would be blasted off his feet. It had potential as an attack, but it did not help him climb. Not to mention that Naruto clone was a chakra construct itself. The fact he had difficulty manipulating chakra while being made of chakra was beyond weird and open metaphysical questions he absolutely did not want to think about. The original would be killed if he dispelled too soon, or roughed up at least. Focusing in the swirling life energy within him, the blonde directed it to his feet and pushed through the soles of both his feet and shoes. How could he climb? Slowly. He lifted his right foot and stepped up the slope, only to slide down. Naruto clone sighed. If Tiger and Cat were guiding him with an iron hand, Dog was different. The ANBU, a girl Naruto was certain, was unhelpful. The blonde did not know if it was a test of some sort, possible, or if she was simply not interested. The boy scowled a bit under his mask. He certainly hoped it was a test. She had been ordered to be a teacher after all. The replica turned to the ANBU who was sitting on the edge of the large bowl-like room. "You wouldn't have a clue for me, Dog-san?" The blonde asked, a little peeved and mildly hoping annoyance wasn't showing in his voice. The ANBU shrugged. "It depends. A clue about what?" Naruto stretched his lips in a forced smile under his mask before remembering the ANBU could not see it. About this exercise. This time, annoyance had been clear in his tone. "What is your question exactly?" The teenage girl answered, nonplussed. "How does that work?" The ANBU hummed and drummed the fingers of her right hand against her mask. "I told you. You just have to push chakra and stick, newbie." Naruto clone just gave the ANBU a deadpan look behind his mask. "And how do I stick exactly?" "With chakra." The replica felt a vain throb on his forehead. "That's not an explanation." "Not my fault you're too stupid to get it." The blonde sneered before he clicked his tongue. "TCH, you're just like everyone else," he mumbled before turning his back to the ANBU. She was like all those teachers at the academy who would not pay attention to him when he would ask a question or send him out because they deemed his question stupid. Of course, Naruto could not have expected all 3 of his instructors to be different. That 2 of them would teach him properly was already good, he supposed. "What do you mean like everyone else?" "You answer nothing." "Whatever, I'll figure it out," answered Naruto clone while waving the question away, not turning to look at the girl. Again he focused on his feet. How could he climb? He had to think outside of his usual box here. He could not use his hands, and he did not have access to any kind of tool here. According to the instructions given the day before, he had to stick to the tiles using chakra. Easier said than done given he had no idea how to mold his chakra to make it sticky. From what he knew about hand signs, he would go with snake, but it was not like hand sign theory was an exact science. It was just as much superstition as it was tried truths, so Naruto could not be sure he would obtain any kind of result. "Sticky, sticky, sticky," mumbled the clone, absorbed in his thoughts. "Like glue maybe." It was an interesting idea, but he had no clue on how glue worked nor how to imitate it with his chakra. The clone rolled his eyes. If only the stupid ANBU would answer his questions. Focusing his mind again on the glue idea, the blonde explored it mentally for a minute before deeming it useless anyway. When people glued two things together, the idea was that those two things would not come apart. His objective was not only to stick to a surface, but to also climb it. If he glued his foot to the wall, it would contradict the second part of his task. Gluing his foot only to unglue it a second after seemed highly inefficient. Still thinking, the blonde tried his best to imagine other options. Or hooks. Many of them, said the clone to himself, still whispering. The clone kept himself from facepalming. Hooks weren't going to help him. Chakra was not solid after all. The clone once again had to fight his instincts to slap himself. Of course, chakra could be solid. He was tangible proof of it. The blonde groaned. Suddenly, the fact chakra, which was supposed to be an energy, had a solid state, baffled him completely for a second and caused his mind to swirl with the implications of this realization. The blonde had not really realized what it meant to create a shadow clone. Energy was not supposed to be solid, right? He had been too limited in his imagination apparently. What could he do with it? And what were the other possible states of chakra? The clone lost himself in his thoughts before a cough from the ANBU called him back to reality. What are you doing, you noob? You were supposed to climb. The blonde bristled for a second before he clicked his tongue. I'm thinking, and maybe I have something, so if you could just… Naruto clone waved his hand for a second, searching for his words. I don't know. Just keep ignoring me. That'd perfect. The boy eventually huffed. The ANBU appeared nonplussed again. It was difficult to tell with the mask and cloak, and shrugged before returning to whatever it was she was doing. Reading a little book with a blue cover apparently. The blonde cocked one eyebrow as he saw what he thought was a ripple of some sort on the cover, but ignored it as it disappeared almost immediately. Going back to his musing, Naruto clone breathed in deeply. So hooks it would be. In a sudden second of brilliance, the blonde decided to get rid of his shoes to avoid shredding them. He nearly slapped himself again when he remembered the shoes, like everything else when it came to him, was made of chakra. Ugh, whatever, muttered the blonde, intent on not dwelling on the weirdness of it all, and focusing on the chakra he had pushed in his feet. He needed tiny little barbed needles, 100,000 of them. His plan was for the hooks to sink in the smooth surface and hold his weight. Several hours later, and his brow marred with sweat, Naruto clone realized that his endeavor was easier imagined than done. He had tried to form the hooks he had in mind, but they were too large and too jagged. They broke the tiles rather than sink into them and left marks. It had prodigiously angered the ANBU, which had of course angered Naruto in turn. If the girl did not want to give him an answer, then she had to accept him experimenting. That had shut the masked teenager up, and she had allowed Naruto to continue after stating another rule. The goal was also to not break anything. Suddenly, it was noon and a clock rang to signal lunch was served in 5 minutes. It was time for Naruto clone to dispel. He was nearly out of chakra anyway. Lunch looked a bit like breakfast. Tiger led Naruto to the cabin in the training ground and gave the boy a bento, a bottle of green liquid, the goo, as it was called by other ANBU, and a fruit. The bento was simple: rice, some meat, and vegetables. Naruto was honestly too hungry to be picky, so he ate his greens without complaining. He had tried the day before, and all he had received for an answer was a punch to the face anyway. The blonde made short work of the food, eating in silence like the other masked ninjas. He was not too keen on speaking anyhow. Any time spent to save his breath was time well spent, especially after spending the larger part of the morning jumping rope on one foot, jumping rope while slaloming between hula hoops, jumping rope while dodging kunai, or any kind of rope jumping Tiger could come up with. There were 1,000 of ways to jump rope, and some were really impressive. His lunchbox finished, the blonde sat in a lotus position near the meditating clone and, after nudging his replica to tell him it was time to dispel, plunged in the flow of his own chakra. Receiving a shadow clone's feedback while meditating was a strange experience. As he was following and flowing with the stream of his chakra, Naruto felt a sudden surge in the river. The chakra of the shadow clone returned to him. This was the funny part, as the sudden addition of life energy quickened the flow. Then came the experience from the meditation. Naruto, already meditating, felt like he was doubled within his own self for a second. The memories of his clone infused the Een part of his chakra and strengthened it, and as Naruto was bathing inside, he was thrown in a literal loop of him flowing with chakra, within him flowing with his chakra. Then the integration ended, and the flow calmed down, and with it the dissociation between his own present situation and his clone's. Soon after came the memories of the clone taught Kenjutsu, then the experiments of the clone taught chakra control. With all this came mental exhaustion, excitement, annoyance, and many other feelings that were alien yet his. Feelings that dissipated quickly and yet again balanced the attuned part of his chakra. For 1 hour or so, Naruto just drifted along his life energy. The blonde had been the first surprised that meditation, an activity quite antithetic to his preferred ones that usually included lots of motions, was so easy for him, but the reason was quite simple. It actually included a lot of movement, only of a different kind. A movement that was internal, within himself, reserved for him. The blonde honestly liked the ride. He felt a hand touch his shoulder and opened his eyes. Tiger motioned with his thumb toward the training ground. Naruto breathed in deeply and stood straight, stretching himself. It was time to go back for more torture. After 5 minutes of stretching his body to reheat it, Naruto approached the ANBU, who was standing near one of the dummy. It was a construct of wood and metal, with 4 arms with way too many joints and a head painted to resemble an oni. In Naruto's honest opinion, it was convincingly intimidating. You'll learn to dodge now. I'll activate the pump and the dummy is going to move hard, fast, and randomly, explained Tiger before pointing at the extremity of one of the wooden limbs. This is lead. Lot of it. If you're hit, it'll hurt a lot. Tiger fished within his cloak a strange, leather helmet and a piece of plastic. That, began the ANBU, holding the helmet high, is to avoid concussion, and that, continued the man while showing the plastic object, is to avoid losing any teeth. You wear both for the time being. Naruto eyed the 2 pieces of gear and shrugged. If wearing the helmet prevented the loss of a few brain cells, he would wear it. The boy slipped the teeth protector under his mask and in his mouth and donned the helmet. It was bulky, obviously padded to maximize protection, and slightly uncomfortable, but Naruto did his best to ignore it. Take a stance in shadow box for a minute to get used to what you're wearing. Be on guard. I won't warn you when I start the dummy. Tiger ordered the blonde. Hi, answered Naruto simply, his mouth full of plastic keeping him from saying much. For a minute or two, the blonde shadow boxed the harmless wooden mannequin before he suddenly heard the telltale sound of high-pressure water running within canalizations. As abruptly as advertised, the dummy flung one arm around, almost catching Naruto in the rib. The boy rose one arm to block the punch and grimaced under his mask. It would hurt. His eyes widening, the blonde stepped back and rotated his body, presenting his profile to the now aggressive construct, dodging a vertical sweep that would have clubbed him on the head. With an angry-sounding mechanical hiss, the rooted golem whirled, its 4 arms flailing like the chain of a kusarigama. The arm Naruto had just narrowly dodged caught him in the stomach and sent him flying 2 meters back. His breath short and his abdomen aching, the blonde heard Tiger's yell to stand and go at it. The blue-eyed recruit took a second to think about his situation. He had not expected the dummy to be this quick. He would need speed and explosivity to escape the hits, something he had worked on for most of his morning. Naruto steeled his mind and, as much as he could, his body. Time to see if rope jumping was a good way to learn. With determination in his steps, the boy entered the range of the dummy once again and immediately fell in a stance while keeping himself on the balls of his feet. Jumping rope was all about rhythmically springing up. The rhythm was only as complicated as one wanted it to be. Right, left, up, and down, the blonde weaved, ducked, and jumped around the mercurial training golem, receiving punishment more than once as he lost awareness of one or more arms speeding for him. Suddenly, the boy was sent sprawling, his chin hurting, his teeth dancing the gig, his eyes rolling, and his skull vibrating. The blonde hastily took a few steps back to get out of reach. It would hurt a lot. Before he could compose himself, he felt a hand push him firmly in between his shoulder blades, thrusting him once again in the maelstrom of flails that were the dummy's arms. Barely catching his breath, the blonde had to take one strike directed at his head on his right forearm and another one directed at his left ribs on his left elbow. Pain exploded in his left arm, and Naruto swore he could hear his bones creak. The blonde sneered and growled, his features set in granitic determination. It would hurt a lot, but he learned better that way, right? Beaten black, blue, and bloody, Naruto was thrown on his bed, close to 7 hours later, by his instructor. Tiger had made him fight the training dummy from hell for the entire afternoon, varying the pressure, and thus the speed of the attacks, at random. When the boy had collapsed, beaten into a pulp, the ANBU had cut the water flow and allowed Naruto to leave the training ground. The boy had collapsed halfway down the warmer, after 2 hours of a wobbly, exhausted run walk. Tiger had picked his charge up and simply dropped him on Route 224. Through the haze of pain, exhaustion, and sleepiness he bathed in, Naruto did not hear the man's whisper as he left. "So, what is the assessment?" Tiger asked to his two subordinates after dropping his blonde charge in his room. Cat decided to answer first. He has no particular instinct for the blade itself, but his clone works hard enough. He won't redefine Kenjutsu, but he will be dangerous. And he got the basic step already. It shows excellent coordination. Tiger nodded and turned toward Dog, who shrugged. His chakra control is terrible, and he doesn't get vertical walking. "I see," said Tiger before stopping, thinking about his ANBU's precise words. "What do you mean he doesn't get it?" Dog shrugged again. "I told him to stick with his chakra, but then he asked me how he was supposed to do it. A bit stupid if you ask me." "Are you sure you understood his question?" Cat interjected suddenly. "What did you mean?" "He is not stupid. So he asked you a question you didn't understand. Either because he formulated it wrong, or because you didn't want to understand." Dog clicked her tongue. "TCH, what is there to explain in the first place? Tree walking is the basic. If he doesn't get it, he doesn't belong here," the teenage ANBU proclaimed in a mix of annoyance and haughtiness. "He was recommended by Dragon-sama, in person dash," began Cat before Tiger interrupted her. "He can run the warmer in a little more than 3 hours, and he spent 5 hours boxing the dummy." The male ANBU spoke in a monotone, reducing the two other ninjas to a stunned silence. A minute of absolute stillness later, Dog croaked in disbelief. "What? You heard me. For his first time against a dummy, he lasted 5 hours before I told him it was over." Tiger explained to his subordinates before taking a deep breath. "And I pitted him against Ashura." This time, it was Cat's turn to flounder with her words and express her strangled astonishment. "Sergeant, Ashura is the second most dangerous of the training model. No recruit goes against one. No standard recruit, no. He is anything but standard. It was a test of his capacities, both mental and physical. He is unrelenting, and as much as his mind is quick, he truly learns by doing. He is still not done memorizing standard ANBU marking, but I drilled him with rope jumping, and he had it down in an hour." Both female ANBUs listened to their officer, still wrapping their mind around what the man had just told them. "Is he a guy wannabe?" Dog asked eventually. Tiger shrugged. Possibly much more. Now, Dog, next time he asks you a question, you answer it. Are we clear?" "Hi, Sarge." When the morrow came, Naruto woke up feeling sore, hurt, battered, and frankly not in any shape to get out of bed. He got out still because he had a hunch Tiger would not see things the same way the blonde did. It took careful movements and patience and several winks of pain, but Naruto successfully dragged himself to his bathroom, where his mirror unkindly reflected his bruised self. The hot water of the shower considerably alleviated the pain, and once the blonde was fully awake, he realized he was not tired. His body hurt, sure, but there wasn't the veil of exhaustion weighing on his eyelid nor binding his limbs. His muscles and his wounds were simply not yet healed and causing him a pain he wasn't used to. The trip to the cafeteria was quick and much like the day before. Buffalo-san did not talk much despite the still enthusiast greeting the blonde gave him, and the food was just as unidentifiable as the day before, albeit tasty. This time, though, Naruto sat with two other recruits, their blank masks identifying them as such. "MHH. Hello," the blonde greeted as warmly as he could. One recruit just nodded and focused back on their meal, not interested, while the other returned the greeting with a monotone "good day." Acutely aware that time was passing, Naruto wolfed his tray of food ghoulishly and was nearly finished before he spoke again. "Excuse me, senpai?" The sudden question from the blonde made the two other recruits left their head. "Is it okay if I run the warmer with you too?" The silent one shrugged, apparently not interested in the least, while the others simply nodded. "Sure." Naruto smiled behind his mask and bowed his head. "Thank you, senpai." Preparing himself to finish his food, the blonde was hit by a sudden bout of inspiration. "I know Fuinjutsu, a bit of it," began the blonde. This caught the attention of the two recruits, and the one who had done the speaking inched forward. "Yeah. If you need a ceiling tag or something, I can do it. To repay you for running with me, you know." "You know explosive tags?" Naruto positively grinned behind his mask and fingered his chest with his right thumb. Of course I do, Tabeo." "What yield?" "All three range," exclaimed the boy proudly, referring to the low, medium, and high ranges, the three classifications in Konoha for explosive power. The two older recruits looked at each other, their hands twitching for a few seconds before the loquacious one turned once again toward Naruto. "We check the quality first, and if they are any good, we'll bank on this favor, sure." The boy gave the man a thumb up and gulped down what was left on his tray. The two older recruits followed seconds after as Naruto met with Tiger, Cat, and Dog. The blonde was given the same set of orders, and his clones, with an addition of one also going to the library for personal research, disappeared where they were supposed to. "Ready to go?" the taller recruit asked the blonde as they finished their warm-up. Naruto nodded firmly. "Lead the way." The rest of the week went by in the same fashion for Naruto. He would wake up, still bruised from the taijutsu training, a bit before 4 in the morning, eat a breakfast made of various stuff he could not really identify save the fruit juice, send clones to work with Cat, Dog, and in the library and jog up the warmer with the two older recruit he now called senpai. He had been left in the dust rather quickly on the first day, but had somehow caught up to the two ANBU in training during one of the easy parts of the run. He had thought they had slowed when in fact he had accelerated. He had deduced running faster during the easy portion of the warmer was not the trick to gain on your time. Then, gravity had doubled again without warning, and his two senpais had left him in the dust. It was the day after, on Thursday, that the blonde came to realize regularity was the key. The reason the start of the warmer was a high-gravity portion was in order for the runners to set a pace. A pace, Naruto had come to understand, was not simply a speed. It was an amount of effort put into running, and it included breathing. When a rhythm was found, it was best to keep to it rather than mess it up by accelerating or slowing down. The realization came in handy for all his other activities. The lessons with Tiger were intense, painfully so, but satisfying nonetheless. The man held nothing back and ran the boy through the proverbial gauntlet. The positive side of things was that the blonde could already tell he had progressed. He was lighter on his feet thanks to rope jumping and much more conscious of his immediate, personal space thanks to the dummy. He had not sparred the four-armed monstrosity, though. Tiger had pitted him against easier, two-armed golems. Being punched repeatedly by the weighted arms of the mechanical dummy was an excellent motivation to increase his dodging. The very random motions of the Machiavellian invention kept him on his toes and taught him to stay aware. Knowing how to breathe efficiently also helped greatly. His kenjutsu was coming along as well. He had gotten the stepping technique taught by Cat down, and now he had to combine it with moving much like he did during his taijutsu lesson. As of now, he still often tripped on his own feet with each attempt. It was a new way of moving that was yet to become natural for him. The blonde had finished learning the ANBU marking with 2 days to spare and could now differentiate what each color, symbols, and other flourish meant. He had immediately been tasked with learning the ANBU sign language. His other clones sent to the library had looked around, hoping to discover an idea on how to stick to a surface. Among the many things Naruto's replica had found, one book on insect and spider, written by an Aburame in collaboration with an Uchiha, validated the blonde's general idea of hooks. The problem was that he had yet to manipulate his chakra finely enough to create them, and so was stuck to sliding down the bowl over and over again. He had tried to ask Dog again about a hint, anything, and to his surprise, the teenager had tried to give the boy some clue. The discussion had been long before the ANBU had truly understood what Naruto needed. The boy wanted to have a feel of how the chakra was supposed to be molded. Frankly, Dog had been stumped for 2 days before giving the boy a small ball of uncooked bread dough on Friday. Naruto clone had spent an hour just playing with the sticky, yet malleable material before concluding it wasn't the most efficient way to go at it. Replicating the biology of Spider was much more difficult, but Naruto expected more efficient results. At noon, the boy would eat in the training ground after integrating the meditating clone's memories. After lunch, he would meditate himself for 1 hour in order to assimilate the memories of his 4 other clones before going back to whatever Tiger had in store for him, often until 9 in the evening. The meditation exercise was bearing fruits as the headaches had greatly reduced over the week, and the integration process had become actually more and more efficient. It was also something the blonde definitely enjoyed. Knowing the way his chakra was flowing within him made him feel whole in a way he could not really explain. The constant training had turned into a demanding but not unpleasant routine for the boy, and Naruto was at a loss for what to do when Sunday, his resting day, came suddenly. Naruto had been careful to deactivate his alarm the day before. He had shut it off in the morning actually, knowing full well he'd be too tired and bruised to think about it in the evening. So Naruto did not really understand why his eyes opened with a start, nor why he rolled out of his bed, his heart beating faster than what was allowed. Barely awake, the boy eyed his clock and his sleep-addled mind panicked as he read it was already 4. Tiger is gonna kill me, Naruto whispered before he darted for the bathroom, where he established a new personal record of speed showering. It was only once he was out of the bathroom and dressed that he realized today was Sunday, his rest day. The blonde groaned and slapped his forehead. The week had been enough to establish a routine, and his body, already used to be awake around 4, had decided to get things started without his conscious authorization. Naruto groaned once again. Now that he was showered, dressed, and sleep had been chased from his mind, he knew he would not be able to go back to sleep. He wasn't tired anyhow, just sore and relatively less than he had been at the beginning of the week. The blonde put his mask and ran to the refectory. He breathed a sigh of relief seeing breakfast was still being served. Even on Sundays, the ANBU core never slept for real. "Hello, Buffalo-san," greeted the diminutive ANBU recruit. "Hello, recruit." Naruto smiled behind his mask. He had graduated, through the week, from a dispassionate, good day to being called recruit. It was, in the blonde's opinion, a step in the right direction. The boy sat at one deserted table and wolfed his food down, his mask slightly up and his face masked under a partial transformation. He was becoming quite the adept of this specific jutsu. He had always been good with it, but now, it had reached a level where he could reduce to a minimum the ripples caused by the interaction of chakra with a solid object. His food finished, Naruto rubbed his mouth with the palm of his right hand, thinking deeply. He had counted on sleeping in to kill at least part of the day, but this part of the plan was now out of the proverbial window. The blonde sat still for a minute. He had not been given any specific instructions for today, just reminded that using the various training spots without supervision was forbidden. Tiger had also given him his official backstory for his week of absence. It was way too early to really go anywhere to do anything. Naruto ultimately shrugged after looking at himself. By force of habit, he had donned the clothes he used for training. He could always run up the warmer. That would kill nearly 3 hours, and he would see then what he would do. Having given his tray back, the masked blonde found himself at the start of the warmer. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stretched for several minutes before he felt ready to attack the upward slope of hell. The blonde set his pace carefully, something demanding but sustainable, and allowed his thoughts to wander. How would he occupy himself today? It was the question worth 1,000,000 ryo. The blonde could visit Konoha, but his visit would be probably cut short if the young Sarutobi had homework to do or any other responsibility from his clan. Maybe Naruto could send a shadow clone to know if Konohamaru's afternoon was free. The boy nodded, satisfied with his plan. This way, he would even avoid seeing the Hokage in person. He had no wish to see his grandfather. A week, even as busy as this particular week had been, was not enough to digest everything. Of course, Naruto had to go get himself some ramen. It had been a week of healthy, shapeless food, if surprisingly tasty. and the blonde craved his favorite dish. Also, he was missing seeing Ayam. It was rare for him to be gone for an entire week without visiting the Ichiraku. He also wanted to explore the library further. It was a mine of information waiting to be revealed. Naruto doubted everything was of interest to him, but the most improbable thing could be found there. The blonde would have never placed a bet on the fact there were books on entomology. Not everything was ninja-related, but when Naruto had asked the ANBU librarian about it, the man had answered that sometimes, nature was one of the best source of inspiration to develop jutsus of all kind. As such, it was a noble endeavor to seek to understand how things in nature worked. The librarian, a very old man if his white and light gray hair were to be any indication of his age, had told Naruto that the famous water condensation technique of the night aim had partly come to the man by observing how water condensed on spiders' webs. How the man had developed a technique that was still infamous today, simply from observing spiders' web, was beyond Naruto right now, but the blonde surmised that, much like he himself tried to replicate the ability to stick to surface from the same animals, the night aim had experimented while using his observations as a basis. The library problem would easily be solved by a team of 2 or 3 clones. He could also work on his calligraphy and write some haikus while he was at it. Time spent working on Fuinjutsu was never time lost after all. Plus, he had a letter to prepare for someone, and he had to prepare a bit of sealing for it. That reminded Naruto of his promise to his 2 senpais. He had to give a clone the task of creating a few samples for the 2 recruits who had agreed to help him. His mind busy with various thoughts, the boy did not really notice when he reached the top of the warmer. Naruto frowned when he realized he had no idea how much time it had taken him to run up the slope, but then smiled when he assessed how he was feeling. His legs were warm but not hurting, and it was with the satisfying heat of a workout well done. His breath, while quickened by the effort, was not ragged nor short. He had certainly progressed since the beginning of the week. He still lacked speed, but the jog was nowhere as exhausting as it had been at first now that he knew he had to be cleverly conservative of his energy. After thinking about it as much as he could during the week, Naruto had concluded that the reason he could lead Chunin on a chase for hours was that the level of effort required of him was constant. It was the greatly varying levels of pressure that made the warmer dangerous. The easy parts were meant to lure you into a false sense of security. At worst, the runner would become bold and accelerate, and that would be their downfall as soon as the next high-gravity portion came. And Naruto had quickly noticed that whatever regulated gravity and air viscosity was affecting the length of the slope at random. One could not prepare for the warmer or establish a map of it because the warmer changed every day. Regularity. It was certainly a valuable lesson applicable in taijutsu, kenjutsu, and chakra control. Naruto was sure it would impact other aspects of his training. It was one teaching the boy was intent on remembering. Naruto stretched before frowning again. He did not want to go back down immediately. He had just run for nearly 3 hours after all, but he had to stay moving. His clothes, damp from perspiration, were starting to disgustingly cling to his skin. The blonde ran through a string of hand signs, and the door to the outside opened. Tiger had shown him the madras so that the blonde would be independent of the man as much as possible. Tiger could run the warmer in something like 30 minutes, so while he waited for Naruto, the man trained. Naruto found himself in the forest. Given how the sun rays were barely lightening the little clearing, it was around 7. The sun wasn't very high yet and could not be seen, hidden by the dense canopy. For a minute, the blonde was at a loss as for what to do, but it came to him quickly. He could work on his chakra control personally. He had yet to try the chakra manipulation himself. The blonde neared a tree and looked up its trunk. Trees in Fire Country were no joke. The colossus of wood standing tall in front of him, rooted firmly in the ground, was maybe 4 meters in diameter at its largest point and shot up to reach probably 30 meters. And that was a relatively average specimen. The tallest titans of Fire Country, Naruto had read, could reach a height of up to 100 meters while having a trunk so large it took dozens of men to circle it. Naruto caressed the rugged bark and felt the relief against the palm of his hand. The valleys of the outer layer of the tree made for easy holds. Even without chakra and as long as hands were allowed, climbing up such a tree was possible. The boy stepped back and crossed his hands in a seal he was become increasingly familiar with, and create 2 shadow clones with a whisper. Naruto looked left and right at his 2 copies who simply nodded and approached the tree from various angles. The original blonde neared the tree again and focused on his feet. He needed small, supple needles, with barbs along the length, and he needed a countless number of them. He knew it was not exactly the shape of the strange hairs a spider possessed at the end of their legs, but Naruto wasn't exactly the size of a spider either. He had to compensate for his increased weight. That was something he was sure of. For the following hour or so, Naruto tried to refine the amount of chakra sent to his feet and mold it in the shape he had in mind. Despite his best efforts, the boy kept sliding down the trunk, not able to stick to it even once. Frustration slowly rose, and Naruto decided to stop his efforts before he punched a hole in the tree for his troubles. It would not do to needlessly destroy a perfectly good tree in a bout of childish anger. Rather than letting his impatience boil down to violence, the blonde chose to sit and meditate, plunging into the flow of his chakra. A week of meditation had Naruto realized several things about himself. He had a lot of chakra, first and foremost, that he knew already and the reasons for it. What no one had told him was what it meant really beyond his ungodly stamina. His chakra coils were not developed enough to ensure control over the thrum of life energy coursing through them. Normally, as chakra reserves grew, the ability to wield those reserves, also called chakra capacity, grew in concert. Chakra reserves got bigger with physical strength and mental experience, and chakra capacity expanded with the enlargement of one's chakra coils. The natural goal of the body was to maintain an optimal flow rate, so to speak. In short, if the coils were too tight, as was the case for Naruto, the chakra would flow too fast to be properly harnessed. It was like opening a tap with way too much pressure behind it. The problem was that the growth of chakra coils would come from training. The ceiling of a massive chakra entity hadn't been taken into consideration by biology. Naruto's chakra system was getting larger and larger by the day, forced open by his ridiculous amount of life energy, but so were his reserves due to his training. At this rate, the equilibrium could possibly never be reached. Simply cycling his chakra through his pathways by meditating was a way to artificially enlarge the coils. It was a process rarely needed, as few ninjas found themselves in the same situation Naruto was in. It was also slow. Naruto could feel the familiar rush of a clone dispelling, and, a minute after, the rush came anew as the second clone poofed out. The assimilated memories did not bring the boy any joy. None of the 2 replicas had succeeded. As the boy had mentally ordered, one had tried to mold chakra in a glue-like fashion and had actually, if momentarily, stuck to the tree. It only solidified Naruto's belief such a method would go nowhere. To take his foot off the tree, the clone had concluded after experimentation that he needed to either cut the flux of chakra to his feet entirely or mold the chakra again back to something featureless. Not really cost and focus efficient. By imitating a spider's bristles, Naruto was hoping the natural motion of the foot and a simple flex of chakra would be enough to anchor and detach the foot to a surface. Meaning once the chakra was activated, the blonde would not have to even subconsciously think about it. Now, if only his chakra could obey and get into shape already. Naruto sighed and considered his problem. The glue was a way to go about it. A rough, inelegant solution, but a solution nonetheless. The blonde scoffed. He knew full well he would not be satisfied with it. It was half-assed and not properly functional. Naruto Uzumaki did not take to all subjects with the same gusto, but it would not be said that he did not see a problem to the end when he was faced with one that interested him. His studies in Fuinjutsu had seen to that. Also his pranking. The prospect to be able to walk on any surface and defy gravity presented simply too many potential applications to be ignored by the blonde. Naruto resolved to simply try until he got it down. Giving up was not part of his dictionary after all, and failing was key to success. Fuinjutsu had also taught him that, repeatedly. Opening his eyes, the Uzumaki stood up. The daylight was a little brighter, but still, the trees masked the sun. It was time to run back down, have a shower, and change into something more relaxed. A little less than 3 more hours later, the boy's clock showed 1:45 when the blonde came back to his cell, and Naruto was freshened, dressed in something definitely civilian, and en route to Ichiraku's ramen stand. A team of clones was wandering around the library, mask on, and a lone replica was in his room, working on his brush stroke and poetry. He had until 11 tonight to do what he pleased. For the first time in a week, Naruto was wearing his Hitayite. He had exited the ANBU lair the same way he had entered it the very first time, seamlessly blending in with the flow of disparate civilians climbing up and down the Hokage monument. At this hour of the day and on this day of the week, they were mainly couples intent on sharing lunch in the park just above the hieratic heads. Sakura season was over, and people were free to pick cherries if they could or simply enjoy the jasmine, which had just started to blossom white. As he reached the end of the stairs, Naruto created a clone who scurried away toward the Sarutobi compound. It took the blonde half an hour at a leisurely walk to cross Konoha and find his way back to his favorite place ever. "Hey, Tochijiji." "Hey, Nachon." Naruto greeted with enthusiasm before sitting on a stool. The blonde's entrance was ignored by the other customers. Everyone eating at Ichiraku's knew that that boy had the favor of the owners. Delicious ramen was stronger than short-sighted bigotry in this case. "Naruto." A joyful shout was his answer as Ichiraku whirled around, wiped her hands on her apron, and hugged the blonde boy. "Where the flames were you this week?" Naruto returned the hug with a grin and scratched the back of his head at the question. Well, they kept me really busy at the Hokage Tower." "The tower? Why were you there?" "Well, kinda repaying Konoha for all my pranking," said Naruto in a questioning tone, index finger on his lower lips and eyes looking upward, as if unsure how to properly put it. "Yeah, I think that's how they call it." Guffawed behind her counter. So they finally caught you, huh? Well, it was fun while lasted, right?" the cook asked with a large grin. Naruto answered with a smile on his own. "Sure, I'm a ninja now. I need to be serious. Tabeo." I bet you won't hold a month without turning the tower on its head," challenged the brunette. "What? No way, Nachon. I'm all serious now." "As if you're just biding your time," claimed the older girl with a nod of her head, convinced by her wise words, before she smiled again. Deserting her various saucepans for a second, the girl propped her elbow on the counter to support her head. "So what do you even do there?" Naruto waved his hand. Carrying papers, carrying messages, Hokage Tower stuff, I'd say." Iam's eyes opened as large as saucers. "No way. And you haven't gone crazy yet." "Oi, Nachon," Naruto exclaimed with a look of indignation and a fake pout. "I'm not that bad." "Sure you are. You can't sit still for a minute." His long meditation sessions came to the blonde's mind, and Naruto grinned widely. "Well, I'm way better now. And anyway, they let me have my workout, so I can burn some energy before my day begins," continued the boy, shuddering a little at the memory of his first run up the warmer. Iam was ready to doubt Naruto's exploit when the boy's stomach growled thunderously, making the blonde blush a little and rub his scalp while the girl giggled. "Well, they don't feed you right apparently," the cook exclaimed before she offered Naruto her version of the megawatt smile. "What's it going to be?" Naruto flashed his pearl-white teeth for the girl to see. "Miso ramen large with extra pork, tabeo." Iam stood straight and saluted. "Coming straight up, ninja-san," she exclaimed before focusing on her kitchen. "By the way, Nachon, where is Tochijiji?" The brunette groaned and rolled her eyes as she was cooking. He hurt his back trying to carry a gas canister inside. Iam explained with exasperation. Seeing the Naruto's eyes wide with worry, she waved a hand. "He is fine. Just, the nurse forbade him to do anything today." "So he's not there?" asked the boy, somehow weirded out by the fact Ichiraku was on leave. The old cook was always behind his counter, had always been and would always be. It was one of the truths of Naruto's life. Iam shrugged after sprinkling some spice in a saucepan full of simmering broth. "He can't sit still if he's here, so I chased him off. He told me he'd go see Mom, and then maybe relax in a park somewhere." The girl punctuated her explanation by ladling a portion of noodles in a bowl. She then proceeded to improve by adding several slices of pork, a boiled egg, seaweeds, and various other greens of all colors. It took the experienced cook but a second to dress the dish perfectly, topping it with a Naruto with a flourish. One miso ramen large with extra pork. She clamored with a grin. Naruto took the smoking bowl gratefully and gave his sister a large smile. Thanks, Nei-chan. I'm really starving. Setting the dish in front of him, the blonde inhaled the delicate aroma he was so fond of, the smell evoking many good memories, bright spots of warmth in an overall dull canvas. Naruto's smile dimmed and his blue eyes filled with a rare melancholy. You know, Nei-chan, Gigi would never leave the stand if he didn't trust you completely, the blonde said in a subdued voice, looking down at the steaming noodles. It means you cook as well as him. You can be proud. Naruto missed the blush that reddened Ayam's cheeks and nose as he broke his chopsticks free. Itadakamasu. With ringing thanks, the boy proceeded to inhale the noodles. Immediately, Naruto hummed in satisfaction. Oh, that's the real deal, Tabeo. The blonde exclaimed after his first gulp before stuffing a slice of meat in his mouth. Of course it is. Ayam, having her countenance again, answered, tranquil pride evident for all to hear in her voice. Give me some time, and they'll become even better than that, she boasted. Naruto stopped in his noodly tracks and stared at his surrogate sister, blue eyes alight with mirth before he scoffed. PFF, as if, you can copy your dad's well, but do better? Not gonna happen. Oh yeah, the brunette asked, the vibrato of a thread in her voice so blatant it was obviously faked. Well, it has a better chance to happen than you becoming Hokage, declared the girl, nose pointed upward and arms crossed on her chest. The boy grinned before it faltered. It was an old game between Naruto and Ayam, to clamor their dream at each other's face and challenge the rest of the world to stop them. The brunette would swear to become the ultimate ramen cook, and the blonde would swear he'd become the Hokage to surpass all Hokage. Two dreams that had, without discussion, equal respect from both parties. Becoming the ultimate ramen cook was absolutely no laughing matter. The exchange, the ritual almost, had taken Naruto out of numerous dark, downward spiraling funks in the past. His Nei-chan had always known how to give Naruto his smile back. But today, the game had suddenly lost much of its flavor. Because today, Naruto could not claim he would become Hokage. He wasn't sure if he wanted to don the hat anymore. His reasons had been too frail, flimsy at best. He still had great respect for the position and what it entailed, though, and so refused to proclaim fakely. It wouldn't do. Naruto. The slightly worried tone of Ayam brought Naruto back to the present. The blonde looked up at the girl he called his sister, perfect blue orbs peering in light chocolate brown. His eyes widened at the thought. His sister. For some strange reason, it was as if he was seeing her for the first time. Her brown hair held back by her kerchief, her eyes and her light smile, filled with slight worry for him, her dexterous hands, still delicate somehow despite the hours of work. She so readily called him Naruto-kun and accepted him calling her Nei-chan. She had so freely played with little him in the past and bantered with him now. She could so easily bring a smile on his face, even when all seemed so dull and impossible. In an abrupt second of enlightenment, Naruto realized all this and more and thought back to what had been floating on his mind for a week now. The intense, demanding boot camp of the ANBU Corps had relegated the concerns to the back of his brain, but they were there. Those thrice-damned questions. Who was he? Where was he going? What did he want? He hoped to find a family in the ANBU Corps, but he suddenly remembered he already had a sister looking out for him as much as she could. Tochi was an uncle, Iroquois a cousin, Konohamaru a brother, and the Hokage a grandfather, as much as the blonde was angry at him at the moment. It didn't feel wrong to look further, but he had to acknowledge what was there. A wide, bright, pearly white smile blossomed on Naruto's face, closing his eyes shut as it spread from ear to ear. He had already answered one question by joining ANBU, but another one was actually ridiculously easy to solve if asked the correct way. The boy suddenly brandished his fist out, startling the cook behind her counter. I don't know if I'll get the hat, Nei-chan, but I definitely want to taste your ramen once you're the best cook ever, said Naruto, his voice firmed up by unshakable confidence. So to make sure, I'll become the best ninja ever and I'll protect you. It's a promise, Tabeo. For reasons she could not clearly formulate, Ayam Ichiraku felt herself blush like she rarely had, stared at by the azure blue eyes of her little brother. Deciding that it wouldn't do to lose her cool, the brunette bumped fist with Naruto, allowing a megawatt smile of her own to grace her face. You know what it means if it's a promise, right? Naruto nodded seriously, keeping his fist pressed against Iam's. It means we don't break it, Nachon. Iam nodded. Absolutely. Now go back to your ramen before they get cold, admonished the girl with mirth. The blonde's eyes widened, and he sat back down. Oh shoot, he exclaimed before quickly going back to vacuuming his bowl of ramen under the amused eyes of the cook. You've really grown up, huh, Naruto? Thought Iam with a fond smile before she turned her focus back to her kitchen. Four cloaked figures were huddled together in a small room. One was seated behind a desk, while the other three were standing at attention. It was very early in the morning, and the normally impassive operators were all, some more than others, giving off the feeling they wanted to be done with it. The absence of comfort did not facilitate their mood. In exchange for serving chocolate-flavored porridge, ANBU had to make do with relatively small offices. Money was not infinite after all, and budget cuts had to happen. The seated ANBU cleared their throat, and, with the usual, distorted monotone, Dragon spoke. So soldiers, what is the first week assessment? Tiger, you go first. The tiger-masked ANBU nodded. Hi, General. His voice ever controlled and professional, Tiger summed up his week with Naruto quickly. Overall, he is Chunin level in terms of speed and endurance, and his strength is coming along fast. At this rhythm, I estimate recruit Uzumaki will be at Jonin level, physically speaking, in something like 3 months. The declaration kept the room in silent contemplation before Dog shuddered. That's too quick. It is, confirmed Dragon in their usual blank tone of voice. Any idea how it is possible, Tiger? The ANBU allowed himself a second or two to gather his thoughts on the matter. He had obviously been thinking about his latest recruit's performances. From a purely physical point of view, Naruto Uzumaki was a monster, largely above what any chakra user his age should be. The exact passive and active effects of chakra on humans were not perfectly understood, not even by Tsunade Senju herself, but the greatest medic in history had postulated some theories. One, namely the cultivation approach, tried to explain why ninjas had greater physical capacities than normal, even without actively flooding their system with chakra. When a human exercised, muscles would break down, triggering muscle growth, a process most effective during a period of rest. For a ninja, whose muscles were constantly fed chakra, the process was similar but with some differences. First of all, muscle growth happened undeniably faster. Second of all, it was also proven that chakra could and would alter muscle on a cellular level. Muscle growth worked by adding more volume to muscle. It was certain that chakra also made the fundamental building brick more efficient, be it a conscious effort or a subconscious reaction. It was one of the bases for Tsunade Senju's super strength technique, one the medic had shared long ago. How to properly activate the cultivation was still a very inexact science, something Tsunade had kept a secret, and how the passive process worked was all but unknown. Tiger summarized all that to his general, who only nodded and waved his hand. The ANBU wasn't surprised his general knew that already. What does this aspect of physiology have to do with Uzumaki, Tiger? Dragon asked, something bleeding in the monotone this time. Tiger did not snort, but did roll his eyes behind his mask. He knew, when Dragon used this voice, that the general knew the answer already. I believe the regenerative factor of recruit Uzumaki allow muscle growth to happen instantly. I also believe that his chakra is rebuilding his muscles entirely. Lastly, having a proper diet is bound to have some positive effects. Recruit Uzumaki grows stronger while he trains, not after. Dragon joined his fingers. What makes you say that? While recruit Uzumaki already gained more defined muscles, the ratio of muscle mass to strength is not consistent. By volume alone, recruit Uzumaki should be weaker than he truly is. Silence once again fell on the room until Dog broke it, her voice a disbelieving whisper. Is that really possible, General? Dragon pressed his palms together. Why do you think we consider jinchurikis to be strategic weapons, Operator? Much like ninjas are beyond what is possible for most humans, a jinchuriki is beyond what is possible for most ninjas. A jinchuriki, trained appropriately, will always reach the S-rank threat level somehow. Tiger gave no outward reaction to the statement. Cat swallowed with difficulty, and Dog opened her mouth to say something that died on the tip of her tongue. Now, before you allow fear to invade your heart, remember that recruit Uzumaki is first and foremost a ninja of Konoha. Is that clear? 3 simultaneous, mechanical, hi, were the given answer. The general nodded and motioned for the assessment to continue. Due to recruit Uzumaki's high healing factor, I fear HSRB process might not work properly. I request authorization to triple the dose. Dragon stayed silent for a pair of seconds before he nodded. Granted, but only under direct supervision. We don't want any accident. Hi, General. Continue. As far as skills go, recruit Uzumaki shows no particular talent and is behind what is expected of a genin. That being said, the determination and dedication he puts into his drills will ensure that his close combat will become feared. His mind is already used to thinking deviously and outside the box due to his old pranking habit. I intend to encourage him to apply it to combat in general. Having said his piece, Tiger stepped back and Dragon motioned for Cat to talk. The purplet-haired woman stepped forth and cleared her still uneasy throat. He shows no innate talent in Kenjutsu, but he is completely dedicated to a task if he is properly motivated, requiring normal guidance in my case. It took a week to get the basic steps and flow drills down, which is within acceptable parameters. I feel like he is a curious boy but hesitated asking too much at first, a habit we are collectively, stressing the word. The operator shot a glance at Dog who fidgeted slightly, breaking him out off. By Friday, he wasn't showing this particular reluctance anymore in my case. To finish, I'm quite certain there is a gap in his learning ability. Anything physical is learned rather quickly, but book smarts are harder for him to acquire. It took 4 days to memorize ANBU marking rather than the average 2. I am honestly surprised he can do Fuinjutsu at all. Dragon nodded. It is supposedly in his blood. And Fuinjutsu is not so much about book smarts than people tend to believe. If that is all. Cat nodded and fell in rank again as Dragon called forth Dog. So, the teenage ANBU fumbled a second with her words before she took a deep breath and looked at her commander. Well, she began hesitantly, unsure if there was any way for what she was going to say to make sense. Chakra control is going to be difficult. Dog paused a second, and before anything could be asked, she pushed on. He has too much and his coils are too tight, but that's not really the main problem. And what is? Under her mask, Dog bit her lower lip. She had thought hard and long at her sessions with the Naruto replica. How she had been at first, dismissive and frankly, angry. She had given her sweat and blood to Konoha for 3 long years after the academy, working her ass off before she had been promoted to Chunin and noticed by the Corps. When a lone ANBU had knocked at the door of her clan's compound one fine morning, a little more than a year ago, it was a dream come true. She had always wanted to join the prestigious elite. So the fact a snot-nosed, milk-drinking brat, not even out of the academy, dead last what's more, had been noticed because of his pranking had Dog a bit peeved. A tiny, little bit, not much. Truth was, she had been and still kind of was incredibly frustrated and angry at the luck of recruit Uzumaki. So jealous had she been that she had also refused to take into account what the file she had been given about her charge said. She had ignored the ostracism the boy was the victim of and the general unpleasantness his life was as a result. She had been so angry she had immediately dismissed his incapacity to execute the vertical walking chakra manipulation as lack of talent and as proof that the boy had nothing to do in ANBU. When Tiger and Cat had insisted she discuss with Naruto about the vertical walking exercise, she had, after putting her feelings aside for a moment, came to realize what could be a boon and a problem. This is only a theory, but I think he doesn't understand chakra as we do, said Dog in a questioning tone, still unsure of herself if she was entirely correct. Dragon inched forward ever so slightly. Tell me more. Naruto had exited the ramen stand, contentedly stuffed with his favorite food, and directed his steps toward the Surtobi compound. His clone had gone off a bit earlier, informing him that Konohamaru was free during the afternoon. Apparently, Ichiro was there also, and Naruto could not wait to see his older friend. With some luck, They could all rope little Irie into some mischief. The blonde rubbed his hands. The walk was leisurely, pleasant even, as the sun was shining high and warm, yet the wind was blowing a coolie. Naruto ignored the sneers and the glares the passerby were subjecting him to and enjoyed the rumors of Konoha's life. Sunday was a day of rest for most people, but it did not mean the streets were any less busy. Sundays, especially in spring and summer, were the days the artisans would open the doors of their workshop wide to showcase some of their work, hoping to charm a possible customer enough for them to place an order. Naruto was never allowed inside nor permitted to touch, but he could still see the bright colors of painted potteries and smell the polished wood of pieces of furniture. He could hear hammers hitting metal against as many anvils, the smiths trying to convince farmers and ninjas alike that they forged the best tools and weapons. For a second, the boy wondered if he would have to pay for his chikudo or if ANBU would fork out the money. Given his salary, he would not mind paying. And once he would have donned the proper, painted mask, the smiths would fold into four to please him. It would be so different than having to negotiate endlessly for scraps. The boy shrugged the unpleasant memory away and continued his route toward the Sarutobi lands. It took Naruto another half of an hour to cross Konoha back to the tower, take the right turn, and end up in front of a red torii. The Sarutobi compound was not enclosed by walls, like the Uchiha, the Senju, or the Hyuga compounds were, but by a simple fence that would not have stopped anything. Not like walls could stop anyone in a village of ninja anyway. The two kanjis for Sarutobi, as well as the clan symbol, a vertical line supporting two horizontal, back-to-back crescents with all extremity but one ended by a circle, were engraved on a panel in the monumental door. Two massive bowls of granite were flanking each pillar, ashes still red from the flames they had contained during the night. One black-haired ninja in a very standard Konoha attire, his eyes underlined by kohl, threw Naruto a passing glance and a small smile and waved the boy in. "Hello, Sarutobi-san." The blonde bowed slightly. The Sarutobi clan had always been good to him, their patriarch first and foremost, and if all members weren't close to him, most were cordial or at least polite. "Hello, Gaki." The guard answered jovially before he hunched toward Naruto, his hand shielding his mouth in a scheming gesture. "Kurenai-san is still not over your stunt of last week. Don't get caught," whispered the man with a smile. Naruto stifled a whine about women and their distinct lack of humor, something that made the man chuckle, before he thanked the guard with a grin on his own. "Hi, guard-san, I'll flee on sight." "You'd better. Now get in. Konohamaru-kun and Ichiro-kun are waiting in the eastern wing." Like many compounds within Konoha, the Sarutobi domain was covered by the forest. Unlike most clan grounds, though, the Sarutobis were huddled against the cliff side, which meant one had to go up a slope to reach the living quarters. Visitors also had to be wary of the monkeys. They had a tendency to steal things off people without them noticing. How could someone lose their pants and not immediately take stock of it was still beyond Naruto, but the blonde had learned quite a few tricks from the mischievous animals. The pranking primates were never hunted, though, as they were sacred for the Sarutobi. Something to do with the soul of their ancestors, Naruto had been told long ago. Walking up the old, sometimes barely defined steps, the blonde shivered a bit as he entered the forest, the warm rays of the sun masked by the canopy. Birds were chirping, a little stream was running nearby, and a gentle wind was blowing through the ghost tube, making them sing. Naruto inhaled deeply. The undergrowth always had this peculiar smell he liked. The smell of calm motion, peaceful cycle, natural balance. There was also this tinkling sound of a child laughing. Naruto whirled around and caught the little hands of a giggling, head-over-heel Konohamaru who was trying to steal his headband. "Gotcha!" The 8-year-old shrieked playfully when his older cousin, Ichiro, jerked him up and back on the branch the older Chunin was hanging from. "Damn it, bro. You're too sly." Konohamaru fake pouted from up in the tree as Naruto laughed, and Ichiro ruffled his hairs. "You giggle too much, Ko. You need to be silent." The blonde explained with the utmost seriousness. "How long were you waiting up there?" The young Sarutobi rubbed his head. We waited for an hour at least," grinned the boy, not a little proud to have maintained his ambush for so long. "Rin-san warned us you were coming, though." The guard, Naruto surmised. It was pretty good though, the blonde complimented. I did all the work though, complained a deep, adult voice in a whiny tone. Naruto looked at Ichiro, who had just spoken. The older Sarutobi, Konohamaru's direct cousin, was a tall, muscular teen who, like most males of his clan, had dark hair and eyes. On his chin, he had the shadow of a goatee and a mustache above his lip. You're a Chunin, Ichiro-ni. If that was work for you, then you need to get more muscles. The blonde retorted with a smile. Oh yeah? I'll show you muscles. The older Sarutobi asked with a threat in his voice. With a fast leap, the ninja found himself behind Naruto. The blonde had already whirled around and was wrestling with the older boy to avoid getting a noogie. You little, insolent twerp. Come get what you deserve. The Sarutobi huffed, exerting as much strength as he could against the younger boy to gain the upper hand, and failing to do so, to his growing surprise. No way, Ichiro. Ni. Not while I live, Naruto answered, straining his arms to their limit to square against the older boy. A minute of full-force arm wrestling under the encouraging shouts of Konohamaru Sarutobi later, the two boys broke apart, panting and sore, hands red from each other's grip. How the flammel did you get so strong? Exclaimed Ichiro, his dark brown eyes wide in surprise. Training is a bitch nowadays, answered Naruto, a bit taken aback himself by the fact he could match a 15-year-old Chunin in pure strength. Especially as Sarutobi, who were people known for being rather solid. Sure, his face was redder than Ichiro without a doubt, and his breathing more ragged, but still. He was certain he had not been nearly as strong just a week ago. Yeah, I can believe that, Ichiro said after a pause long enough for the two to regain their breath. So, ninja, huh? The boy asked with a gleam in his eyes before he winked. Guys. Ignoring Konohamaru's call, Naruto faced his older friends and nodded, his blue orbs shining with the same mirth. Yep. What team? Bro. Resuming his walk up the stair, Naruto answered to the following Ichiro. No team yet, said the blonde while rubbing his scalp. I kinda assigned to the tower for now. Oh yeah? What? Oi, Ichiro-ni. Without missing a beat at the now distant shout, Naruto kept going. It's punishment for all my pranks, I guess, sighed the blonde with a straight face. The brown-haired Chunin shook his head, a smile threatening to split his face. Not cool, not cool, he answered, his tone far from sympathetic as it was vibrating with restrained laughter. If you leave me on this branch, I'm telling Kurinayo Basin, bellowed Konohamaru from afar, panic and anger fighting for dominance in his voice. Naruto and Ichiro collapsed in laughter and slowly made their way back to the young Sarutobi they had mercilessly left stranded up his tree. Irika Yumino sighed deeply as he sat at his dining table in front of a steaming cup of tea. The teacher rubbed his tired eyes and gathered his thoughts. It had been a week, and on Monday, tomorrow, the Chunin instructor would hand his first report to the Hokage. Infiltration and information gathering had never been up his alley, and Irika had taken the week to read up on old dusty manuals and other how-to guides to polish his skills. He had not slacked, however, and had gathered as much as he could from incriminating pieces of evidence. The first surprise that was all but one, Naruto was not the dead last. That was not to say the blonde boy was especially brilliant, but he was not obtuse either. While the boy shone at his brightest during physical activities, he was not a dunce when it came to more traditional academic subjects. History and geography were not his forte. Neither were mathematics, and chemistry was the blonde's nightmare, but anatomy, chakra and ninjutsu theory, battle planning, and astonishingly, classical literature were strong points that had never been properly acknowledged. Second surprise, and this one had been real for Irika. Sasuke was not perfect. Certainly, the Uchiha was talented and had a solid brain inside his skull, but some of his tests over the years showed little mistakes. Nothing much, but enough to not get full mark. That had been ignored, never corrected. Irika had grimaced at that. That had without a doubt inflated the already bloated head of the boy. The third surprise was that Naruto and Sasuke were not the only victims of this subtle sabotage. Hinata Hyuga was undermarked, Ino Yamanaka had gotten a boost, and the teacher could keep on going. Sometimes the approach was even subtler. Kiba Inuzuka, for example, had never been corrected when he had repeatedly handed ludicrous battle plans that would have gotten him killed in real life. The only clan heir that had not been subjected to anything had been the Aburame. Irika had been terribly angry for all about 10 seconds when he had discovered that before reason and cold logic told him it was exactly what whoever was behind the sabotage was after. If the Aburame were behind it, they would have sabotaged Shino to cover their traces. They were too experimented to allow such a basic mistake to happen and were undoubtedly loyal anyways. The overall result, whoever was the culprit, was that a large chunk of the education of clan heirs had been undermined. The implications were terrifying. First, it was a very long-term kind of sabotage, with the idea that if the future leading figures of the village were incapable, the village itself would be incapable. That would be for those who would survive. One possible, logical step for the future was to engineer ambushes that would target specific genin squads, hoping to kill or cripple an underprepared member or two. Second, it was a subtle kind of sabotage. It was not about blowing something straight up. It was about manipulating ninjas when they were most vulnerable, young, and in training, making them overconfident or, on the contrary, destroying any self-confidence. Third, it was pretty much impossible to identify the puppeteer without catching the spies first, as any major enemy of Konoha would benefit from such an action. And Irika was certain there were numerous spies, as it was simply too much work for Mizuki to falsify all the tests alone. And Irika was not certain it was limited to Naruto's class. In a mere week, he had not had the time to check any more papers than he had, but it could quite possibly be the emerged tip of a much larger iceberg. The teacher had tried to remember any suspicious pattern his colleagues could have shown over the past years, but nothing had jumped to his mind. It was not unusual for an instructor to stay behind in the academy to grade papers, prepare materials for the lessons of the coming day, or any teaching-related activity. Even Irika would be suspicious if that was to be his primary criteria for suspicion. It was not at all difficult to enter the academy past its opening hours anyway. Naruto had proved it numerous times by pranking the flames out of his various teachers' desk and cabinet. Irika smiled at the thought. The small blonde boy had been warning them all for years that their security was riddled with holes, and all the people could see were lousy pranks with colorful and messy aftermath. Without the means of TNI, the teacher was limited in what he could do. He had no way of checking the financial situation of any of his colleagues, nor order a complete background check, and least of all straight up torture them. Irika did not think he had the necessary amount of guts anyways. He could establish a pattern though. He had noted all the date of this year's tests and, thinking hard, the brown-haired Chunin was convinced he could get something. It was only a matter of time. When Naruto departed from the Sarutobi compound, the sky was already losing its orange and purple tint the evening had given it and getting dark. The blonde had a wide smile eating his face and a spring in his steps as he circled around the Hokage tower and took the stairs climbing up the Hokage mountain. Konohamaru was working hard on dreadfully boring academy stuff to get going, was already planning his pranks for his first year of ninja school, and was trying to work around getting Udon and Moegi, the member of his elite corps, involved. The little brown-haired boy had also fished from inside his scarf his latest advancement in Fuinjutsu, and Naruto, who had more or less taught him, was proud. Ichiro was good and healthy, thank you very much, had a ridiculous goatee to emulate his uncle Asuma that Naruto totally had not mocked, and was on his way to Takujo promotion in a year or so. He was also dating apparently, according to Konohamaru at least, but the blonde could not get his older brother to spit out who the girl was. Irie was a babbling little girl who had enrolled the older boys into her games with glee. Her cousins and Naruto had obliged, or caved in front of her puppy eyes as Asuma had taunted, playing Mount, Monster, or Magician alternatively. Then Kurenai had arrived with her and Asuma's daughter, Mirai, and Naruto had had barely a second to coo at the adorable, ruby-eyed infant as the fierce Kunoichi had immediately given her girl to her husband and started chasing the blonde around, eventually trapping him in a jinjutsu. To finish, there had been cookies and milk before their little group had moved inside to watch a movie. It had been an awesome afternoon all in all. It had been so peaceful, so gentle, so normal. So precious, so full of love, of happiness. Naruto shook his head and walked along the little trail, leading to the small cabin backed against the cliff that dissimulated the entrance to the ANBU barracks. After donning his mask, his knuckles rasped thrice against the wall, and the blonde waited for 5 seconds before knocking again twice this time. The secret door opened, and Naruto stepped back into his violent ninja life without a shred of hesitation. He had things to protect, and he needed to become strong to achieve that. In a room carved like a bowl with a floor smoother than silk stood a cloaked figure. Up and down, the ANBU was walking, defying gravity by sticking to the curved, slippery walls of the room. Dragon abruptly stopped pacing and propped up a foot against the opposite knee. Intently, the general stared at the sole of their foot from behind their mask, as if trying to decipher a message only they could see. "How do I even do it?" the general mused aloud, the normal monotone colored by 2 notes of both amusement and disbelief. Dog's report had been quite interesting in many ways, more than even Dragon had anticipated. From recruit Uzumaki's incapacity to perform a simple chakra control exercise and movement drill, questions had been raised that no one had even thought of asking. Was there a different way to do vertical walking? If yes, was it more efficient? And above all, how did traditional walking even work in the first place? Apparently coming to a decision, Dragon suddenly exited the room and walked down endless hallways, all identical, back to the cramped office of the ANBU commander. Dragon's eyes weren't enough to solve the problem this time, but the general had, among the ANBU soldiers, a number of operators who were perfect for further, keener observation. Hastily, the ANBU commander scrawled a message in black on a red post-it before slapping it on top of the secretary's desk. The man would address the code red immediately, and Dragon would be able to observe further. Code B Lambda operator required ASAP in office. If that did not work, Dragon could always ask his old friend afterward. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not nicknamed the professor for twirling his thumbs all day during their shared youth. It was barely 5 in the morning, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was already seated in his trusty armchair. It had been a week since the incident, a week since his surrogate grandson had joined the ANBU, and a week since the Sandame's nights had been longer than 5 miserable hours. Behind the venerable mahogany desk created out of the Shodame's Mokutan, the Hokage was distractedly preparing his pipe, his eyes lost on the desk's surface. The wooden plate had all the tells of constant use. Each wear and mark had their story. There was a large gash, for example, that Hiruzen remembered had been carved by his sensei the Nidame. In the only instance he had seen the otherworldly calm Senju angry. It had been terrifying, and Kyumo had regretted starting the Second Shinobi War, even if Tobarama Senju had not come out of it alive. Right now, the desk was covered with various papers. Not the overwhelming quantity the Sarutobi liked to complain about. He had secretaries after all, and the administration served its purpose, but a fair amount of reports were still occupying too much space for the aged Hokage to be content. Paperwork was not what was truly unsettling the veteran shinobi. While it was an annoyance to review the mostly excellent work of competent people he trusted because it was an honest waste of time, the Hokage was not upset because of that. Hiruzen knew Naruto had visited the Sarutobi compound just yesterday, and the blonde had insisted on not seeing him. Naruto's shadow clone had been polite. The Hokage sighed and allowed regrets to assault his heart for a second before he put a lid on his emotions. The old man had heard the blonde's demand for ramen and jutsu loud and clear, but he also knew Naruto likely needed time to work through his feelings. It did not sit well with Hiruzen to let it happen. He had averted his gaze with his 3 students in the past, allowing one to become an old teenager with confidence issues, one a gambling, bitter drunk, while the last had betrayed the village and turned missing mean. He still did refuse to look, not finding within himself the courage to face them. It was all it amounted to, courage. Courage to acknowledge acts that pointed to a truth no man would be keen to admit. Despite all his strength and qualities, despite all his success, Hiruzen Sarutobi had failed, arguably where it had been most important. The old man felt like a puppet hung by too many strings, entangled within them. He had never had the courage to face Jiraiya and admit that yes, Orochimaru had been his favorite. He had never been able to face Tsunade and admit that yes, Hermetic program would have been possible, but he did not really believe in it. too trusting of Konoha's traditional superiority to consider warfare-changing endeavors. He had never been able to face Orochimaru to tell him it was not his fault Nawaki had died and Tsunade was devastated. Would it be a repeat of that with Naruto? Was it not already happening? He had weaved lies after lies, refusing to reveal the truth, at first to protect the boy, then for fear of being hated. He had not had the courage to face a 12-year-old who had all the reasons in the world to be angry, all the while asking from the same boy to find within himself the strength to endure the scorn of his home village. Hiruzen rubbed his tired eyes. What had the Nidaime seen in him this fateful night? Had Hiruzen's own boast of being able to ward off the Kumo shinobi been just that? Where was the bravery he had felt coursing his veins then, ready to face certain death so that his precious teammates could escape with their lives? His sensei had called it the will of fire, but had it truly been it? Was the philosophy that had guided Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha a glorified rewording of the needs of the few against the needs of the many? Why would the kanji of will be so similar to the kanji for shinobi if that was so simple? The professor knew full well it was not so. Why was Hiruzen having an existential crisis this late in his life? It was a moot point now. He had been committed to his various mistakes, and he could not solve the mess he had created. Naruto-kun provided a helpful part of his mind. The sacrifice of each individual person was expected, but the village was a whole, and it gave back what had been lost, or at least endured with you. Why had he allowed for it to be different for Naruto? Had his will of fire truly been extinguished? That'd be fair. I'm old. I'm ash. I should be the soil from which the young tree draws his strength, thought the Sandaime before he grimaced. If things were like that, why had he allowed for Naruto to live this life? When had he grown complacent to allow the hate to fester and grow? Naruto had always been welcomed by the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen had made sure of that, but couldn't he have done more? He had facilitated the good of the many. He had reduced the will of fire to a travesty of what it really was. He had accused the villagers of losing their own fire the other day, but he had done nothing to rekindle the flames. He had accepted the distrust, the fear, the anger to grow. The simple thought of such a treatment happening to any of his sons, daughters, or grandchildren was chilling, and yet, by staying put, he had permitted it to happen to Naruto. Why? How? A memory he had thought buried jumped to the forefront of his mind. The glazed, mad, fiery red eyes, the bloodlust that had him. The professor, rooted in place, the powerful swing of a tail, obliterating all that stood under it. The rain of corrosive, ichor-like chakra, the shake of the earth, the brimstones and ashes. The towering form of the Kyuubi, devastating, all-powerful, unstoppable, looming over Konoha like a man would over an insignificant anthill. Hiruzen felt shame and horror well within him and let the unlit pipe fall to the ground as he took his visage within his hands. In spite of all his discourses, had he been just as afraid as his citizens? Why had he allowed Naruto's life to happen? For some petty, misguided need for revenge? Hiruzen refused to look deeper, did not dare to peer into the somber gunk that layered the bottom of his soul. He feared to discover what reasons had pushed him. He hoped it was resentment fueled by grief and not something even more callous. Hiruzen tore himself from his own thoughts, refusing to confront them. While rose up his throat. Once again, he lacked the courage to face someone. Only this time, it was himself. Haggard, the Hokage's gaze fell on one of the 4 portraits lining the right wall of the office. It was a color photo of a young man sporting blonde, spiky locks, 2 azure blue eyes, and a light smile on his sharp face. The Hokage hat was resting on his head. Below courage, there is nothing Minato. The Sandaime whispered to himself, his visage contorted in a grimace of anguish. The old man let out a sigh. Well, seems like you were wrong for once. There are regrets just below. Hiruzen let his eyes fall back lamely on the desk. The windmill was starting to move again. His time was nigh. Would he depart for the Pure Lands without ever fixing anything? Would he become a ghost chained to this earth by his remorses? Would he be the first of his line to be denied the honors of joining Son Goku's retinue? The words of Dragon echoed in his head. You are a coward. Hiruzen felt anger replace shame at the thought. He was. In the books, he would be remembered as the professor, but to those who knew him, he would be just that. The coward. The man who could not bear to fail as he was so accustomed to success. The man who had manipulated one boy he pretended to see as a grandson in order to ensure loyalty and obedience rather than order the village he had absolute authority over, all because it had been easier. The old man's fist crashed on the desk, and he growled behind clenched teeth, his closed eyes crying bitter, burning tears. It was time to make things right. It was time for the coward to disappear so that only the professor stayed. A knock at his door informed the Sandaime his first task of the day was beginning shortly. With a rare fire in his eyes, the professor freshened himself and called for his visitor to enter. Naruto got up before his alarm. The blonde sprung out of his bed and lost no time going through his morning routine. A few minutes later, and the blonde, his mask on, was down in the cafeteria eating his porridge, a stack of tags in front of him. One of his clones had done a good job the day before and had created some seals for Naruto's masked senpais to sample. The exchange was quick. The two older recruits were suitably impressed by the tags, and after a rapid discussion, it was agreed on that Naruto would provide a batch of 20 tags to both, all medium yield. It made Naruto wonder for a second if he could not draw a universal exploding seal with an option to select the desired power. The blonde made a mental note to explore the possibility and wolfed down his breakfast before joining the start of the warmer. Unsurprisingly, cat, dog, and tiger were waiting for him. The fact Dragon was here with an owl-masked operator was unusual. All Naruto could say about the owl was that she was a woman and that she had peculiar dark blue hair. Tiger spoke first in his unflappable monotone. Today, Dragon-sama will accompany you with Owl here to your chakra control session. Nothing to worry about, began the tiger-masked ANBU. As it is your second week, and because you're you, we have decided to up your training pace. You'll create 3 more clones than usual in order to send 2 with dog, 2 with cat, and 2 at the library. Your second library clone can study what he wishes. Once you find something that holds your interest, you'll inform me and keep at it until you can demonstrate some of it. Does bettering my Fuinjutsu studies count? Affirmative. Lastly, you'll create 1 last clone that you will send, without the mask, to the Hokage Tower. It's time you begin your official desk job. Naruto paused at that, slightly taken by surprise. I thought my desk job was a fake. At first, yes, interjected Dragon, but we thought it unwise to cut you entirely from the shinobi population. You won't have to deal with civilians, as promised. When you reach the tower, your clone will give this scroll to the guards, said the general, while producing a small scroll from nowhere. Naruto shrugged. It was not ideal, but he wasn't going in person anyway. And shinobi were less hostile than civilians, at least outwardly. His shadow clone could survive that. All right, Bunteichu. Anything else? No. Let's start our day. His bunch of clones created and under care, Naruto started his set of stretches. He was a bit surprised to see Tiger stay with him, but when he asked, all he got was a grunt. Shrugging it off, the blonde finished his warm-up and started running up the slope. Dragon watched with interest as 2 diminutive blonde recruits were attempting to carefully gather chakra to the sole of their feet in order to climb up the smooth surface of the bowl. Discreetly, the general signed an order to the operator standing next to him. There was the telltale surge of chakra announcing a jutsu, a whispered gasp, and then nothing. After a minute, the owl signed a message back to her commander who nodded. Recruits, one of you attempt the traditional sticking technique. The 2 clones looked at each other for a second, and one shrugged and designated himself with a thumb. They knew better than to question the general. Their tasks assigned. One replica still tried to create the chakra manipulation they were going for, while the other simply molded his chakra into glue. Owl let another small gasp escape her, which surprised Dragon a first time. Then the operative chuckled lightly, which nearly floored him. People from Owl's clan never laughed. It was a law of the universe, much like the Nara were lazy or the Akimichi portly. The commander signed again, but was requested to give another minute to the ANBU. Dragon once again nodded and waited. Suddenly, the owl-masked operator started to walk down the bowl's walls slowly, while carefully watching her feet. After a few seconds and one last glance at Naruto, she nodded, seemingly satisfied, and signed a message to her officer. The two exited the room under the curious looks of the two replicas until Dog reminded them to get to work. "So Al, what did you see?" Dragon asked with their distorted voice. "It is just a theory, General, but I think I identified several elements." "Go ahead." "Hi. First, this recruit possesses an incredible amount of chakra, yet his tenketsu are closed off." "Closed off?" "Hi, General. As you know, tenketsu are the regulation vents of the chakra system. The Byakugan sees the chakra that naturally escapes from them. This recruit's tenketsu are abnormally tight, if you will." "So not sealed completely?" "Hi, but constricted. I have no better word. I can barely see any chakra venting from them. And it affects his capacity to push chakra out of his body." "Exactly, but that is only one piece of the puzzle." "Explain." "His chakra is incredibly potent. It's also greatly unbalanced toward yang. Nothing unusual with that, but it is the first time I see it to this extent. Yang chakra is supposed to affect the substance of things, right?" "As much as we know, yes. When he attempted to climb up with the natural technique, he molded his chakra in the same way I do. The difference is that while my muscle strength is enough to unstuck me, his chakra is so potent, it's like he is glued firmly to the surface. His leg muscles cannot tear him free, and he needs to deactivate the chakra flow entirely which he already concluded would be highly impractical, hence the research for an alternative. Why hasn't he succeeded yet? He is basing himself, whether he knows it or not, on the traditional technique. We do it by creating thousands of threads between our feet and the surface we want to stick to. Those threads are relatively large. He is going for hundreds of thousands of threads, but much, much smaller. His small tenketsus stop him from achieving the necessary control." Al nodded. "I believe so, Taisho." "Any idea as to why his tenketsus are atrophied like that?" "Sorry, but no idea. I've heard of genetic defect causing some tenketsus to be completely closed off, but this, a jar state of thing? Never." The operator answered, slightly apologetic. "It's quite all right, Al. Thank you for your service. If you have any idea that comes to you later, let me know. You are dismissed for now, but I'll probably have a use for your service again in the coming days." "I volunteered, General." Al saluted solemnly and departed, leaving Dragon to his thoughts. Uzumaki will have to pay his doctor a visit, apparently. The ANBU mused aloud. The run up the warmer was strangely exhausting for Naruto this time. He had accelerated his pace one tiny bit to test how far along he was, but at the end of the slope, his lungs were on fire, his legs were screaming bloody murder at him, and his whole body was apparently not happy with the exercise. He was sweating, but it was only partially from the effort, and he felt a little queasy, which was weird, because it was the first time it happened to him. Naruto Uzumaki had a stomach made of steel and concrete. Numerous perished cups of noodles had been witness to that. "How are you feeling, recruit?" Naruto hesitated a second between a lying bravado that had earned him a punch or some expletives about how positively shitty he felt, which would earn him a punch. A week with Tiger had made the blonde a bit wiser as to what was allowed to be said and how, so Naruto settled for a middle ground. "I feel sick, Sergeant." Tiger nodded, not surprised. "It means HSRB has truly begun." Naruto pushed down a retch and swallowed the bile that tasted weirdly like iron and, knees wobbling, asked, "HSRB? Harmful substance resistance buildup. You've been poisoned since your arrival here. Small doses, non-lethal. With your reinforced physiology, we had to triple the dose to make sure it had any kind of effect." "Fuck." A now seriously greenish Naruto, whether it was because of the poison or the knowledge he had been poisoned was anyone's guess, answered. Unsurprisingly, Tiger decked him. Naruto clone had searched the library for 2 hours without finding anything mildly interesting on Fuinjutsu. Now Naruto Uzumaki was not one to brag. Anyway, Naruto Uzumaki did not want to come off as arrogant like some raven-haired team, but the few basic manuals present in the library truly were of no help to him. He was beyond them. Fuinjutsu was considered the most difficult of all ninja art, and if Naruto had to give a reason for that, the blonde would actually give two. First, Fuinjutsu was not really a ninja art, because Fuinjutsu was not based on chakra. Contrary to ninjutsu, Fuinjutsu did not require chakra to work. It could manipulate chakra, bend chakra, use chakra, often did a little of all three, but Fuinjutsu was not chakra-based. As extraordinary as it seemed, Fuinjutsu was not a branch of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, by using chakra, worked around the rules of the world, bending them sometimes, but never truly going against them. Chakra was fundamentally energy, and if fed enough energy, the universe was content to go out of its way to do your bidding. Fuinjutsu was all about not having enough fucks to give and transcending what was normally allowed. For ninjas set in their way of viewing how things were supposed to work, it was a shift in thoughts process not many were ready to take. Insanity was frequent enough in the shinobi life to not risk it willingly. It did not mean Fuinjutsu had no rules of itself, just that the set was different than for the rest. Why was that? Naruto could not tell for sure. Maybe it was the improbable, unnatural union between the freedom of poetry and the rigor of algebra. The impossible wedding broke the reality somehow. And that would be the second reason. Fuinjutsu was just as much a science, each prong and squiggles needing to be exactly where they had to be, as it was an art, the effects of a seal being dictated ultimately by the haikus contained inside its matrix. That would weird out anyone, most people demanding to see where the logic in that was. What were the rules? How was the rhyme? Naruto mainly found it funny to write stupid haikus, encase them within 3 prongs and a circle, and see what would happen. More often than not, nothing. The rumors about failed Fuinjutsu experiments ending up in a big explosion were just that, rumors. Fuinjutsu was all about sealing after all, quite literally. It meant that the base of all Fuinjutsu was the idea that something would be placed inside something else. There was rarely a reason for anything to go up in flame. The dangerous part of Fuinjutsu truly came with the idea that if an object was inside a container, said object could come out violently. It was then the risk of spontaneous combustion rose to higher levels. In any case, Naruto knew all that already and was growing increasingly disappointed at the fact there seemed to be nothing of interest on Fuinjutsu in the ANBU library. The books were beginner guides at best, mainly about mimicking a seal more than understanding them, and the boy did not need that. The basics of the sealing art were not that complicated once one accepted a square could be a sphere and a non-Euclidean dodecahedron at the same time. Naruto did not need the basics. He was already capable enough to create his own seals. Tabeo. He needed new ideas, new insight, new forms, and new rhymes. Naruto was growing desperate when an old scroll caught his eyes. Covered in dust, masked by spider webs, somehow outside of the tube of plastic that normally contained scrolls, this particular one had an aura of importance. The aura things had when they were important and Naruto wasn't supposed to touch. The forbidden scroll had had the same feeling about it. His eyes darting left and right, the blonde scanned the aisle he was in. No one. The boy's reluctance caved in approximately 3 seconds. Carefully, Naruto reached for the rolled length of paper and opened it on the table. Immediately, his eyes shone. The haikus of Mount Myaboku, a gathering of toad poetry. The blonde read aloud before his eyes took in the first poems, written in neat handwriting. Naruto's blue orbs widened and a smile graced his lips. He had just found a treasure, there were no two ways about it. Alien toad poetry meant alien Fuinjutsu with alien effects. Undercover Naruto clone entered the perimeter of the Hokage tower at 4:30. He showed the scroll to the guards, was searched nonetheless. Procedure had drawled aboard Chunin, and was allowed to enter, legally this time, in the sanctuary of Konoha, the place where all decisions were made, where the high command was sat, where the Hokage ruled from. The tower was red, nearly as large as high, round, and overall, frankly not elegant. In Naruto's enlightened opinion, the main tower looked like a big piece of jelly, and the 2 smaller towers on each side were not better. If he had been older, jelly would not have been the first thing that would have come to his mind. The communication tower immediately to the left next to the complex, a white, lean, spiraling column with a blue roof, was much better. The scroll in his hands indicated that Naruto clone had to go to the mission